In a laboratory, a researcher held a cylindrical tube high and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, success. The system has finally succeeded. This piece of black crystal was truly extraordinary. The energy emitted was incredible. The man watched the electric sparks coming from the black crystal and suddenly felt something was wrong. What's going on? What's happening? Suddenly, he screamed loudly. Ah! No! A thunderous explosion echoed, and the laboratory, part of a secret military agency in Nation A, was blown to pieces. Nightfall descended on the city of Yanzhou in Nation H. Inside a small house, the TV was broadcasting recent news. Nation A has experienced multiple cases of time travel, leaving behind extremely serious consequences. The armed police are unable to control the time-traveling beasts, with many citizens killed. The situation is extremely tense. Experts from various countries are beginning to research counter-strategies. A young man, eating skewered meat, kept his eyes glued to the TV. He muttered, "Damn, it's so bloody." Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. He glanced at the screen. The interface of the Great One has changed. Whether it was burning insects or time-traveling creatures invading, he thought, nothing could stop his upgrading progress. Now let me introduce the male lead of our story. Song Yi-chang, 22 years old, had been single since the womb. After graduating with a degree in a worthless major from a third-rate university, he found himself stuck in a hopeless job, living in squalor and waiting for death. His only joy in life came from reading updates of cultivation comics. One day, while Yi-chang was engrossed in his phone, a piece of black crystal flew in through the window. A strange voice echoed. "Finally found it, the perfect physical vessel." Song Yi-chang chuckled, feeling quite pleased to have become the protagonist. Before he could finish his thought, the black crystal struck him in the head. He let out a grunt, dropping his phone to the ground. The glass window suddenly shattered, and a beam of light appeared, its oppressive aura spreading across a vast area. Yi-chang found himself floating in midair, exclaiming, "This strange feeling. What's going on?" System notification. Host Wood affinity successfully paired. Barrier-breaking system activated, initiating primary enhancement for the host. Yi-chang's body twisted and morphed uncontrollably. He screamed in pain. "It hurts so much, my body is about to explode. What the hell is happening?" Gradually, he lost consciousness. The next day, when he woke up, Song Yi-chang cradled his head, groaning. "My head hurts so much." He glanced at his phone screen. Heavens, it's already 10 o'clock. I need to hurry to work. The moment he stood up, he felt his whole body lift off the ground. Yi-chang exclaimed in surprise. Why do I feel so light all of a sudden? What's going on?" He thought to himself, recalling that he had a very strange dream last night, something about a system. Just then, a notification rang out from the system. *ding. I am the system of the Great Barrier Breaker. From today onward, you shall shoulder the mission of the Barrier Breaker, and I will be the guiding system for you. Song Yi-chang mused inwardly. Barrier Breaker? Couldn't it be because of the news I read last night? So now I'm dreaming of becoming some kind of superhero, and I haven't woken up yet. With that thought, he leaped out the window, eager to test his superpowers. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, something doesn't feel right. Yi-chang peered down at the floor below. Wang Da-mo was hanging the laundry. In his dream, that floor had been occupied by a stunning beauty. Holy crap, this is bad. This isn't a dream. Am I about to fall to my death? The system coughed a few times. Can the system not keep its dignity? You're the host I worked so hard to finally synchronize with *. How could I let you fall to your death? Yi-chang gently landed on the ground and said, "This is reality, and I didn't die, so the system breaking through barriers is real. Tell me, how do I save the world?" The system began to explain. Host, this is your sea of consciousness. Please choose a profession for the system to begin instilling martial arts techniques. He muttered, "Instill martial arts techniques? Am I supposed to cultivate now?" On the system screen, several options appeared. Science and Technology System, Immortal Cultivation System, Mutation System, Bloodline System, Mutation. Yi-chang scanned through them, thinking that the Science and Technology System seemed cool, and the Immortal Cultivation System also looked tempting. He thought, let me think for a moment. The system hurriedly reminded him, 10-second countdown ending. The system will randomly choose for you. He quickly replied, Okay, don't rush me. I choose the immortal cultivation system, sword cultivation. The system confirmed the selected profession. Immortal cultivation system. Martial cultivation began the process of instilling martial arts. Many martial stances were displayed. Yi Cheng looked at them and shouted, Is this a mistake? Wait a minute. The system worked swiftly, completing the installation of the basic martial arts techniques. He felt his strength noticeably upgraded. Although martial cultivation was beyond his expectations, but it didn't feel bad. Song Yi Cheng had finally stepped onto the path of madness. He grabbed a large stone, crushed it in his hand, then stood up and shouted loudly, 3 palaces, 6 courts, 72 concubines, above the heavens and below the earth. Only I am supreme. An elderly person walking by the road, upon seeing this scene, sighed, truly asking for trouble. Are young people nowadays really this crazy? They haven't even had time to puff up their noses before the system gives them a warm reminder. If they don't complete the mission within the specified time, the system will impose punishment at the speed of the host. Yi Cheng was surprised. There's punishment too. The system would punish by locking the host's den for 23 years. He stood up abruptly and said, I have to go complete the mission now. No one is allowed to stop me. In the central area, Yanzhou City, breaking news reported multiple serious incidents of young female students being murdered in the city. A reporter at the scene gave the update. According to the latest information we received, someone witnessed the suspect here. Next, we will interview the witness. The woman, her face still filled with shock, said, It was truly horrifying, killing without even blinking. The clothes he wore were very strange. I don't even know which brand it was from, and also his hairstyle. At that moment, someone reached down from the roof above. A loud scream rang out. The young girl clapped a hand over her mouth and cried, A body! Look, someone strange up there. High above, Dong Men King, the time traveler, cradled a woman in his arms. He flicked his gaze over the crowd and snorted, A swarm of insects. All noise and no sense. He added with a cold shrug, In this tawdry age, true purity is rare. His smile turned hard. Someone like her, I wouldn't hesitate to get rid of her. It's simply fate. He laughed, the sound edged with something cruel. A reporter shouted as the camera zoomed in. The figure matched the prime suspect in the massacre. Panic rippled through the crowd. It's him. He's killing again. Call the police. Dong Men King pushed off and moved away, breathing heavily. Wait until I'm finished, then you'll see. At that moment, a device obeyed its programming, and a mechanical voice announced, Host, time traveler detected within 500 meters. Please intercept following system instructions. He sprang across the rooftop, answering lightly, Understood. Since cultivating the new techniques, his back no longer ached and his legs felt strong. He could now clear 10 stories in a single bound. It felt unreal. Pausing on the rooftop, he peered down at the chaos below. A large crowd is gathering right here. The searching eye has locked onto the target for interception. On the other side, Dong Men King is grappling with a girl. Yi Cheng exclaims, Found him. The annoying time traveler is this little brat. The girl is screaming, Damn it, don't touch me. He reassures her, Beautiful lady, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you verify yourself. The system analyzes the opponent's information. Dong Men King, time traveler number 1242, charges of numerous murders, rape, mission level, E rank. Yi Cheng is taken aback. Dong Men King, the famous person from the water era, isn't he just a fake? How did he become this serial killer here? The system responds, In the eternal timeline, this Dong Men King is not the same person you're familiar with. Yi Cheng feels a bit worried. The television station's people are arriving too quickly. If I get caught, won't that expose my true identity? Yi Cheng then walks over to the clothes rack and takes down a superhero mask, trying to be a bit stealthier. Here. He charges toward the target and shouts loudly, Hey, long-haired guy under the bridge. Dong Men King immediately asks, Who? He casually tore open the victim's shirt. The girl cried out. Luckily, she was wearing another layer beneath. Song Yi Cheng folded his arms, looked at him, and spoke loudly. I'm talking to you. Let the girl go. Hand her over to me. He jumped down, walked closer, and shouted, Let the girl go. Hand her over to me. Ha! No, if you're so tough, come at me instead. Dong Men King tilted his chin and asked, "Where did this little brat come from?" Then he pushed the girl aside, speaking in a twisted tone. "Pretty little lady, don't rush. Big brother will deal with him first, then come back to you." He drew his sword, roaring with rage. "You ruined my business. Now we can only speak with blades." Yi Chang shouted urgently. "Wait, wait." He thought to himself, "This is bad. I was only pretending to intimidate him, but I didn't expect he'd actually have a weapon. How can I fight him barehanded now?" Men King pointed the sword at him and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Watch this." He unleashed the eyebrow and eye-piercing sword technique striking forward. "Die." Yi Chang leaned back to dodge the blow and urged, "System, think of something. Quick." The system replied calmly, "Host, don't panic. Weapon creation in progress. Countdown, M seconds." He screamed, "I'm about to die here. Count the buttocks." Dong Men King brandished his sword and chased after. Where was he running to? Yi Chang thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have the cultivation technique. As long as I focus, I can clearly see his movements." He grinned widely and struck down. "You weakling who only knows how to dodge. So pathetic. Hemph, you have no way out now." He leaned back against the wall, suddenly counterattacking. Dong Men King was knocked back. Yi Chang, holding the long spear, sprang to his feet and shouted, "Who did you just call weak?" System notification. Ju Kushang has been successfully formed, using 6 harmony spear technique to attack. Men King stared at him. This person wasn't simple. He never expected someone could manifest a large spear out of thin air. Yi Chang leaped into the air and executed the 6 harmony spear technique. Azure Dragon emerging from water. The cameraman immediately pointed the lens at the chaotic battle. The crowd below was immediately captivated, and murmurs of conversation spread. "Wow, there really are martial arts experts in this world. The young man using the spear is so powerful. That spear must weigh at least several dozen kilograms." However, after a few exchanges, Yi Chang couldn't help but silently exclaim, "Is this the strength of an E-rank time traveler? Far stronger than I imagined." System comment. Dong Men King's movement technique is incredibly unpredictable. Master, adapt to the situation. He responded, "Understood." A spear thrust came at him swiftly. Dong Men King slightly tilted his body to the side to dodge it. He scoffed, "This simple move, and you think you can harm me? Ridiculous." Then, a sword slashed through the air towards Yi Chang. He immediately adjusted his attack path. "Aha, you fell for it. Watch as I combine the 6 harmony spear with the shelling staff technique I created." The spear spun around, sweeping away the evildoers and striking heavily at Dong Men King's side. He let out a cry, "Ah," and collapsed to the ground. He coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Never expecting such profound inner strength from this person. Dong Men King suddenly spoke, "Hero, we have no enmity between us. How about we end this here, and call it quits?" Yi Chang shouted, "If I spare you, who knows how many innocent women you would harm. But as for me, Yi Chang, I will send you underway," and immediately executed his ultimate move, the Tuan Guang Spear. Seeing this technique, Dong Men King was astounded. How is this possible? This spear method has been lost for hundreds of years. It seems I must use my ultimate skill. He sprang to his feet, gathered his inner strength, and unleashed the eyebrow and eye-piercing sword technique, a deadly move. With a golden bell-like sound, 2 waves of powerful force surged out, shaking the surrounding area violently. But Yi Chang's strength was too great, shattering the opponent's sword with a single blow, and piercing through the heart to eliminate the foe. Dong Men King collapsed onto the floor, motionless. Yi Chang landed and raised his hand, shouting, "Ju Kushang." He looked at the opponent's miserable death, realizing it was something he had brought upon himself. Dong Men King's body suddenly vanished, revealing a hidden item. Yi Chang thought to himself, "It looks like after defeating a monster, you get money, a whole stack of bills." He was about to pick it up when, it was gone. System notification. The mission reward for this task is 200,000. The amount has been confirmed and automatically transferred to the host's bank account. He picked up the jade pendant and examined it. It was a tangible object that couldn't be worth much. Right, he should take it back and ask the fat guy about it. The girl standing nearby suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly. Great hero, thank you. Yi Chang, flustered, replied, all right, don't be scared. It's the first time a girl has actively thrown herself into my arms. At that moment, the system reminded him. Ahem, host, the police team is on their way. The system's bypassing of security barriers is a special task. Please leave immediately, or, unless you'd like me to interrupt, which could lead to some bizarre punishment, right? All right, I'll go right now, he said to the girl. You're safe now. See you again. There was a trace of regret in his heart. The two were about to be at the point where they could repay each other's kindness, but it was all falling apart. Such a pity. At this moment, from the girl's perspective, the handsome hero was looking at her. I suppose fate will bring us together again. Yi Chang said, let's go. Then his figure quickly disappeared behind the tall buildings. The girl gazed after him, letting out a soft sigh. My contact lenses fell off, and I couldn't even clearly see the face of my savior, but he was so handsome. Just then, security forces arrived. The leader ordered, quickly seal off the scene. A girl hurriedly wrapped a large scarf around the victim. Miss Yan Cheng, are you all right? Please come with me. Mayor Yan is waiting for you downstairs. As soon as King arrived downstairs, Mayor Yan rushed over to call for his precious daughter. Dad, you have to reward the person who saved me. He quickly replied, all right, I will definitely reward them. Suddenly, a stern voice came from the other side. That might not be possible. A woman in official attire stepped forward. Holding up her ID badge for self-introduction, the mayor said, hello, I am Captain Zhao Ling from the Central Special Investigation Bureau. There are suspicious points in this case. The murderer in the serial killings has vanished into thin air, and the man wielding the spear also has special abilities. Our bureau will never allow criminals to act with impunity. We will investigate this thoroughly. That was Zhao Ling, 23 years old, a police officer from the Special Investigation Bureau. She went straight to the crime scene to gather information about the case. At that moment, Yi Chang had found a hotel room to rest temporarily. A notification system popped up to congratulate him. Mission successful. Here is your reward. 33% of Dom Men King's internal energy. The lightness skill Wind Shield Step. Yi Chang's cultivation level has increased to the 3rd tier peak. He murmured, looks like the injury was worth it. So comfortable, so comfortable. While looking at the jade pendant, Yi Chang made a phone call to a friend. Hey, Chang Fatty, come pick me up at the Crow Hotel. I need your help with something. Chang Fatty quickly arrived. As he drove, he spoke. Bro, do you know Zhu Shangxi? My new idol. Yi Chang asked again. Who's Zhu Shangxi? Chang Fatty replied. Where have you been these past few days? Have you heard the latest hot news? Zhu Shangxi might be a martial arts master, a great hero. The person in that video really looks amazing. It's kind of strange though. That person looks a lot like you from the neck down. Haha. Yi Chang opened his phone to check, and sure enough, it was all over the internet. He thought to himself, although the name Zhu Shangxi sounds a bit old-fashioned, the feeling of being an ultimate hero really isn't bad. The two of them arrived at the old outer street. The shopkeeper saw Chang Fatty and immediately exclaimed, Young Master Chang, bringing a friend here. Don't judge a person by their appearance. This is Chang Fatty. He's been friends with me since we were little. Chang Yang Wei. His father owns a lot of real estate in Yanzhou. He's a second-generation rich kid, no doubt about it. The shopkeeper said, We've recently got a batch of new items in stock. Let me show you. Yi Chang took out the jade pendant and asked, Do you also buy treasures here? What do you think of this one? The shopkeeper took out a magnifying glass and examined it carefully before saying, Not bad. Not bad. The color is excellent. It's rare to find something like this. The carving is exquisite. You can tell right away that it's top-level craftsmanship. Hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Of course, this was the era of Dom Men King. Perhaps the concept of counterfeit goods or knockoffs hasn't emerged yet. Suddenly, an old man appeared and walked towards Yi Chang. As soon as the girl saw old Gu, she called out, You're the president of the Cultural Relics Research Association. Why are you competing for business with our small shop? The old man, with his white hair and beard, spoke solemnly. Last week, A J piece of the same quality as this one was auctioned off at the association for 15 million. Don't bully this little brother, the girl replied. All right then, since old Goo has said so, the shop will save the cost of appraisal. How about this? I'll offer 6 million, please don't compete with our shop. Little brother, what do you think? Yi Cheng thought to himself. He had expected the J pendant to be just an ordinary one worth a few hundred million at most, but this was quite a bargain. He readily agreed. All right. After the payment was completed, Yi Cheng and Chang Fatty left. The girl saw them off, and as soon as the two of them disappeared from view, she playfully wrapped her arms around the old man's neck and asked, Old Goo, why are you being so decisive with the price today? Unfortunately, he responded. What do you understand? This is a rare treasure that comes once in 100 years. If resold, it will definitely be worth 10 times more. It can't just end up in the fields outside. 10 times 16 million, 160 million. Song Yi Cheng received a message notification. His account had received 16 million. He mumbled, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10,000, 100,000, 10 million. Ha ha ha. Now you're a man of wealth. Chong Yang Wei laughed. Hey, I told you, you wouldn't lose. Right, now that you have money, should you reconsider my previous suggestion? Song Yi Cheng nodded and replied, Okay, please arrange it for me. He went to the headquarters of his old company. Before I never wanted to come here, but today I'm not feeling too bad. As he entered, the receptionist asked, You haven't been coming to work for a few days, and now you look so smug. Later, Director Zhang is going to skin you alive. Walking past the office, Director Zhang shouted, Song Yi Cheng, where have you been? I've been calling, and you haven't picked up. He replied, My phone has been broken these past few days. I just got a new one today. I'm here today. He was interrupted by the director. Clearly, you have an excuse for everything. Look at this. Is this your attitude of admitting your mistakes or quitting? Everyone burst out laughing. Ha! Let me tell you, Song Yi Cheng, people like you have no skills, no education, and you're everywhere on the streets. Song Yi Cheng was furious. This bald old man didn't even finish high school, but because he's related to the boss through distant kin, he's been causing a scene at the company. Director Zhang slapped him across the face, cursing, The company feeds you. I give you a job. You should be grateful. If you repeat this again, I'll fire you immediately, salary deductions aside. This bald guy doesn't know anything except for teaching others. You're ugly too, he complained. As for those people, they usually avoid responsibility and pass work on to others. Their gossiping skills are quick. In his eyes, they were like ducks quacking away. Song Yi Cheng laughed loudly. Director Zhang gritted his teeth, still daring to laugh. You little bastard. He raised his hand and shoved his face. Then he said, Wait, I have to take this call. Yi Cheng picked up the phone. Hello, Chang Fatty? His voice was loud. I found you a villa at Hu. It's 500 square meters. I've already picked up the keys. I also ordered a Maybach SUV for you. It's waiting downstairs. You can head down now. The people around them were left speechless, their eyes wide open. Hu is the city center, right? Maybach, that's fake, isn't it? How would Song Yi Cheng have that much money? He hung up the phone. A girl opened the window and looked down, seeing a chubby man with a Maybach. Heavens, this one must be worth at least 5 million. There aren't many of these in Yanzhou. Look at his new phone. It must be worth over 10,000. Has this guy struck it rich? Song Yi Cheng said, Hey, Director Zhang, what were you about to say to me earlier? The bald man replied, It's nothing. I just wanted to say that I haven't been able to get in touch with you for the past few days. Old Zhang has been worried about you. Song Yi Cheng calmly responded, You don't need to worry about me anymore. I'm here to tell you that I'm quitting. With that, he quickly left. The receptionist stuck her head out to look. It had only been 10 minutes, but he looked even more handsome. At that moment, in the Special Investigation Bureau, an internal meeting was taking place. Zhao Ling reported, Recently, there have been many cases of time travelers appearing. We suspect that the man holding the spear with his extraordinary combat abilities might also be a time traveler. However, we have yet to find any trace of this man. The commander issued a direct order. Xiao Zhao, don't explain to the time traveler. No matter what their purpose or plan is, not all humans should be spared. The girl responded, Understood, Commander. The meeting ended, and Zhao Ling reviewed the video once more. Both of these individuals were extremely powerful, and as soon as the video was uploaded online, it immediately became a hit. She wondered who this person really was. Where are they now? At a snack bar in Yan City, Zhao Song, Yi Cheng, and Zhang Yangwei were clinking glasses. Drink up, boss, brother. Although I don't know who you've encountered recently, I'm really happy for you. He laughed heartily. Everyone's happy. Everyone's happy. Over the years, I've eaten and drunk a lot from you. Today, I'm just returning the favor. Chang Fatty patted his shoulder and asked, by the way, boss, you're no longer the same man you were before. When are you planning to marry the school beauty? Song Yi Cheng suddenly blushed. That, he thought, was something he needed to ask Zhang Yixiao. Is she still waiting for him? The system suddenly gave a prompt. Right now, many male students are reminiscing about their youth and have discovered a time traveler from the chaos. Locating Madu. Song Yi Cheng jumped up, shouting, a time-traveling beast? Madu. Yang Wei jumped back in surprise. A boss, are you drunk? At that moment, in Madu, at the Junlu Hotel, a grand banquet was being held in the aquarium restaurant. A polite young woman said, it is truly an honor for us to have Hall Master Lin attend today's event. He responded, oh no, not at all. Secretary Wang is too kind. The young woman then suggested, by the way, I wonder if Hall Master Lin has time to reminisce with me later. Hall Master Lin skillfully arranged, unfortunately not. I have a 2 billion investment project to discuss tonight. Perhaps we can catch up after midnight in my room. The young woman immediately agreed. Ha, that sounds good. It's settled then. Under the quiet night, a man carrying a bucket approached the fish tank. He muttered, how long has it been since they changed the water? The water's so murky, and where are the fish? Let's throw in some bait and see if they respond. Suddenly, the surface of the water bubbled, and a long tentacle shot up, wrapping around his neck and pulling him into the water. The man screamed, help, help. He desperately beat his hands against the glass tank, but the guests in the room were lost in the music, seemingly unaware of the commotion by the tank. At this moment, at the highest point in Madu, Song Yi Cheng surveyed his surroundings and asked, is it done yet? Isn't this about locating someone who traveled through time? Wasn't it supposed to be done in a few minutes? The system replied, this task is that the alien Empress Mother has released the same strain as her first batch at the Junlu Hotel. The number of people infected has reached the hundreds. The system must track each infected entity, which of course is a massive workload. He grumbled. Just dealing with one Dongmen King was exhausting enough, and now it's over 100 people. What's with this dark system and its 996 nonsense? The system, not backing down, immediately retorted, do you think the system gives you the ability to show off? Hurry up and get to work. Step 1. To avoid the spread of accidents, head to the airport or train station, clear out the infected entities, and prepare to leave the city. Yi Cheng expressed his frustration. I have my dignity. I will never bow to this dark master. I don't believe there's no easier way to handle this. At the same time, at the Madu police headquarters, a phone call came in. Is this one? I want to report a case. Is there an alien Empress Mother traveling through time in Madu? Immediately, a police officer warned. Master, filing a false report is a criminal offense. Yi Cheng loudly affirmed, I told you. It's true. This Empress Mother will keep laying eggs, large and small, which then parasitize people's bodies. After a few hours, they will inevitably mature into parasites, and in great numbers. A moment later, the call was disconnected. The girl muttered, alien incursion, and I'm still the mighty Calabash warrior, an iron-blooded fire. Just then someone entered from outside. Captain Zhao welcomed Madu to come and direct the operation. The girl on phone duty looked out, admiration in her eyes. Captain Xing Zhao is so valiant. A police officer was reporting on the translocated person. We have initiated wide area surveillance. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng was driving to Mo International Airport. Information received. Parasite Entity No. 001. Mark Freeman, a scholar from Nation A. He sighed. Do I really have to kill him? He's human too. The system announced, from the moment he was parasitized, Mark Freeman ceased to be human. If you show him mercy, You'll only allow the alien to run amok and spread across the world. In the main hall of the airport, Mark Freeman was bidding farewell to his friends. My friends, I will miss you. And the crab meat dish. The girl patted him on the shoulder. Mark Freeman welcomes you to come again next time. Mark Freeman waved his hand and left. Suddenly, he stopped and shouted, "Wait, ah!" Mark Freeman clutched his stomach and cried out, "Help! Help! Help!" Seeing his painful expression, his friend quickly shouted, "Ah, hurry, call an ambulance." Yi Chang arrived just in time to witness the scene. "This is bad, it's matured, it's too late." The girl screamed, Don't come over here." Mark Freeman kept crying for help. Help, help. He himself didn't understand what was happening. However, Yi Chang quickly grabbed a spear, leaped up, and thrust it strongly into Mark Freeman's back. He only had time to let out a scream of "A" before collapsing. The young girl, frightened, collapsed to the ground and screamed, "Ah, he's dead." The system confirmed. The alien parasite has been killed. Immediately, it proceeded to the North Station to continue eliminating the 5 individuals infected with the parasites. Yi Chang thought to herself, even though they were parasites, the feeling of killing someone was still unpleasant. A young man with blonde hair standing nearby exclaimed, "Everyone, look, it's Zhu Shang-chi." The crowd erupted in chaos. Zhu Shang-chi has killed someone. It's so scary. Call the police quickly. He mumbled an apology, then jumped out of the window and ran away. The woman shouted, "He's running away." Soon, the command center of the Madu Police Department received the news. Zhu Shang-chi had killed someone. The person on the other end of the line sounded chaotic. "It's so scary. Call the police quickly." A police officer reported to Captain Zhao, "According to the intelligence, Zhu Shang-chi has killed 3 innocent people." Zhao Ling angrily slammed her fist on the table. As expected, he's nothing good. After being quiet for a while, who'd have thought he'd come to Madu to cause chaos? The woman gave an order. The intelligence department needs to gather any related information online. This time, we must catch this crazed murderer. Her subordinates immediately complied. Yes. Zhao Ling quickly set off. "Everyone, follow me." The news program was airing the latest report. According to the 11 o'clock broadcast, Zhu Shang-chi had appeared at the airport and train station, wielding a spear, attacking and killing many innocent people. There were also many attacking comments on social media. One commenter said, "I can't believe Zhu Shang-chi is like this. It can't be real, right?" Someone else confirmed, "It's real. They were all stabbed through the chest and died. They should change his name to Crazy Spear Killer." Another person remarked, "Zhu Shang-chi, and he dares to call himself a hero. Indeed, he is not human. Why did he kill someone? Perhaps there is something hidden behind it." A large crowd was enraged. Can the brain-dead idiot at least straighten out his perspective a bit? Others agreed. Exactly, does the murderer even have anything to explain? In a narrow alley, Yi Chang gasped for breath. Finally managing to escape from the police, the system suddenly spoke up. "Master, I have 2 pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" He snapped irritably. "Since when did you care about my feelings? Just say it." The system responded. "Netizens have changed your name from Zhu Shang-chi to the perverted murderous maniac." Yi Chang opened his phone to check and cried out, "Ugh! Being the one to stop things isn't easy. I've never even violated traffic rules, and now I'm labeled as a murderous maniac and being hunted by the police." He went on to rent a bicycle, successfully completing the payment. The system sounded displeased. "Why are you still in the mood to rent a bike at a time like this? There's another piece of bad news I haven't told you," he urged. "Spit it out," the system replied. "The next Alien Empress Mother Parasitism event is less than an hour away." At the entrance of the Junlu Hotel, a girl whispered, "Bin bro, you look really impressive today." He planted a quick kiss on the girl's cheek and then said, "Want to see how formidable Brother Bin can be?" After saying that, he casually pleased himself out in the street. The girl cried out, "Yah, disgusting." Bin smiled and said, "It's fine. After all, not many people get to see a sight like this." Suddenly he cried, "A cow! You! What's wrong with you?" The girl, trembling, replied, "Brother Bin, I feel like something's not right." Seeing a cow's face contort, he shouted and stomped down hard. Ah, from the Agu family, the girl wailed in pain, begging, "Brother Bin, save me, ah." Just then, Song Yicheng appeared. He drove a spear through a Kiao to finish her off, then turned to a Bin and said, "Sorry, brother." He fled in terror. "Don't come any closer." Pointing the spear at a Bin, Song Yicheng said, "You must die too." Abruptly, someone lunged forward and delivered a kick to stop him. "Stop!" Zhao Ling charged in wielding a gun. "The mad killer has struck again," she said. "Drop your weapon. Hands on your head." Song Yicheng looked at the police encircling them and thought to himself, "What can I do this time? If the parasite isn't dealt with, everyone nearby, including the police, will die." Seeing a Bin had prepared for mutation, he swung his spear up. No time to think anymore. He had to act quickly and then leave. Seeing his rash move, Zhao Ling ordered fire. As the rain of bullets came pouring in, Song Yicheng was horrified, realizing it was bad. He turned around, using his bones to form a circular shield to block the bullets, but one round pierced his chest. Yicheng fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Zhao Ling shouted, "The suspect has been shot, cease fire." The system reminded, "Host, please be aware. Although your physical condition can recover quickly, it is impossible to completely avoid bullet attacks." He cried out, "It hurts so much." Zhao Ling rushed forward to attack, the girl shouting, "The murderer is fast. Surrender now." Song Yicheng saw how quickly she struck. This female officer's martial arts were formidable, so he raised his hand to block. Just then, a Bin screamed, "Ah ah ah." Seeing the greenish fluid spilling out more and more, Yicheng could only exclaim, "This is bad." A monster emerged from a Bin's body. The police officer screamed, "Oh my God, what is this?" Yicheng hurriedly shouted, "Alien, it's fully formed. Everyone evacuate now." Zhao Ling was utterly shocked. The creature lunged forward, attacking a female officer, causing her to die on the spot. Zhao Ling commanded, "Everyone, stay calm. Team 1, fire on the creature. Team 2, secure the scene and protect the civilians." All the guns were aimed at the monster, but it was unharmed. The bullets hit its skin and flattened out. The police officer announced, "It's no use. The bullets can't penetrate it." The monster continued its rampage, and the scene was chaotic. Seeing her teammates being attacked, the female officer could only scream in helplessness. "Be careful." Song Yicheng observed carefully. "This is a newly hatched alien. Its skin is impervious to blades. What should we do?" He thought for a moment, then murmured to himself, "That's not right. This creature must have a weakness." Suddenly, Zhao Ling shouted, "Get out of the way." With a sharp sound, the girl suddenly launched a blade-like tongue. Zhao Ling kicked the monster hard in the head, creating a deep wound. Green liquid spurted out, splashing onto the girl's chest. Zhao Ling immediately realized, no, its blood can corrode. Sure enough, her shirt was torn in a large patch, and the monster charged towards the girl. Song Yicheng rushed to help, thinking to himself, "Yes, your aggressive attacks have provoked it." He caught Zhao Ling, who was falling, and a thought flashed in his mind. He had discovered its weakness. Yicheng shouted, "The damn little bastard, daring to bully women, try one of my spears." He swung his spear and struck it fiercely into its head. The monster was split in half. Finally dead. Zhu Kushang is still more powerful than the nuisance. Zhao Ling exclaimed, "I never imagined such a creature could exist." "So the people you killed before were?" Yicheng replied, "They were all parasitized. Once infested, there's no cure." The girl silently thought, "So that's how it is. He didn't kill innocent people. If I hadn't stopped him, none of this would have happened." He reminded her, "Quick, call for reinforcements. There are still parasites in this hotel, along with a terrifying Empress Mother." He walked towards the entrance, suddenly turning around and shouting, "By the way, let me tell you the weak point of the alien. It's in the head." Zhao Ling grabbed the radio and called the headquarters. "Stop the pursuit of Zhu Shangqi immediately. This is an urgent mission." Before she could finish, the voice on the other end responded, "Zhao Ling, the captain has sent a rescue request to the whole team. Prepare for reinforcement." 2 military helicopters appeared in the sky. Seeing their markings, the girl realized these were from the army directly under the general's command. This isn't good. At that moment, inside the Great Desolate Hotel, as soon as the figure holding the spear entered, The sound of frantic shouting echoed. "Ah, hurry, run!" The receptionist asked, "What exactly happened?" A girl screamed, "Hurry and run! Zhu Shangqi is coming to kill people." The system reported, "Host, the system has confirmed the presence of 6 parasites." Yi Cheng coldly said, "I'm really sorry, but today I have to play the bad guy." He swung his spear and attacked fiercely. The screams of agony rang out. "Oh, help, don't kill me." In just a moment, all 6 were eliminated. The system sighed and couldn't help but comment, "In my imagination, you're just a little better than scrap metal." Yi Cheng said, "If you want to praise me, feel free to do so directly. I'm not arrogant. And also, the reward for this mission better be decent. If not, I wouldn't be surprised if the system notified me. Oh, I forgot to mention, if this mission fails, the entire reward will be revoked, along with 3 years of baldness, and nothing more will be asked of you. Just straight to the spirit. Prince Charming, leader, ancestor, don't hesitate to go up the mountain of blades or into the sea of flames. I, the humble one, guarantee it won't be any trouble." The system's complaints continued before it returned to the main topic. Floor 30, Floor 42, and Floor 37 have been infected. The completion time is 20 minutes, and finally, Empress Mother is waiting for you on the rooftop. Several corpses are floating in the fish tank. Empress Mother in the tank is constantly calling out, "I'm so hungry, my children need more nourishment." Everyone in the banquet hall then looked over at the glass tank, and upon seeing Empress Mother, exclaimed, "Look, what is that? A monster." Empress Mother pierced through the glass wall, and the girl screamed, It wants to get out." The beast kept making noises. Nourishment, more nourishment. Countless holes were torn open. Water began spilling onto the floor, and everyone screamed, "The glass is about to break. We need to run." In the blink of an eye, the water rose high, and many people, unable to escape in time, were drowned. Empress Mother surged forward, her tentacles wrapping tightly around the girl. Those running out screamed, "Help, hurry, run." Empress Mother's tentacles spread out in all directions, quickly capturing everyone within its reach. The screams of agony echoed, shaking the space. In another hallway, Yi Cheng was running as fast as he could. The banquet hall was just ahead, but it was too late. He stepped into a puddle of water. Before him, countless corpses lay scattered, unmoving, as he stared at what stood at the end of the hallway. Yi Cheng stood frozen. This is... The Empress Mother exclaimed, "Try this flavor." This bizarre creature, half shrimp and half squid, was the alien Empress Mother. System notification. Alien Empress Mother. A chaotic time-traveling entity. Task level C. Yi Cheng gripped his spear tightly, thinking to himself, "Finally, it's your turn." "It's here." To his surprise, the creature shook its head, seemingly indifferent. It still held another girl in its hand. Yi Cheng felt a bit frustrated. This Empress Mother is something else, daring to ignore me. Well then, don't blame me for acting first. He leaped high, aimed for its head, and hurled the spear while shouting, "Are you hungry? Then have a taste of my spear." A loud clang echoed, but the creature was unscathed. Yi Cheng was astonished. Damn it, is its head made of iron? Suddenly, it swung its hand in retaliation, and with a swish, its sharp claws tore a deep gash across his chest. Yi Cheng fell to the ground. The Empress Mother began to rage, tossing things around. He hid behind a large table, thinking to himself, compared to the Empress Mother, the newly born aliens are really lacking. System warning. Host, every attack from the Empress Mother is corrosive. Your body is recovering quickly. It will take at least half an hour. Yi Cheng replied, "No, in half an hour, its second reproduction phase will be over." At that moment, the sound of the helicopter grew louder. He thought to himself that the female officer had brought reinforcements, and he needed to lure it upstairs to buy more time. He immediately activated his windshield and light body technique, leaping high into the air, shouting, "Great octopus demon, follow me. Heh." But just as he reached the rooftop, he heard a command. "Don't move. Suspect Zhu Shangqi. Put down your weapon, and place your hands on your head." Yi Cheng let out a sound of surprise. Behind him, the police had their guns trained on him. He quickly raised his hand to explain, "Brothers, maybe your boss didn't make things clear. The real enemy is not me. The leader remained stern, issuing a final warning. If you don't drop your weapon, we'll shoot. Yi Cheng cursed inwardly. Damn it. Empress Mother is behind. No time to explain. He raised his spear and charged straight toward them. Let's do this. I'll take a gamble. The attack order was immediately shouted. He slammed the tip of his spear into the ground and leaped high into the air. All the bullets simultaneously shot straight toward Empress Mother. The moment they saw the monster, the security team turned pale. What is this thing? Yi Cheng thought to himself, seizing the opportunity. While Empress Mother was distracted by the hail of bullets, he jumped onto its head and thrust his spear down into the red eye on its forehead, the spearhead sinking deep inside. Sure enough, its eye was the weak spot. Let's see how you like being pierced through the brain. Yi Cheng exerted all his strength, stabbing forcefully. The creature struggled and thrashed about, and he wondered, what's going on? It's still not dead. At this point, his stamina had dropped drastically. Yi Cheng thought to himself, damn it, I don't have much energy left. The security team unleashed heavy firepower, preparing grenade launchers. Seeing this, Yi Cheng was shocked and let out a sound of surprise. He hadn't expected them to use grenade launchers. Are you guys not concerned about my life at all? He thought, scrambling to run. Run, just run. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of exploding shells echoed continuously. Yi Cheng looked at the intense firepower and guessed. Well, I'm probably done for. A little while later, the security captain shouted, stop, the whole team maintain alert. But suddenly, from the thick smoke, tendrils shot out, wrapping tightly around the necks of those in the front. They didn't have time to dodge, and could only let out a few muffled groans before being dragged toward Empress Mother's mouth. The monster screamed, swallowing a treasure. Its shrill cries of ah echoed. Yi Cheng rushed forward, cursing under his breath. He used his spear to block the tentacles, and pushed the security guard aside. The other stepped back, and he spun his spear like a windmill, fending off the attacks of the Empress Mother. There were too many tentacles. He couldn't handle them all alone. The monster seized the opportunity to launch its remaining tentacles to capture people. The announcement from the helicopter blared. Fall back. Hold on. The helicopter is coming to rescue you. Yi Cheng saw Zhao Ling inside and immediately recognized her. The helicopter started firing at the Empress Mother. Suddenly, Yi Cheng wondered why the monster was just staring at the helicopter, motionless. He asked the system, what's the intelligence level of alien Empress Mother? The system replied, in the world of monsters, it's considered of a high rank. In the human world, it's regarded as intelligent. Yi Cheng asked again, how much longer until its second parasitic phase? The system responded, less than 5 minutes. A wave of anxiety gripped his heart. This was bad. He shouted, get the helicopter moving. The Empress Mother is trying to hijack it to escape. Sure enough, the monster leaped at the helicopter. Zhao Ling clung tightly to the frame of the landing gear. The helicopter shook violently, making Zhao Ling feel unsteady. The danger alert system immediately sounded off. Yi Cheng was terrified. Once Empress Mother releases the parasitic species in the air, the consequences will be unimaginable. The helicopter lost its balance. This was the last chance to stop it, and it had to succeed. He gathered his strength, jumped with all his might, and charged straight toward Empress Mother's position. The monster controlled its tentacles to block him. As he got closer, Yi Cheng noticed a part of the tentacles near the abdomen that did not seem to attack. Could it be? He used his spear to slice through several tentacles right in front of him, and then found its weak spot. Take this. He unleashed the move Azure Dragon emerging from water, stabbing directly into its belly. Green liquid sprayed out. Empress Mother screamed and thrashed violently, causing the helicopter to flip. The security staff shouted, what's happening? It's bad. We're going to crash. The helicopter suddenly exploded with a deafening roar, shaking the sky and the earth. In the hotel room, a person was wrapped tightly in a blanket, their voice trembling with fear. I heard that Zhu Changxi came to the hotel to kill people. I'm currently at the Junlu Hotel. It's 5:00 a.m. now. I don't know if I'll see the sun tomorrow. A girl is lying in bed, tears welling up in her eyes, live streaming. Brother, before you die, could you give me a few more likes? Sniff, sniff. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and the girl was startled. Ah! What was that sound? With a crash, The window shattered, and Yi Chang rushed into the room carrying Zhao Ling. He ordered, "Ju Ku Shan." The girl rolled to the ground, hiding herself and peeking out with one eye. This was the infamous, monstrous killer warrior that everyone was talking about online. He's holding a female cop. What's he planning to do? Yi Chang placed the girl on the bed, shaking her and calling out, "Hey, are you all right? Wake up." He wiped away the sweat on his brow and sighed. "Oh," he muttered, "looks like she's completely unconscious." System, how badly is she injured? The system diagnosed. Her head was violently struck, causing internal bleeding. Her ribs are broken. Even if she's sent to the nearest hospital, she will only survive, but she will be a vegetable. Yi Chang said, "She got hurt trying to save me. Is there any other way? I don't want to see anyone die in front of me anymore." The system replied, "Well, there is another way. This time, the mission involves stopping a high-level alien, so the reward is 3 divine power seeds." He asked in surprise, "Divine power seeds? Can they save her?" The system confirmed it was correct, but the life seed with divine powers was extremely rare, equivalent to an SS-grade treasure in human terms. In the future, there would definitely be an opportunity to save the life of the master. Yi Chang urged, "Stop talking. Give me the reward quickly. I need to save her." The announcement sounded. Earn 10 million. Learn the long elephant weak dragon technique. Weapons upgraded. Ju Ku Shang evolved into the Overlord Spear. Martial arts level increased, becoming a second-tier master. He couldn't hide his excitement and laughed out loud. "Buy it." Haha. The girl watching from the other side grew even more frightened, thinking, "This guy's a freak." Yi Chang quickly chose to use the divine power seed. A ray of blue light appeared, looking very mystical, and the little girl widened her eyes. "What's that? Magic? It's incredible. I have to go back and tell him. Wait, I need to pull out my phone and record this." The energy from the glowing sphere descended onto Zhao Ling's body, and as her complexion gradually turned pink again, Yi Chang mumbled, "It seems to be working. She should be fine now." The divine seed really was impressive. Yi Chang wiped the sweat off his brow and said, "Captain, I cured her. Please don't come after me anymore," he said, then leaped over the shattered glass wall and disappeared. He felt something very strange. Was it an illusion? It felt like someone was watching him. Below, at the hotel's courtyard, the fire department was working tirelessly, quickly evacuating people. The citizens were terrified, urging each other to run. Yi Chang sat on the rooftop, looking down, and thought, "Phew. It's finally over. A fire and explosion like that. Everyone must have thought they were going to die." The system suddenly reminded him, "Master, using internal energy while severely injured, the wound on your chest will take at least 2 weeks to heal. It's advised that you quickly find a quiet place to rest and recover." He agreed, "Ma'am, let's go home." Today, Song Yi Chang moved into the Yu Tianhu Villa in Yanzhou City. As the car arrived at the gate, the security staff greeted him, "Welcome home." He looked at the large villa, its exterior very modern, and murmured, "I never thought Song Yi Chang would one day live in a new house." He entered and took a quick look around. The decorations were exquisite, indeed Chang Fatty style. Yi Chang lay down on the sofa, muttering to himself, "Everything here is perfect, but why does it not feel like home?" He turned on the TV. With a little sound, the emptiness seemed to dissipate. The news broadcast was on. According to reports, this attack is linked to a man known as Zhu Shangqi. The current death toll has reached 200 people. Countries around the world have shown great concern and support for this case. On the police side, Yi Chang chuckled softly and said, "The alien incident has indeed been perfectly sealed off. Only the infamous reputation of Zhu Shangqi continues to etch itself into people's hearts." He looked up at the ceiling, feeling exhausted, and subconsciously closed his eyes, falling into sleep, until he heard whispers followed by a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Yi Chang sat up, rubbed his eyes, and asked, "Who's there?" "Come in, come in." The knocking grew louder. Knock, knock. Then a loud voice boomed. "Is the crazy murderer inside? Did this beautiful house cost a human life?" A group of people, not knowing how they had found his house, shouted and tried to force the door open. Yi Chang struggled to hold the door shut. The crowd demanded, "Why aren't you answering?" He quickly replied, I didn't kill anyone. They were all infected by the alien parasite. Suddenly, the glass door shattered. A skull rolled into the house. It was someone he had killed. The skull spoke, asking, "Why? I have a name, I have family. Why?" Yi Cheng was terrified, clutching his head and shouting, "No! I did it all to save you." The TV screen suddenly changed, and Empress Mother stood behind a group of frenzied people, laughing with delight. The crowd kept accusing him. The murderer is him. Countless voices condemned him. The murderer must pay for the life, as hands reached out to tear at him. Yi Cheng seemed to be overwhelmed by a tide of accumulated hatred. He screamed, "Don't come near me." He suddenly jolted awake, sitting up, still on the sofa. Oh, a nightmare! Just then, his phone rang. He opened a message from the district at Song Family Manor. Person A said there would be a meeting next week, but two people hadn't confirmed yet and urged a quick reply. Yi Xiao, the great hero of Tian Li Che. Person B chimed in, "Old song. I don't know, but the important thing is to make sure the beauty shows up." Person C promised to get the job done. Person D demanded, "It's been years since we've met. Everyone better come back here." Yi Cheng smiled. These people are still as noisy as ever. Life hasn't been the same lately. I'll go home for a few days and see. He sent a reply. Then I'll come back for a visit. You all make it so obvious. He came back because the beauty queen is here. I knew for sure that something had happened between the two of them before. Yi Cheng walked over to the window and looked outside. It's been a while since the high school reunion. Zhang Yi Chao. Did she come back? He drove home, singing joyfully as he went. I live in this district. I'm from this district, born and raised here. The system, irritated, muttered, "If you don't know the lyrics, could you please stop singing?" Yi Cheng chuckled. Who said I wasn't in a good mood today? Anyway, I'm recovering from an injury right now. I don't have any missions, and it's just the perfect time to go home and see my goddess Yi Xiao. The system sarcastically commented, One side is the pure beauty queen of the school. The other side is the fiery, domineering king. How will the master split their attention?" He snapped back. She doesn't even care about me. And aren't you a system? Why do you like eavesdropping on other people's gossip? Meanwhile, at the Special Investigation Department, Zhao Ling quickly entered her office. The staff member saw her and asked, "Captain, you're back already. Is your health okay?" She answered briefly, "I'm fine." In her heart, Zhao Ling wondered, what exactly had happened back then? I only remember fainting after the explosion, vaguely seeing someone saving me. After I woke up, my body had no wounds. Could it be? The girl suddenly said, "The video you showed me earlier." In the video, Yi Cheng was treating Zhao Ling's injuries. It was a truly vivid video, making countless viewers excited. Zhu Shangxi was not dead. As I said, Zhu Shangxi is not a bad person. We can't let the lies of the media make a hero shed tears. I hope Zhu Shangxi isn't dead. The people he killed were those infected with the poison virus. Those who chased him, he still saved them. Zhao Ling understood. It was truly miraculous. No wonder there were no wounds on his body. He had saved him. No, he had saved everyone. The police officer asked the captain, "Do you think we should block this video?" The girl replied, "No need, just block all comments about Zhu Shangxi." The person hesitated, "But the general over there." Zhao Ling ordered, "Carry out the order immediately. I'll take care of the other matters." He immediately responded, "Yes," and quickly left the room. When he was alone in the room, Zhao Ling smiled happily. She thought to herself, "You're my teammate, aren't you?" At that moment, Yi Cheng walked to the central business district of Song Family Manor Town. He had styled his hair, applied gel to make it stand up, gargled 3 times, and wore clothes so expensive that they looked like they were not even new, even down to his lucky underwear. Yi Cheng silently thought to himself, after 4 years since graduation, he was finally going to meet her again. The system scrutinized him attending the reunion party, going overboard. Was he planning to confess to the beauty queen? He jumped in surprise. "Ha! Ridiculous, who said I was planning to confess?" Suddenly, a voice called from the other side, "Song Yi Cheng, long time no see." It was Ning Great Deity, the class president. Yi Cheng hurried over and cheerfully said, "Class President Ning, it's been years, and you still look as outstanding as ever." Ning Great Deity calmly replied, "I'm just a poor teacher in the village. How could I compare to Brother Song? You've been living in the city for years, eating well, and even bought a luxury car. He smiled wryly. Stop teasing me. Let's go quickly. Great Deity opened the door, and upon seeing the person sitting inside, he said, Old Meng, Old Liu are waiting for you. As soon as Yi Chang sat down, Old Meng slapped his shoulder and laughed heartily. Old Song, I never expected the four of us from 49 would gather again, ha! Yi Chang glanced over at the table, but before he could do much, Old Meng grabbed his head and asked, Who are you looking for? Do you really need to treat your friends so lightly? He chuckled softly and asked in a low voice, Zhang Yiqiao, isn't she coming? Ning Great Deity. Sorry, brother, actually Yi Xiao messaged me. She's not coming. Recently, she seems very busy, and I didn't insist on inviting her. Yi Chang lowered his head and replied, Oh, I see. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Song Yi Chang, you poor brat, still remember our campus beauty. Sun Xiang Kui, looking like someone with money, arrogantly asked, Don't you ever look in the mirror to see if you're worthy? Yi Chang stood up abruptly, thinking to himself, Of course it's Sun Xiang Kui. I've never liked that greasy look of his. He always sticks to Zhang Yiqiao like glue. Seeing the atmosphere growing tense, Great Deity quickly said, I think you should cut down on the nonsense today. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiang Kui grabbed the collar of his classmate and yelled, You poor teacher, I haven't settled things with you yet. How long has your elementary school been on my land? Yi Chang frowned and spoke. Sun Xiang Kui released Ning Great Deity and turned to grab Yi Chang by the collar, his tone laced with mockery. You're no better. After graduating, Song Yi Chang hasn't been doing very well, has he? He wants to meet my Yi Xiao while wearing this cheap outfit? If you don't have money to buy clothes, I can donate some to you. No need to pay me back. He didn't say much to someone so talkative like that, and directly punched him hard. Sun Xiang Kui flew out into the hallway, and everyone started whispering. What's going on? What happened? Is Song Yi Chang causing trouble again? Just then, a girl walked in, and everyone exclaimed, Look, it's Zhang Yiqiao. Looking at the beautiful girl in the light purple dress, her aura as refreshing as the morning sun, Yi Chang felt his heart race, and his face turn red. Sun Xiang Kui, lying on the ground, raised his head and said, Yi Xiao, you're here. Song Yi Chang was quite rough, and she had to be careful. The girl replied coldly, Please show some respect. Don't act like we're close friends. Yi Chang, nervous, stammered, Yi Xiao. Old Meng shouted loudly, The beauty has arrived. Great Deity signaled for silence. Sha, something's happening. Yi Xiao flashed a friendly smile and greeted them. It's been a while, you haven't changed at all. Song Yi Chang responded. Yi Xiao, you haven't changed either. From this moment on, everything became silent. The noisy teasing voices from the party no longer existed. In my eyes, all that remained was her smile, just like before. Everyone quickly resumed the party, eating, drinking, and chatting merrily. As night fell, on the mountain behind the Song family manor, where the dead were buried, the space suddenly trembled, and a hand emerged from the ground. Xiao Shan, the time traveler, has appeared. She entered the nearby village and walked toward a house. Xiao Wang was sitting inside, drinking beer and looking at his phone. Come on, get to the point. Young master, you're so naughty, he exclaimed. As expected of a kind-hearted ghost, the spirit is just as beautiful. It's worth being harmed like this. Ha ha ha. The door suddenly opened, but Xiao Wang still had his eyes glued to his phone. Ha, can't take it anymore, huh? The girl stepped into the house, and he asked, are you Xiao Shan? Xiao Shan shyly replied, A lost girl. May I stay at your place for the night, young master? Xiao Wang threw the beer can aside, stammering, Can I stay? Xiao Shan sat down on the bed and softly said, Young master, it's late. Let's rest. His heart was pounding so loudly in his chest, and he secretly thought to himself, could it be that I'll get some benefits today? Xiao Wang, with a sly smile, replied, Little girl, don't be scared. I'll be very gentle. With that, he pinned her to the bed. Xiao Shan screamed, A young master. In her heart, the girl thought, Sure enough, there's no good man. As soon as Xiao Wang pinned her down, a shrill scream echoed. Yi Chang's class reunion had ended. Old Meng was helping old Liu, who was thoroughly drunk, to the car. Despite not being steady on his feet, he shouted loudly. The reunion was so much fun. No matter what, old song. Let's drink some more. Yi Cheng exclaimed, I can't believe, after all these years, everyone still had such a great time. Great Deity responded, yeah, that's true. He suddenly realized he was like a spare light bulb, so he quickly said, all right then, brother Song, you take Yi Chao home. I'll take the bus over there. He replied, I'll take you home as well. Great Deity dashed off, no need, I'll go ahead. Yi Cheng, looking a bit embarrassed, said to Yi Chao, well then, let's go. The girl blushed and replied, Mem. Great Deity, standing by the roadside, watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh, truly enviable. Ning Great Deity, where's your true love? Never mind, I am just a poor teacher, without a house or a car. Well, I'll go home and prepare lessons for the kids. As he turned away, a girl bumped into him. Great Deity quickly asked, little girl, are you all right? The girl, looking frightened, cried out, young master, please save Xiao Shan. At this moment, Yi Cheng had just driven to Zhang Yi Chao's house. The girl said, I didn't expect you to still remember where I live. He thought to himself, back when he was in school, he used to come here often, hoping to run into her. Her phone number, though he had never called, he had never forgotten. Yi Cheng suddenly glanced at the girl's hand. Was she still using the keychain he had given her? Suddenly, both of them spoke at once. The story is, you go first. Yi Cheng seized the opportunity, looked straight into her eyes, and spoke with sincere emotion. Yi Chao, I like you. Let's be together. The girl blushed and smiled softly. He reached out to gently touch her cheek, preparing to kiss her, when a notification from the system appeared. Host, there is a new message. He slammed his hand against the car door in frustration. The system, upset, responded. Rebellion. Ah, never mind. It's not urgent anyway. I don't like eating plain rice. Great Deity brought Xiao Shan to his room, and he shyly said, come in, it's a bit simple here. Please don't mind it. Xiao Shan quickly stroked her hair. Young master, it's already dark. Let Xiao Shan. But Great Deity replied, tonight you sleep in the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor. Xiao Shan was very surprised, let out a sound, and thought to herself, Humph, brought me all the way here, yet pretending to be upright. In the middle of the night, Xiao Shan woke up. She thought to herself, a good opportunity, and sharp claws appeared, using the moment to drain all his essence. Great Deity suddenly turned over, mumbling in his sleep, second sister, you're reading comics during class again. Confiscated. Xiao Shan leaped onto the bed, wondering, what am I afraid of? Why haven't I made a move yet? Suddenly, she saw Great Deity moving closer to her. She thought, Humph, this is the true face of a man. Unexpectedly, he pulled the blanket up and covered her, muttering, it's so cold, and you won't cover yourself with the blanket. Little girl, you're really pitiful, probably suffering a lot. Xiao Shan's mind was in chaos. What kind of man is this? After thinking for a while, she didn't know when she had fallen asleep. The next morning, the children entered the room, and upon seeing Xiao Shan sleeping on the teacher's bed, they began to gossip excitedly. If a man and a woman sleep together, they will have a baby. Teacher Nate finally has a girlfriend. A boy reminded him. That's great, but keep it down. Xiao Shan suddenly woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw 3 children staring at her. She was startled and exclaimed, Hearing the scream, Ning Great Deity immediately walked into the room and asked, what's wrong? He shouted, why aren't you kids in class? What are you doing here? He grabbed the children and awkwardly added, sorry, it was too late last night. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself. This building is a rural elementary school. I'm a teacher here, Ning Great Deity explained. We're the only teachers here, the little girl added. He instructed Xiao Shan, you can eat the breakfast I left on the table. I'll be back after class ends. The teacher and students quickly left. Ning Great Deity grumbled. I think these kids have too little homework, don't you? The students begged. Please, teacher. Xiao Shan wondered, what is a rural elementary school? Moreover, the people here dressed very strangely. Ning Great Deity looked out into the yard, where Xiao Shan was playing with the children, and it seemed even more mysterious. It was Xiao Shan's first time here. but she quickly adapted to life with the children. She is very kind-hearted, yet often engages in strange actions. For example, when watching a movie, she is terrified of ghosts. But sometimes she picks up a few mice as if she's about to mukbang. I had to shout that this isn't something you can eat. Xiao Shan is not like other girls who avoid me just because I am poor. Her smile is pure, untainted by the impurities of the world. She has never talked about her own affairs. But for some reason, in the melodious sound of her flute, it feels like I understand her entire being. Ning, great deity, silently vowed to protect this angelic girl forever. One day, he had to go out. When he returned, he bought Xiao Shan a cup of bubble tea. Xiao Shan has never had bubble tea before, she will definitely be so happy. But when he returned to the village, he saw an ambulance parked outside, and the sound of whispering and murmuring was incessant. He wondered, what's going on over there? Miss Zhang was explaining to the police. I didn't know he had missed the rent deadline by a week and still hadn't paid. I came here to collect the rent and found out. Great deity thought to himself. Something happened at Wang Erhua's house. Xiao Yi guessed it seems like he died on the evening of the 8th. Xiao Jia said, but it's only been a few days. How could the body have decomposed like this? It's horrifying. Could it be a ghost? Xiao Yi stopped him. Stop talking nonsense. Ning, great deity, thought back. On the evening of the 8th, it seemed Xiao Shan had appeared that night. Looking at Wang Erhua's withered arm, great deity suddenly dropped his cup of milk tea. He thought to himself, could it be? Ning, great deity, turned and left. Was Wang Erhua killed on the night Xiao Shan appeared? If Xiao Shan is truly a monster, what should be done? He quickly returned to school, when suddenly someone called out, isn't that Ning Tu Kai? A former classmate, how have you been? Great deity thought to himself, Sun Xiang Kui, why did you bring the village chief here? He called out loudly, construction starts tomorrow. We're just here to say hello. He looked at the inappropriate graffiti on the wall and exclaimed, Sun Xiang Kui, you are shameless. This is a school. Sun Xiang Kui grabbed him by the collar and shouted, for the sake of you being my classmate, I'll give you one last warning. Get out immediately. Otherwise, just wait to be buried alive with that pack of little bastards. Ning, great deity, turned to plead with village head Sun. This is the only place where the poor children of the village can study. I beg you, please be lenient for a while. The village head replied, the tourism project in the village is set to break ground tomorrow, whether you're willing to move or not. With that, he left quickly, ignoring Ning calling after him. Village head Sun, Xiang Kui sneered. Scholar, let me give you some advice. Drop the act of false nobility. Just now, I saw you had a beauty hidden in your dog's den. Why not bring her over tonight? Then maybe I'll reconsider and at least leave you a latrine. Haha. He turned his back and left. Ning, great deity, clenched his fists tightly. That night, he told Xiao Shan, don't be afraid. Zhang Yi Xiao is my friend. Stay with him for a few days, and I'll come to bring you back. The girl suddenly asked, why must you force me to leave? Do you despise me? Great deity answered, no, I don't. Xiao Shan said, is it because I deceived you? He gazed intently at her. Could it be, Xiao Shan? The girl lowered her head and replied, I'm actually not a human. I'm a succubus who specializes in draining men's life force. But it's all because of Demoness Lhasa who forced me into this. When I was young, she told me that men are nothing but trouble. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. Saying this, she hugged her face and began crying. He wiped away her tears and comforted her. Don't say anymore. I understand. Xiao Shan begged, Xiao Ning, please don't send me away. I won't do bad things anymore. He took her hand and said, I don't blame you, but you must leave here. It's not safe. Trust me, we'll definitely meet again. Xiao Shan lowered her head and replied, okay, I have just one request. Please allow Xiao Shan to be your wife. Xiao Shan is willing to serve you for the rest of my life. The great deity Min smiled and said, I agree with you. Zhang Yi Xiao was sitting inside the house when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. The girl quickly walked over and opened it. You've come. Xiao Shan, come in quickly. Where's your cousin? Why are you here alone? Xiao Shan lowered her head and replied, Xiao Ning, he took the car back. He seemed to be in a hurry to go tell the children something. Also, Xiao Ning is not my cousin. He's my husband. Yi Chao laughed and said, I figured it out a long time ago. She led Xiao Shan into the bedroom. Come on, tonight you have to sleep with me. Tomorrow, I'll take you into the city to play. The girl looked through the glass window and softly called, Xiao Ning. The next day, Yi Chang was practicing with a spear, or rather, it was more like he was practicing with a broom. True to the spear technique created by Hangwu, after just reaching level 2, the injuries in his body had completely disappeared. After a quick spin, Zhu Shangqi once again became a hero in the hearts of netizens. The most important thing was that after 8 years of secretly loving her, the goddess he had been longing for had finally agreed to be with him. His mother, who was hanging laundry, saw his dog-face mask and said, Xiao Chang, you're already this old and you're still playing with kid stuff. No wonder no girl is interested in you. He quickly grabbed the mask, shouting, Mom, stop rummaging through my things. He secretly thought to himself. Luckily, Mom doesn't go online, or she'd recognize the mask from Zhu Shangxi. He raised his phone to show off. Besides, there are many people chasing me. In its heart, full of self-illusion, Xiao Xiao was one of them, and the daughter of the mayor, whom he saved that day, surely had feelings for him too. Song Yi Chang's mother looked at the picture on the phone and exclaimed, These two girls are so beautiful. I'll be happy with whichever one you bring home. It'd be best to hold the wedding this year. Hearing his mother's words, he was a bit surprised. Huh? The picture shows two people, isn't it just Yi Chao? The image in the post showed Yi Chao and Xiao Shan, with the caption mentioning their first time eating ice cream and transforming into cute animals. He exclaimed, No way, isn't the class president Ning's girlfriend named Xiao Shan? At that moment, the system finally spoke up. Host, you were too busy with your relationship back then, so I didn't have a chance to tell you. Xiao Shan is the time traveler I discovered a few days ago. Song Yi Chang yelled. What? She's a time traveler? Doesn't that mean Xiao Xiao is in danger? His mother, who was nearby, heard him yelling and reached out to pat his head, asking, Time traveler? Is my son sick? Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's call came through. Ding ding ding. He immediately picked up the phone. Xiao Xiao, I was just about to call you. Are you okay? The girl replied, I'm fine, but Xiao Ning's cousin has disappeared, and I can't get in touch with Xiao Ning. Song Yi Chang hurriedly reassured, Don't worry about this, I'll come find you. With that, he quickly ran off. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Yi Chang drove while deep in thought. Ning Tukai wasn't the type to suddenly lose contact. Hopefully nothing had happened to him. At that moment at the school, Sun Xiangku was shouting loudly. What's going on here? Why hasn't it started yet? Do you have any idea how much the machinery costs per day? What if you can't make up for the delay? The worker quickly responded, We're starting now. We're starting now. Someone nearby asked, Isn't Ning Tukai still in there? He pointed towards the children and answered, He must have gone outside. Aren't the kids over there? With the school being disrupted, the children were crying uncontrollably. One older student tried to calm them down. Don't cry. Teacher Ning said he would find a new school for us. But the children continued to cry. The older student instructed them to take the tools from Teacher Ning. Let's go study under the big tree over there. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, Ning Great Deity was packing up his belongings. This should be enough. The three-sided ruler, the hanging paintings, oh, and the colored chalk. Outside, Sun Xiangkui anxiously climbed onto the excavator. The worker hurried to stop him. Boss son, please wait. We'll check everything once more before we begin. He shouted. What are you checking? It's a waste of time. Get out of the way so I can do it. The worker hurriedly called out, Boss son. He started the excavator, slowly approaching the row of classrooms, and began demolishing them. With a loud crash, the glass windows shattered, and dust and dirt were kicked up into the air. The students screamed when they saw this. Ning teacher. From a distance, the thick smoke rising from the school was clearly visible. Two people walking in the market noticed it and began discussing. Is something happening at the elementary school? The other person replied. It seems that because this project is for tourism, they have to demolish the elementary school. The two continued their conversation. What about the children and Ning teacher? The other person answered. In this world, people like us, the poor, can only survive by enduring. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Shan had already climbed to the top of the tall pole. She quickly leaped to another spot. At that moment, The two women noticed Xiao Shan. The towering signboard suddenly collapsed, falling down and startling them. Xiao Shan swiftly jumped from roof to roof. At the house being demolished by the excavator, the kids gathered around Great Deity, crying and calling for him. Ning teacher, wake up! Ning teacher! He lay unconscious on the ground, glasses shattered to pieces. The children cried out in anguish. Ning teacher, didn't you say you would teach us? While the children were bawling their eyes out, the crowd of adults on the other side gathered together in discussion. Village head son said worriedly, Boss son, this matter seems rather serious. Old John chimed in, so many people witnessed it. This won't be simple. Xiang Kui, biting his nails anxiously, muttered over and over, not simple, not simple. His eyes fell on a worker, and a thought struck him. He had found someone to take the blame. With that, Xiang Kui kicked the man to the ground and declared, It's all because of your mistake, and you even crushed someone to death. Tilting his face toward the sky in smug satisfaction, he added, As long as you handle the corpse cleanly, perhaps we won't hold you accountable. The worker turned pale in shock, his hands clasped together as he begged, Boss, please spare me a way to live. He fell to his knees, knocking his head against the ground, crying out, All my life I have been an honest man. Never have I done something so heartless. Xiang Kui then turned to Old Zhang and said, Old Zhang, you're a worker, you teach him. Old Zhang glanced at the sobbing children and answered with a smile, All right. A boy wearing a red scarf suddenly spoke up. What are you planning to do? Suddenly, a gentle hand touched the boy's shoulder. At that moment, Xiao Shan appeared out of nowhere and ordered, Move Xiao Fan and the others away, and don't come back here. Somewhere else. A foot stepped down from the car. Yi Xiao hurriedly ran, full of worry. Xiao Ning, Xiao Shan, nothing must happen. As she reached the entrance, a worker blocked her. Access to the construction site is prohibited. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao pushed him aside and said, Sorry, I'm in a hurry. The ribbon blocking the construction site was torn apart. Suddenly, a thick cloud of black smoke rose, causing everyone outside to look up in panic. What's going on? Just by looking, Yi Xiao could tell it was Xiao Shan. Inside, she saw Xiao Shan suspended in the whirlwind, with the evil workers being sucked into the vortex she created. The worker who had been blamed earlier was sitting on the ground, utterly shocked. Xiang Kui, caught in the whirlpool, screamed in desperation, Save me! Goddess, forgive me! Rocks and debris flew everywhere, and his voice grew louder. I'll pay you. Let me go. Suddenly, a stone hit Yi Xiao's head by accident. Xiang Kui continued pleading for mercy. I'll give you money. I have a lot of money. Xiao Shan said nothing, only unleashing powerful bursts of demonic energy. Immediately, the three men were forced together, screaming loudly. Their faces slammed hard into one another, making them cry out in terror. It hurts? Stop. Xiao Shan remained focused on casting the spell, while thinking silently, Xiao Ning. She whispered to herself in her mind, Xiao Ning, wait for me. It's almost done. A massive fist was clutching tightly at Xiao Shan's demonic aura, a crimson scene shrouded in darkness, with waves of pitch-black power erupting all around. No one knew how much time had passed before Xiao Shan saw Yi Xiao lying unconscious on the ground. A few drops of red liquid fell steadily. It seemed that being struck in the head earlier had caused her to faint. By now, Yi Cheng had also rushed over. He dashed toward Yi Xiao, shouting, Xiao Xiao! Yi Cheng hurriedly lifted her up, relieved as he thought. Luckily, she only fainted. He placed her to sit against a corner of the wall and said, Sorry, I'll come back for you later. Then Yi Cheng quickly ran off elsewhere. He held the staff in his hand, stunned as he witnessed Xiao Shan's brutal display. A notification appeared before him. Xiao Shan, the transmigrator in the strange tales. B-rank mission. The system urged him impatiently. Host, what are you still standing there for? Xiao Shan, the one who killed someone, had already been overwhelmed by rage, and it seemed like she wanted to start a massive slaughter. Yi Cheng, wearing a mask, looked very odd and said, She's the one Xiao Ning likes. How did things end up like this? The system immediately reminded him. No matter what happened before, now she is a dangerous time traveler. He narrowed his eyes and thought, That's true. Yi Cheng then leaped high and muttered to himself, Stopping time travelers is my mission. He quickly ran behind Xiao Shan, thinking, I must take care of her before more people get hurt. Yi Cheng dove down from above, intending to strike her with his staff. Xiao Shan, unaware of Yi Cheng's presence, didn't notice anything. A stream of water trickled down her cheek from behind, leaving him confused. It was Yi Cheng who froze, realizing it was a tear. The staff was almost pressed against her, but he changed his mind. No, I can't do this. Thus, Yi Cheng gripped the staff tightly and stopped. But it was too late. The staff had already pierced her, tearing open one side of Xiao Shan's waist. Red blood flowed from the wound as she collapsed to the ground, ceasing her spell. The system, witnessing this, immediately scolded him. Yi Cheng, what are you doing? You could have taken her down in one strike just now. He immediately retorted, but we have no choice, because we are not killing machines. We are human beings. Yi Cheng stepped forward and asked Xiao Shan, Xiao Shan, tell me what happened. She glanced up at him and said, It was you. I saw you in a photo of Xiao Ning. Xiao Shan smiled gently and said to Yi Cheng, You claim you are a good person, but in Xiao Ning's eyes, everyone is a good person. Then she burst into tears, lamenting how this world still harbored so many evil demons. Xiao Ning had. Yi Cheng frowned and pressed. What happened to Xiao Ning? Where is he? At that moment it began to rain, and everyone gathered around the great deity. The system awkwardly spoke up. Sorry, host, the divine powers can only be used on the living. In this case, I can't help you. Xiao Shan laid the great deity on her lap and cried uncontrollably. Xiao Ning, weren't we supposed to get married? Didn't you promise to let me take care of you for the rest of your life? She touched his face and continued. Xiao Ning, do you know, the time I spent with you was the most beautiful period of my 500 years of life. Unable to hold back tears and feeling regret, he whispered, Sorry, class monitor, I'm late. He turned his head away and said, Is there anything else I can do for you two? Xiao Shan raised her hand, her sharp claws visible, and slowly replied, It's for you to look up at the sky and make your last wish. Please bury us together. Yi Cheng was startled, turning to shout, Xiao Shan. The kids also called out her name loudly, Xiao Shan's sister. But Xiao Shan, with her claws, slashed a line across her neck and fell to the ground beside the person she loved the most. Yi Cheng made a silent vow to himself, I promise you. Now, a new day had arrived, and two people were heading to a certain place. They arrived at the Ning Great Deity Hope Primary School construction site. It turned out that Yi Cheng and Yi Xiao were standing in front of a small tombstone under a tree, which seemed to be the grave of Xiao Shan and the Great Deity. They placed a bouquet of chrysanthemums in front of the tomb. Yi Xiao spoke sadly, Xiao Ning and Xiao Shan, they're finally together. Yi Cheng quietly murmured in response, his heart in turmoil. He knew that in the future, if Xiao Xiao stayed by his side, he would face even more danger. His thoughts were filled with worry, wondering if he would be caught in danger. Their hands brushed against each other, and they held hands, turning their backs and walking away. Yi Xiao turned to change the subject. Right, come over to my house for dinner today. My mom keeps asking about you. But Yi Cheng declined. No, I have to go back to Yanzhou. I have some things to take care of. He silently thought to himself that he had to become stronger in order to protect her. The system watched their backs with resentment. Emph. People love to lie, to romanticize everything. Such foolish minds. So easily doomed. Indeed, the system is still superior. It recalled Yi Cheng's words from the previous battle. Because I am not a killing machine, but a human with humanity. The system naturally couldn't understand, but for some reason, when it heard him say this, it felt strangely handsome. After burying Xiao Shan and Xiao Ning, I left the family estate. In order to protect Yi Xiao, to prevent her from getting hurt, I had to become stronger. Later, after some time, I threw myself into completing the suppression missions. In Dongjing, Yi Cheng used the dual blade technique to deal with his enemies. In New York, he used a basic fist technique to take down the giant monkey. At Baishan School, Yi Cheng transformed into a teacher, endlessly lecturing. I've told you so many times, don't throw the chainsaw around like that. A chainsaw is a dangerous object. It will endanger the environment. What if it hits the heads of those little bears? Even if it doesn't hit the little bears, striking flowers and grass still isn't good. The worker's face collapsed as he begged in utter headache. Please stop reading. I'll just go and die right now. On the table lay the spoils Yi Chang had won, a pile of rewards, and his agility had grown much stronger than before. The character system panel displayed. Acquired chief annihilator, gained 3,000 gold coins. Song Yi Chang's martial cultivation level has advanced to first-class master. Zhu Shang's reputation grew ever more resounding, and even a fan club of girls on Taobao sprang up, selling Zhu Shang she-related merchandise to earn a tidy profit. This joy was so intoxicating to me that I even flared my nostrils a little. But behind the glory, I could feel how lonely invincibility truly was. There was no other way. I am simply myself. At this moment, the scene shifted to the capital of Nation H. The gloves of infinity were raised beneath the blazing sun. A purple-skinned man sat high above, looking down below in boredom, sighing. Everywhere is full of humans. Indeed, yet another dull world. Unaware that Yi Chang was lurking behind the wall preparing an ambush, he asked the system, "Ready yet?" He replied, "At your command." Immediately, Yi Chang stepped forward with a composed air and said, "They may seem dull, but what meaning does your life hold?" The man in purple turned around, surprised, and asked, "I didn't expect anyone to still be familiar with this world. Tell me, which alliance do you belong to?" My Jia continued, "Forget it, it's not necessary." He looked confidently at his gloves of infinity and said, "The new world is about to begin." I clinked my cup. My Jia pointed ahead and said, "Everything will be scattered, soul and spirit alike." Thinking it was a joke, no one expected this man to act on it. He snapped his fingers right after speaking. Below, Yi Chang's fans were happily taking photos. The dog was stretching after waking up. After Muijid's snap, the world remained unchanged. Nothing had shifted, leaving him dumbfounded and unwilling to accept it. He snapped his fingers again and muttered angrily, "What is this? The gem I've painstakingly gathered over the years suddenly has no effect." Immediately after, the glove shattered into pieces. It turned out to be nothing but a cosplay prop bought on Taobao. At this moment, Yi Chang raised his hand, which was glowing brightly with fire, and said, "Energy crystal. Is this what you mean?" He was holding a branded gloves of infinity. He looked at it and continued, "I've heard that all you need to do is snap your fingers, and it grants your wish. Much better than my dance system." My Jia, feeling like he'd been outdone, frowned in anger. He immediately leaped forward and charged at Yi Chang. "You snap your fingers and say, 'I'll send Mijia back to your planet.'" Instantly, my Jia, who had been raising his fist, found half of his body disintegrating. As he was about to die, memories flooded his mind. 1 hour earlier, a beautiful girl had approached Mijia. "You're so handsome. Do you want to take a picture with me?" He was stunned. How could this happen? While they were posing in a heart shape, the girl with plump lips, named Nu Zhuang Song XX, complimented Mijia. "Indeed, your muscles are so impressive, really powerful." He recalled the moment and realized that girl belonged to him. Before he completely vanished, he could only scream in fury. The system then appeared, questioning, "How did you manage to swap the gloves of that ridiculous, vulgar guy?" Yi Chang chuckled and answered, "My Jia is a man too, and men all have weaknesses." He turned and walked away, casually discarding the false eyelashes. The lashes gently fell to the street. Then it fell right onto the dog's eye on the poster, a perfect match. At this moment, Yi Chang had returned home and exclaimed, "Finally, I can relax." He sprawled on the sofa and said, "Little system, didn't you say the reward this time would be special, and you'd explain it later? Can you tell me now?" It responded, "Come with me into this sea of consciousness." Immediately, the system led Yi Chang into a virtual space. He asked, "Does it need to be this mysterious?" It replied, "The system's dimensional blockade is more powerful than you think." The system pointed at a board and explained, "Each time a task is completed to prevent dimensional breaches, the system absorbs the interdimensional energy. 1/3 is the host's reward, 1/3 is reserved, and 1/3 is used to upgrade the system." Yi Chang took out a pen and paper and carefully jotted it down. "Oh, I see." Just as he was writing that down, he suddenly threw the notebook aside and yelled, "Why am I even taking notes? Just get to the point. The system then said, to put it simply, after the system upgrades, a new function will be introduced. Yi Cheng, confused, asked, a new function after the upgrade? At that moment, a claw machine appeared before him. The system then said, this is it. Yi Cheng pressed his hand against the glass, showing his excitement. It doesn't seem too bad. Let's give it a try. Then he turned and asked, is there a fee? The system replied, just scan your fingerprint. Each time costs 100,000 nation H coins. Is that cheap? Yi Cheng immediately shook his head in disdain. Too cheap. This kind of thing doesn't suit my noble status. It still doesn't have any new features. The system then announced, this is it. Looking up, Yi Cheng instinctively glanced upward. A tall tower appeared out of nowhere, right next to him. He shouted, damn it, what is this? Yi Cheng read the sign in front of the tower. Infinite Hero Tower. Seems pretty impressive. The two of them entered the tower, and along the way, the system provided new instructions. The system's expanded space. The first floor displays weapons, equipment, and items of the Speedmaster. The second floor leads to a corridor with machines, and in the distance, a golden light flickers. The system then announced, prepare to capture time travelers. Yi Cheng immediately asked, capture time travelers? Does that mean I'll recruit them as my subordinates? The system responded, exactly. Some time travelers are benevolent and may even become powerful assistants for you. If they are captured and brought to this tower, they will not be affected by the normal energy of the outside world, and they can exist here long-term. Yi Cheng realized something and immediately exclaimed, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought my job back to the hometown. Now it's too late to regret. Actually, he is quite strong. It would have been good to recruit him into this tower. The system immediately refused. Not every time traveler can be recruited. It softened and then said, Hayes, forget it. We'll analyze it in detail later. Anyway, when Yi Cheng suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared, the system screamed in confusion. Where did he go? It turned out that he was focused on playing the claw machine, muttering to himself, Heavenly Demon Battle Union. Heavenly Demon Battle Union. The red ball with golden patterns he was trying to grab had the attributes Heavenly Demon Battle Union, plus 10 defense, immunity to water and fire, and could control chaotic energy. Just when he was about to get the ball into the hole, it was knocked out. Yi Cheng didn't give up and tried again. This time, he was determined to succeed. Beside him was a pile of items he had successfully grabbed. Yi Cheng's two hands tightly gripped the joystick, skillfully maneuvering it. In the midst of his trance, suddenly, in real life, Yi Cheng's phone rang. Just then, he managed to grab the red ball. Yi Cheng raised both hands and cheered in joy, feeling his efforts had paid off. At that moment, he finally noticed his phone was vibrating non-stop. Yi Cheng picked up the phone and immediately said, Hello, Chang Banzi, what's going on? Chan Fatty on the other end of the line reported, Boss, I've invested in a movie that's about to start filming. Do you want to come visit? We can go together. Yi Cheng sarcastically replied, You're mocking him. When did you join the show *Beast*? Aren't you afraid you'll drown? Chang Fatty, on the other side, casually responded while picking his nose, Anyway, I heard that Xiao Wang Xiao Ri is here today, and even the male lead, who's more handsome than the legendary fairy, is here. If you're not going, then I'm going alone. Yi Cheng, his face darkening, groaned, Chang Fatty. Not this again. But immediately after, his expression brightened and he said, Of course I'll go. A film slate clapped down, signaling the start of filming. The smile of the beauty was worth 1,000 gold. Scene 1. The beauty steps out of the bath, marking the beginning of the scene. In the set, a girl with long hair stood with her back to the camera. She gently slid the robe off her shoulder. A staff member with orange hair hurried in and called out to her, Shashek sister. What are you doing here? Aren't we starting filming? Shasha asked in surprise. What? I'm coming over now. Who's the director filming? The orange-haired staff member led her into the backstage of the set. At this moment, all the cameras were focused on a girl with purple hair who was soaking deeply in a wooden bathtub. She turned around, and it turned out to be a young man. He gently asked, Where is this place? The girl with orange hair clasped her hands together and sighed in admiration. It's so beautiful. Shasha was also stunned by the beauty and blurted out, Who is she? The cameraman naturally turned and asked the director, "Is this a mistake?" The director waved his hand dismissively and instructed, "Keep filming, don't stop, get the brightest lighting." The glaring lights shone directly on the young man's face, forcing him to cover his eyes with his hand. Suddenly, he sprang up from the water, his long hair cascading down, soaking wet. He rose up, revealing a strong, muscular young body, completely contrasting with his long, glossy purple hair and his incredibly handsome face. The entire set gasped in shock, shouting, "My God, this is not scientific." He looked at everyone coldly and said, "Who are you? Are you assassins from the western region? Trying to assassinate King Lan Ling while he's bathing? How despicable." Both the set and the director were bewildered. Assassins? Was that in the script? The director suddenly burst into laughter and clapped his hands, showing his satisfaction. He stood up, pointed at the purple-haired guy, and exclaimed, "Great, the lead role in the next film is yours." The guy stared at him puzzled. "The lead role? What's that?" A picture of Lan Ling, jumping out of the bathtub, quickly circulated online, accompanied by a wave of praising comments. Not long after, the new beauty made her appearance, and photos of her leaked online, sparking a frenzy of discussion and sharing. Soon, he was invited to attend important events. The super celebrity Lan Ling had emerged, capturing the hearts of many young boys and girls. His unique aura even caused Zhang Qiugang, the director, to fall completely in admiration, personally offering him the leading role in a major period drama. Outside the Hangshan film set, a crowd of female fans cheered excitedly, screaming the moment Lan Ling stepped out. "Lan Ling, I love you." Wherever he went, the shouting followed. "Lan Ling is here." Lan Ling, however, looked indifferent. "It's you guys again." He glanced at the young crowd with a mix of amusement and exasperation and said, "Don't you have anything else to do? Not at home teaching your kids, helping your husbands, working on the farm, or just living in a daze every day?" The fans continued to scream, undeterred. His manager leaned over and reminded him, "The main investor is visiting today. You need to go and greet them." He turned his back and waved at the fans, thinking about Lord Lan's character, which he would continue discussing later. They kept shouting, "Don't go, we'll support you." At this moment, Lan Ling raised his voice to reprimand. "It's been a month already, and you still haven't helped me find a way to get back home." The manager, indifferent as always, responded, "What's the rush? Didn't I already tell you? In our world, being famous makes everything easier." He then patted Lan Ling's shoulder and urged, "Quick, go meet with the investors." Lan Ling, feeling disheartened, thought to himself, "I don't want to stay in this boring, lifeless place for another day." Among the enthusiastic crowd of onlookers, there was a girl wearing a hat that covered her eyes, smirking. "We'll meet again later." At this moment, a luxury car arrived at the film studio gate. The security guard opened the door and respectfully said, "Mr. Chang, please step out of the car." The person who stepped out was none other than Chang Fatty, with Yi Chang standing beside him, both looking quite impressive, exuding a certain air of superiority. Yi Chang turned to Chang Fatty and asked, "Kid, tell me honestly, did you invest in this movie just to see the stars?" Chang Fatty replied, "I carefully selected this project, from the lead to the supporting roles, all A-list actors. The total investment in the project is 200 million, and I'm just a small shareholder in it." Yi Chang looked up at the tower and asked, "So was this castle built just for filming?" A voice echoed from inside, "Mr. Chang is here." A guy with pink hair stepped out, waving his hand in greeting. "Welcome, this is the maker of Deji," he said. Deji immediately approached Chang Fatty and said, "Xiao Mai Xiao, Ri is about to meet Mr. Chang." Immediately, the two girls waved at Chang Fatty. "Hello, Mr. Chang." He blushed in confusion at the beauty of the two women, but still asked, "Ah, you've worked hard. Is the filming going smoothly? Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is my friend." Chang Fatty pointed to Yi Chang's location, only to find that he had disappeared, puzzled. Song Yi Chang. "Wait, where did he go?" The purple-haired girl asked. "That's right, Mr. Chang. Would you and your friend like to play guest roles?" Deji responded, "That's fine, I'll arrange it." Unaware that Yi Chang was hiding behind the construction, he asked the system in confusion, "Little system, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could there be someone who time travels here?" The system replied, "Of course, I'm not mistaken." He's at the 2 o'clock position. Yi Chang was stunned. His gaze was fixed on the railing in front of him. At this moment, Lan Ling was gently stroking the horse, feeling guilty. Originally, you should be at Gangchang, but now you have to be here filming. I'm sure you're just as reluctant as I am. Yi Chang looked at Lan Ling innocently and said, he didn't look like a bad person at all, and seemed to lack any aggressive intent. The system had just informed him that this mission wasn't about eliminating, but rather about becoming more excited to win over. Haha, my infinite hero tower finally has its first hero. Meanwhile, Sean Fatty was taking photos with Xiao Mei and Xiao Rei. The girl happily said, "Come on, smile." Sean Fatty unconsciously smiled back but was puzzled inside. Huh, where did the boss go? He glanced over and saw Yi Chang approaching Lan Ling, then doubted, no way, with so many stunning beauties around. Why would he go for a man like that? Yi Chang reached Lan Ling, waved his hand, and started a conversation. Hello, can we talk for a moment? Lan Ling's manager immediately reminded him, seemingly recognizing the man as Mr. Chang's friend, someone not to offend. He quickly removed the mask from Lan Ling's face and said, you can't wear a mask like this. It's not polite. Yi Chang's eyes froze for a moment. He stared at Lan Ling's appearance in complete astonishment. Ah, so this is the level of the 4 great handsome men, back in the days before plastic surgery and Photoshop. Truly amazing. Lan Ling coldly said, what do you want? Yi Chang stood there, mouth agape, still in shock. The manager hurriedly said, I'll leave now. You two can talk slowly. Yi Chang cleared his throat a few times before saying, you're Lan Ling King, right? Yi Chang recalled and thought to himself, he had heard of the legend of Lan Ling King. Although Lan Ling King was the national hero of a kingdom, he hated his own appearance. Even on the battlefield, he always wore a mask to prevent his stunning looks from disrupting the course of battle. Yi Chang felt a surge of excitement and thought, oh my god, he's just like Zhu Shang-chi. Then he pointed to himself and proudly said, Brother Lan, I'm here today to tell you that from now on you should follow Zhu Shang-chi and join me. In Lan Ling King's chest, Yi Chang felt like a chubby father giving orders. Follow me, and I'll make sure you become a movie king in the future. He thought to himself. Luckily he understood that the people in this world love to speak in riddles. Yi Chang tried to persuade Lan Ling by offering the privileges that were soon to come. From now on, you'll live in Infinite Hero Tower. You can use any of my weapons as you wish, and you're a person of great renown, so don't waste your smile here. The two of us will work together to give you the chance to show off your martial arts and fight in a truly impressive way. The words immediately echoed in Lan Ling King's mind. I have a bed 200 meters wide, enough to accommodate you. Slippers are up to you. But if you enjoy playing all kinds of games with me. The system also sensed Lan Ling's furious rage. While Yi Chang was still confused, not understanding anything, he felt utterly discouraged. How embarrassing, too shameful. Next time, it'd be better to just suggest a direct fight. Yi Chang calmly said, not bad, bro. Lan Ling, his face contorted with anger, responded, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll deal with you. Suddenly, he was consumed by rage, and a few words flashed through his mind. Eradicating the weeds at the root. The information board displayed, Lan Ling King, the time-traveling monarch at the top level of the task system, immediately clapped his hands joyfully and said, so how about it? Follow me, and I'll show you my infinite hero tower. But Lan Ling's thoughts had taken a wrong turn, and he growled in response, you're talking nonsense. I'll make you regret it. His fury erupted, his hair flying wildly in every direction, completely consumed by rage. Eradicate the weeds at the root. Without warning, Lan Ling grabbed Yi Chang's wrist tightly. He shouted loudly, effortlessly tossing Yi Chang high into the air. In an instant, Yi Chang was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. He flipped in midair, breaking free from Lan Ling's hand. As Yi Chang landed at a distance, he immediately took a combat stance and provocatively gestured. Brother Lan, so you want to test your strength after all? Lan Ling was also surprised to see his imposing manner. You studied martial arts too. Lan Ling averted her gaze as she reproached him. A man like you should serve his country with honor, yet your mind is filled only with lewd thoughts. He immediately turned around to leave, saying, how ridiculous, while raising his middle finger to provoke Yi Chang. Hearing those words, Yi Chang was instantly dumbfounded. Huh? What? Lewd? The system sighed in exasperation. At that moment, the scene shifted to the film set, where a staff member shouted through a loudspeaker, "Actors, get ready for makeup." He announced that the next scene was about to begin filming. The set was bustling with activity as crew members arranged the background. Yi Chang, whose hand was being tugged by a pink-haired girl, asked in confusion, "Why do I need to put on makeup too?" She replied, "Don't be shy. The producer has already arranged it for you. Opportunities to make a cameo don't come often." A staff member handed him a script and instructed, "In a moment, you'll play the role of a general guarding Bai Lang City. You'll stand right here. Just keep a cold demeanor. But don't forget to smile politely. It's very simple." The pink-haired girl pinched Yi Chang's cheek playfully, thinking to herself, his skin isn't bad at all. Chang Fatty, walking alongside, gave him a thumbs up and whispered, "Brother, don't lose to the film king. I've got high hopes for you." Yi Chang immediately became flustered and angry. "Damn it, who told me I wanted to act in a film?" The staff quickly clapped the film slate and shouted, "Action." The actor playing the guard blew the horn loudly. Yi Chang, now dressed in the general's costume, crossed his arms and nodded in satisfaction. "Great, I've truly become the character." He closed his eyes, looking extremely proud, as though he were a confident enemy general, firmly holding the fortress, with the mission more important than his own life. At this moment, a cavalry unit approached the base of the tower, led by none other than Lan Ling. Yi Chang thought to himself that the real male lead was, of course, Lan Ling. He imagined the scene where Lan Ling would step over someone like himself and secretly thought, "Hurry up and bring your headgear." Showing off the imposing, battle-hardened aura of the main character is the true mission of the extras. Yi Chang nonchalantly scratched his nose and sighed. Why is it so miserable? At that moment, a voice came from outside. "Mr. Chang, look at the magnificent scene on the city wall." Below the tower, Deji and Chang Fatty were sitting under an umbrella. Deji spoke up, "Actually, it's only half-built. Isn't it really economical? Praise me." Chang Fatty had no choice but to reply, "Not bad." But he looked up at the tower with worry. "Put on the disguise. No one will recognize anyone. Does the boss think I'm playing dirty?" At this moment, Lan Ling's team was also getting ready for the shoot. The staff in front shouted loudly to give instructions. "Listen to my orders in a moment." Everyone rode their horses and charged forward following Lan Ling King. From behind Lan Ling, a voice sounded, really close. It turned out there was a girl with a beauty mark under her mouth in the cast, secretly taking pictures of him while daydreaming. She felt like she was sleeping in the same bed with him. While she was focused on admiring him, a staff member suddenly came over and shouted, "Hey, focus a bit. We're about to start shooting." The staff member then asked her, "You too, do you know how to ride a horse? Don't cause trouble for me later." The girl angrily said, "Hemph, those damn extras, they pay so little and have so many demands. The extras manager is in charge of hiring them." She thought to herself, "What's so hard about riding a horse? Isn't it just holding the reins tightly? I've seen it on TV hundreds of times." After all the actors were properly adjusted, the staff shouted for preparation. After the command to charge was given, the entire herd of horses immediately galloped forward. Inside, Yi Chang was also acting, giving orders. "Hold the city gates tightly, archers, prepare your fire arrows." The soldier replied, "Yes." Suddenly, he turned his head back, puzzled. "Huh." Yi Chang looked down from the tower and stared, shouting. That was the shocked face of Yi Chang, all caught on camera. The director, frustrated, turned to scold the crew. "Who picked this extra? Too much acting." Suddenly, another staff member rushed in, shouting, "Director, it's bad. It seems the horse has a problem." The director and everyone immediately panicked. What? The girl with the mole on her face was losing control of the horse. She was thrown off the saddle. In an instant, she slammed hard onto the ground. Lan Ling immediately noticed the figure behind her falling. Suddenly, he lifted his foot off the stirrup. Lan Ling flew off the saddle and rushed forward. He landed right next to the girl who had fallen. Lan Ling lifted her head. Her delicate face was scratched in many places. She squinted, still disoriented, letting out a soft "oh." In front of her was a very handsome man, asking her, "Are you all right?" An unreal vision suddenly flashed in her mind. We'll be together forever. She drooled, murmuring a few crazy words. Lan Ling looked at her and judged that it seemed fine. He coldly threw the woman onto someone else's horse. Suddenly, Lan Ling turned his face to the side and asked, "In front of you was a horse stuck with a chain tied to a wooden beam attached to the city wall." The horse angrily tried to pull the chain loose, causing the wall to crack. Lan Ling realized something was wrong, quickly leaped to his own saddle, and shouted, "This is bad. Everyone moved to the sides quickly." The soldiers standing in front of the cracked city gate looked at each other in confusion and asked, "What's going on? What is that sound?" The guards on the roof immediately yelled, "Danger! Something's wrong. The city wall is about to collapse." By this time, Lan Ling had almost reached the horse. He swung his sword and cut the reins loose. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, calling for help. Lan Ling turned his horse and rode toward the sound of the cry. At this moment, the city wall was leaning dangerously, nearly on the verge of collapse. The director looked at his creation and covered his face in despair. "It's over. It's all over," he shouted. 200 million is not enough for compensation. Chom Fatty wanted to rush up and worry but was stopped. "Don't stop me. My brothers are up there." He cried his heart out and said, "He just got a girlfriend. His life is just beginning." Suddenly, the bald man beside him exclaimed, "Wait, that's Chom Fatty." He too gasped in astonishment. Before the eyes of many, a figure soared high into the sky, passing over the city walls, leaving everyone stunned. Superhero Chong Fatty dazzled, his eyes full of admiration. "No, he is the hero of our nation H." Yi Chang flew up high and used the Ju Shang Chi move. Lan Ling, unable to contain his curiosity, looked up and watched the tail of the purple cloak fluttering in the wind, accompanied by his voice. "The heavenly demon battle union is truly worth having." Yi Chang tied all the flying soldiers with a rope and said, "Now that I can fly, I am the true Ju Shang Chi." Yi Chang quickly landed the soldiers safely, and they cheered, "We've been saved." He poked his finger into the wall, and looking down, Yi Chang told Lan Ling, "Brother Lan, I've got the city wall covered. You should quickly evacuate the crowd." Lan Ling immediately dismounted and replied, "Of course." The system then popped up, mocking Yi Chang. "Stop pretending to be cool. You can only hold it for a few seconds. Do you think I don't know?" He looked down at the scene where Lan Ling was commanding everyone to disperse and thought to himself, "When the walls of a city collapse, hundreds of people may be lost. If only I could make these walls disappear." Yi Chang suddenly remembered a move he had just learned. That's right, use Chief Tan Tan of the clouds and smoke. He immediately took a stance, raised his hands, and shouted, "Come on!" Yi Chang threw a powerful punch straight at the tower. Cracks appeared in the wall, with smoke rising in thick billows. Yi Xiao, with his hands on his hips, looked up to the sky and said with satisfaction, "It worked. Ju Shang-Chi really can do anything." The system suddenly reminded him, "Hey, wake up." Yi Chang froze for a moment. He was standing in front of a hole in the wall, and it turned out he had only created a small crack. Yi Chang slapped the wall, crying out, "Little system, give me the divine seed." The system responded, "Understood." Immediately, the system released a surge of power into Yi Chang's forehead, infusing him with divine strength. Soon after, he shot up into the air. Yi Chang raised both hands, now charged with immense energy, and slammed them down into the air, unleashing a barrage of strikes while shouting, "Chief Tan Tan of the clouds and smoke." Everyone bent down, laughing, using their hands to cover their heads to avoid the falling rocks. Lan Ling appeared like a deity, chopping through the large boulders with ease. He immediately reminded them, "Why aren't you all leaving right away?" Up above, Yi Chang was tirelessly unleashing countless palm strikes. He muttered to himself with unwavering determination, "It must succeed." Yi Chang then struck the tower, with even greater force. Instantly, the tower split in two, and he shouted as he vanished into dust. Soon after, the tower was reduced to rubble, enveloped in thick smoke and dust. Everyone watching from afar cheered in excitement. The city wall is gone. Who would have thought it could be shattered by Ju Shang-Chi's single palm strike? We've been saved. The director, hands clasped in prayer, was pleading fervently, "Miraculous Savior, please bless my next film to be a great success." Everyone looked up in awe, marveling at the sight. It turned out this was the one who set the hearts of young girls aflame, the idol, the light that illuminated their lives. Yi Chang's feet hovered in the air. Slowly, he descended to the ground, his cloak billowing, making him appear like a true deity. The crowd chanted in unison, Zhu Shangqi, Zhu Shangqi, Zhu Shangqi, Zhu Shangqi, Zhu Shangqi, Zhu Shangqi. The system then asked, "Are you enjoying yourself?" Yi Chang blushed, grinning as he replied, "If I say I'm not enjoying myself, wouldn't that be a little fake?" The system tapped his head and scolded, "What about the mission to capture Lanling King? I told you to come here, not to show off." Yi Chang rubbed his head sulkily and said, "Hey, little system, is it really so hard for you not to ruin my mood?" At that moment from the crowd, a girl suddenly exclaimed, "Look, it's Lan Lao Gong." From Shasha's side, in the mist, a figure flickered and approached. As it drew closer, it was none other than Lan Ling, and he was carrying two people with him. These two are completely stunned. Am I still alive? Was that just now a deity descending from heaven? As Lan Ling walked toward Yi Chang, everyone marveled in awe. Zhu Shangqi shines so brightly, I almost forgot Lan Ling has also contributed a great deal. The two Chiao sisters also voiced their admiration. Two big heartthrobs standing together. This is too exciting. Suddenly, amidst the joy, Chang Fatty's face darkened as he remembered something. Wait, I think I forgot something important. Boss head. He recalled that earlier, when observing Yi Chang, he had been on the city wall. The city wall collapsed. Zhu Shangqi flew down from it. But then Elder Patriarch Song disappeared. Chang Fatty covered his face and screamed in fear. "No way, Lan Ling." Yi Chang asked, "Was it you? Were you the one who spoke to me this afternoon?" He replied, "Truly worthy of the name, King Lan Ling." Lan Ling fell silent, then said, "I have decided. Before I find my homeland, I will join your battle squad and walk the path of righteousness by your side." Yi Chang was so moved he nearly burst into tears. He said, "Brother Lan." Overjoyed, he patted Lan Ling's shoulder and rambled on. "I knew it. The two of us think alike. You're not only handsome, but also capable, and we're both different from the rest. That's why. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Their hands clasped together, marking the beginning of a long-lasting alliance. Raising their arms toward the sky, Yi Chang cried out, "We must do our best to make this world a better place." Those around them instantly erupted in cheers, shouting with fiery passion, "So handsome! Bravo! Bravo!" Scene shifts to Shanghai Longshan. Deep within the forest, a man was tilling the earth, digging a hole. Suddenly, his spade struck something. He pressed the spade down harder, staring intently at a strange crimson piece of wood, and exclaimed with delight, "At last, I found you." The cracks on the redwood suddenly flashed, catching him off guard. He touched the wooden board, feeling bewildered. Why has my 1,000-year ox turned out like this? Suddenly, a rough arm emerged from the wood and gripped his neck. It then rose up, forcefully slamming him into the tree trunk. The man struggled to hold onto the arm, weakly groaning. "Please, no, please." The corpse opened its mouth and bit into his neck. The man screamed in agony. After a moment, the corpse withdrew, leaving the man shriveled up from the blood loss. Soon after, the police arrived and cordoned off the scene where the man had been found. Reporters began to present the news. According to reports, the victim is Mr. Wang, a merchant dealing in Rottenwood. The cause of death may be attributed to a massive wild beast attack. On the Xiangsai 24-hour news board, a mysterious murder occurred in Longshan village. A female reporter stood in front of the camera, recounting. Now we present the full scene as reported by Xiangxi TV. Unbeknownst to those moving the victim's body, a dark shadow leaped up. The corpse of the man, drained of blood, lunged forward and bit into the reporter's neck. The medical staff suddenly shouted, "The corpse is rising." King was watching TV when she saw this scene, immediately covering her face and screaming, "It's too terrifying." Hong Yi, who was smoking, calmly explained, "That's the corpse." King, still stunned, stammered, "Corpse?" Then she turned to him, asking in disbelief, "Grandfather, what are you talking about?" Inside, she felt a strange, tragic irony. She had only come home to rest and recuperate. But who would have thought she'd encounter such a bizarre situation? Hong Yi, amused, said, King, it's finally your turn. Outside the house, they could still hear him laughing heartily. On the sensing system, something unusual was detected, and an alert sounded. Abnormal violent energy. Could it be the Corpse King? After the earth-shattering handshake between Yi Chang and Lan Ling, the story of Lan Ling entering the fray, aided by the appearance of the great elephant hero, was perfectly resolved. This sparked extensive discussions among viewers for some time, after which the film was unable to continue production. The news reporter then announced that the handsome Lan Ling no longer appeared in public, causing many fans to weep bitterly. Behind her, many people were covering their faces, crying out loud. Without Lan Ling, I don't know how to live. Mom, I'll be single forever. How do I face life now? I've finally found true love. Yi Chang was also sitting there, watching the news intently, silently thinking. The world is in turmoil, yet I remain motionless. He fell into contemplation, with ambitions hidden deep inside, and the only thing that could stir his heart was Yi Chang, who smiled with satisfaction. Soon after, a notification appeared. You have reached the peak of the first tier, obtained the Lujin Fang medicine armor, acquired the blade of the moon-slashing star, gained the flying dragon sea, and summoned the mid-tier snow jade elephant dragon. Then, a strange green egg fell down. Yi Chang picked it up, shaking it curiously and wondering. This seems special. I wonder how to use it. At this moment, Lan Ling stepped forward and asked, Brother Song, what's this? Suddenly, the green egg slowly cracked open, revealing a small beast with 2 horns. The light from the egg shone directly onto their faces. Lan Ling exclaimed, It's hatching. Yi Xiao was puzzled. Is this the snow jade elephant dragon? A tiny, adorable unicorn was looking at both of them. Suddenly, it leaped right at Yi Chang's face. He quickly pulled it away, confused. This is a mid-tier summoned beast? System, are you sure about this? The system responded. Didn't you try summoning his name? Shouldn't you know? Yi Chang quickly replied. Then I'll try. He immediately lifted the Kylin and raised it high, then gritted his teeth, and spoke each word. A Kylin exploded on the pedestal, and right after, it transformed into a gigantic dragon that crushed Yi Chang. Lan Ling saw this, and couldn't help but laugh. Your world really has so many miraculous things. Yi Chang reached out to call for him. Brother Lan, save me. The system spoke. I also find this host quite miraculous. Other male leads in comics are all rebellious, and so cool they're off the charts. It looked at Yi Chang, thinking only someone like him would have such a face asking for a beating. Yi Chang, meanwhile, was struggling and calling out for help. Save me, I'm going to die. Spare me, spare me. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the living room door. Yi Chang. Yi Xiao opened the door and said, You didn't answer just now, so I pushed the door open. She saw Yi Chang rolling on the floor in confusion. What's going on here? He kept shouting. Long, be good, stop messing around. Then he suddenly remembered something and froze. Oh, I forgot, I have an appointment with Xiao today. Yi Chang immediately fell into a pit of despair. It's ruined. My image in Xiao's heart is completely shattered. Yi Xiao blushed and turned away, saying, I didn't see anything, I'm going to cook now. He looked at her, moved to tears. 5 years, Xiao was so gentle. Immediately after, Chang Fatty rushed in from outside, pounced on Yi Chang, and shouted, Boss, the movie I invested in has flopped, comfort me, hug me. He patted his head and gently said, Xiao Banzi, don't cry. Chang Fatty still sobbed. My life is so tragic, boss. Suddenly, a woman, blushing and awkward, asked, Oh, wait, what are you doing? It was then that Chang Fatty was feeling him all over and excitedly said, That's right, this body is as strong as steel. He recognized it right away. Everything checks out. The boss is definitely Zhu Shangxi. Yi Chang, flustered, shouted, What are you doing? Outside on the beach, the strange scene was displayed on the screen, and Yi Chang yelled, Stop, the muscle massage scene is officially starting. Lan Ling was inside the room, discussing the tropical scenery in the Infinite Hero Tower, yet unwilling to speak. Oh, what exactly are we looking at here? I don't see anything. He recalled Yi Chang's words when he pointed at the tower and said, "Brother, this will be your home from now on. You can freely use the equipment. What's mine is also yours." Lan Ling silently thought to himself, "I've been in the hero tower for quite some time now, yet I haven't seen him do anything heroic or righteous. Instead, I'm getting frustrated, holding the tail of the snow jade elephant dragon and wondering, what does it feel like to be spoiled? It doesn't seem all that pleasant." The snow jade elephant dragon, feeling the pain, jumped up with a loud yelp. Lan Ling quickly apologized. "I was rude." At that moment, the system, which was busy with something, said, "Quiet down. Can't you see that the system is occupied?" Curious, Lan Ling asked, "What's going on? Is there a mission?" The system explained, "A few days ago, there was clearly an energy signature from the Corpse King. But now when I check again, there's nothing. It's really strange." Lan Ling was taken aback. Corpse King? Just hearing the name, I can tell it's an evil creature. He and the snow jade elephant dragon excitedly rushed toward the door, shouting, "What are we waiting for?" "Waiting for me to go and deal with the Corpse King," the system said wearily. "Dealing with one stubborn song, Yi Chang, is enough for me." The scene then shifted to Xiang Xai Longshan village. In front of the village gate, many people were gathered, holding banners. One person, puzzled, remarked, "The drum sounds a little off. How did the village end up like this?" A man spoke up and asked, "Zhang San, is it true that corpses have appeared in Longshan village? It felt like we couldn't do anything to help." Another person chimed in, "That's right, we should leave quickly." But Zhang San remained full of energy and confidently said, "With me here, what's there to be afraid of? I, Zhang San, never go back on my word. Whether it's a thread of ginger or a thread of garlic, just one hit and it's over." He said this with a loud laugh, but suddenly stopped, staring at something. There were many corpses by the house, pressing against the window, trying to get out, while on the other side, a whole group of corpses was gathering. Zhang San immediately became terrified. Everyone fled, shouting, "Corpses!" Zhang San was so full of bravado earlier, but now he's tucking his tail between his legs, running and crying. At that moment, in the ancient Sun family house in Xiangkexi, King King and Hong Yi stepped outside. King King looked around and said, "I didn't expect this old house to have such a mysterious place." Hong Yi coughed a few times, then turned back to excitedly tell King King, "Let me take you to an even more mysterious place." A little while later, the two arrived at a dead-end alley, where a coffin stood. King King was frightened and asked his grandfather, "Could that be a coffin?" Hong Yi pointed with both hands in a different direction and said, "Look here," he said as he forcefully pushed the lid of the coffin. Inside the coffin was a secret tunnel leading down to some unknown place. King King was astonished. A secret passage. Hong Yi quickly descended, not forgetting to wave his hand and call, "King King, hurry up and follow me." She hesitated and said, "The coldness is too intense. What is Grandpa hiding down there?" King King stood above, looking at the deep passage leading into the underground chamber, unsure. After a moment, the two of them entered. After walking for a while, Hong Yi finally spoke. "We've arrived." King King opened her mouth in surprise and asked, "Grandpa, what is that?" Inside the room, there was a large object covered by a blanket, tightly bound with several metal chains. Hong Yi softly spoke, "Our Sun family has been exorcising demons, subduing evil spirits, and training the undead for generations. But you three grandchildren stubbornly refused to follow." Looking closely, the object appeared to be a giant wrapped in a blanket. Hong Yi stood still, staring at it, and then said, "Yan Hong Yu, I cannot allow the unique techniques of Miao Shan to be lost. Today, I will officially initiate you into the sect." He raised a bell in one hand, while the other formed a gesture with 2 fingers, and then loudly proclaimed, "Behold the spirit and fate of your grandfather, the dual-horned demon-battled disciple Yan Hongyi, serving under the orders of Miao Shan's ancestor." Hong Yi continuously shook the bell while muttering the incantation. First spell, silent corpse, stirring. Second spell, demon nerve strike. Third spell, divine command awakening. Fourth spell, eastern corpse execution. Opening altar spell initiation. Proceed according to opportunity. From within the bell emerged strange blue flames, which shot straight toward the giant covered by a blanket. The blanket was scorched away, revealing a colossal soldier covered in countless talismans. King cried out in shock. This is the battle demon, grandfather's life-bound corpse. The battle demon's eyes immediately lit up. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. So incredible. King curiously asked. Battle demon, has he been revived? Hong Yi replied. He has been revived. He still obeys my commands, helping me subdue demons and vanquish evil. King stepped forward, touching the battle demon as she said. So tonight, are we going to send him to capture those murderous corpses? Seeing her excitement, Hong Yi was greatly satisfied. Truly worthy of being Yan Hong Yi's granddaughter. Facing the battle demon without the slightest fear, she undoubtedly possessed innate talent for corpse cultivation and demon suppression. King kept praising nonstop. To control a life-bound corpse in slaying demons felt just like commanding a mighty substitute in battle. So thrilling, so awe-inspiring. At this moment, the scene shifted to a forest, where a squad was carrying out their mission. The command sounded loudly. Up ahead is Longshan Village, where the corpse outbreak occurred. Everyone, start assigning tasks. Team 1 and Team 2 will be responsible for armed lockdown. Team 3 will ensure the safety of the survivors. Zhao Ling quickly took a step forward and raised his hand to direct the others. Follow me. A man raised a question. Captain Zhao Ling, weren't you in a meeting at the capital? Why did you rush here? Zhao Ling gazed into the distance, silently wondering if he would join the battle this time. Somewhere in the village, a group of corpses were gathering around. Their hands were tearing at the back of a woman who was shielding a child. The boy opened his eyes wide in fear and cried out. Mom! The mother, in pain, forced a smile and tried to comfort her son. It's okay, it'll be fine. At that moment, a corpse lunged toward her, its sharp teeth bared. An axe suddenly swung down from somewhere, and the mother, still clutching her son, held on tightly. It turned out that the battle demon had arrived just in time, slicing through the corpses in a flurry. The boy and the mother were still in shock. Two people approached and said, "It looks like there might still be survivors." It was King and Hong Yi. She spoke up and asked, "Little one, are you all right?" The boy immediately crawled over, crying uncontrollably. King gently spoke, "Don't worry, let me check." Battle Demon had also returned to stand behind King, his eyes gleaming fiercely. The boy was startled by this and hugged his chest, crying loudly. King patted his head and softly explained, "Don't be afraid, he's Battle Demon, my assistant. Are you okay?" The boy looked at his mother and said, "I'm fine, please save my mom." At that moment, however, the mother was writhing strangely, her face turning pale, tears streaming down her face, her teeth clenching together, and gradually her eyes turned milky white as fangs sprouted. She had completely turned into a corpse and lunged at her son. Hong Yi quickly rushed forward and shouted, "Don't even think about harming anyone." King covered the boy's eyes, but he screamed, "No." Hong Yi's sword was stained with blood. The mother paused, blood dripping from her head, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the mother suddenly gave a helpless smile. The boy hurried over to his mother, looking at her lying motionless on the ground. He cried uncontrollably, "Mom." He called out desperately, repeatedly, "Mom, wake up." King, heartbroken, turned to ask her grandfather, "Is there no other choice? Isn't the Sun family capable of subduing corpse? Can't we make her live like a battle demon?" But Hong Yi could only sigh. He explained, "There are many types of corpse. Walking corpse, leaping corpse, hairy corpse, bronze armor corpse, silver armor corpse, golden armor corpse, flying night thorn, fierce undead, corpse god. Among them, only the bronze armor, silver armor, and golden armor corpses have a vague consciousness that can be refined and controlled. Moreover, the child's mother, who is a walking corpse, has lost her consciousness." Hong Yi turned away, speaking with sorrow. "It's not that I don't want to, but I simply can't." King looked at the poor child and asked, "Then, what should we do with this child?" Hong Yi responded, "The walking corpses here have been cleared. We need to find a place to hide it around here." She hesitated for a moment, but he answered, "Following us will only be more dangerous." Suddenly, a group of people behind them spoke up, "Let us handle it." King immediately recognized the voice, Captain Zhao Ling. Two figures quickly leaped out of the bushes. Who else could they be but Yi Chang and Lan Ling? Yi Chang asked with concern. Ahead is Longshan village in the West Sham. Brother Lan, can you handle it? Lan Ling coldly replied, It's fine. I am already accustomed to marching in the field. Unlike Yi Chang's battered appearance, Lan Ling maintained his usual composure. He spoke seriously. Fighting has always been my mission. Invulnerable in life, transcendent and otherworldly. Feeling outclassed, Yi Chang fumed inwardly. Damn, I should have gone all out during the fight. He opened his mouth in irritation. Does it have to be so dazzling? If I had ridden the snow jade elephant dragon, I'd look more handsome than him. At that moment, the system also notified him that the location of the corpse king was unclear, and the mission was uncertain. It's possible there wouldn't even be a reward in the end. Yi Chang nonchalantly remarked, What reward? I don't care about that. Lan Ling, ahead of him, pointed out, Brother Song, it seems like there's a battle over there. Yi Chang hurried over. There's a fierce battle happening below the village. Yi Chang deduced, it's a fight between swords and guns. The system responded, no, they are teaming up to fight against the enemy. The system identified the corpse army, with Zhao Ling's group firing at the corpses. Someone shouted, Captain Zhao, there are too many. We're surrounded. Zhao Ling kicked away a corpse that had gotten too close and asked, when will the reinforcements arrive? The person replied, it will take at least half an hour to reach by mountain path. Seeing the number of corpses increasing, Zhao Ling immediately ordered the cannons to fire. King, who was tirelessly fighting the corpses but to no avail, shouted, Grandfather, the corpse fist you taught me isn't enough. Han Yi stabbed his sword through the talisman and pointed it straight at the corpses, explaining, this time, the corpse disturbance is likely not a simple matter. There are too many of them. King asked, what do you mean? Han Yi then threw her onto the shoulder of the battle demon and said, leaping corpses are just walking corpses. Looking at the swarming corpses like ants, he continued, most of the leaping corpses this time seem much stronger. Han Yi raised his sword high, praising her. King, well done, you have your own destiny now. King immediately looked confused. My destiny isn't to be a corpse, is it? At this moment, the scene shifted to a dressing room, where several corpses were helping someone change clothes. A corpse with long green braided hair stood in front of a mirror, adjusting its outfit and then putting on a baseball cap. It raised its hand to strike a pose in the mirror, admiring itself. This was none other than Corpse King Xuan Kui. The whole group of corpse followers erupted in cheers. Suddenly, the snow jade elephant dragon appeared, breaking through the large wall in front of Xuan Kui. Yi Chang and Lan Ling, riding on its back, flew away, saying, it's too dangerous. Xuan Kui, enraged, grabbed two corpse men by their heads and slammed them together to vent his anger. Outside, King and Zhao Ling's group were still working hard to eliminate the corpses. Han Yi then said, Ba Wanghua, there's a corpse king here. We'll defeat him together. Zhao Ling asked him, reinforcements will arrive in 15 minutes. Does Elder Son have any plans? He kicked the corpse man and replied, the situation has changed, and there's nothing this old man can do. King, still overjoyed about what had just happened, shouted, my fate has arrived. Only then did the tail of the snow jade elephant dragon appear, accompanied by a loud voice. Everyone, don't be afraid. Yi Chang is riding it. Apologies for being late. Please retreat safely following Lan Ling King. Zhao Ling looked up and recognized that it was indeed him. Out of nowhere, a Lan Ling intersection appeared above Yi Chang's head. He said, this place. Leave it to me. Lan Ling immediately bypassed Yi Chang, rushing ahead and declared, fighting is my mission. Upon seeing him, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, little brother is so handsome. Having been overshadowed, Yi Chang immediately became furious. Hemph, this is my scene. I won't let you off easily. He then pointed and commanded, Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, charge forward, burn them all to ashes for me. It growled, releasing a ferocious blast of fire. Everyone curiously looked up at the Snow Jade Elephant Dragon. It spewed a massive amount of fire, courtesy of Yi Chang's technique, Heavenly Dragon Furious Flame. The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon unleashed a torrent of fire onto the courts below. Yi Chang shouted, 1 shot, 2 shots. The corpse screamed in agony. But Yi Chang continued to launch 3 more shots toward Lan Ling. He was running at full speed, swiftly as if flying. Wherever he ran, he slashed through the corpse with no mercy, clearing the path ahead. Lan Ling immediately instructed everyone, "I am ordered by Zhu Shangxi to protect you all. Don't get too caught up in the fight. Hurry and follow me to retreat." Suddenly, he froze in place, his eyes wide in shock. Without waiting for Lan Ling to speak, he said, "Everyone's already running away as fast as they can." Hong Yi, standing atop the very demon, shouted, "Monsters, the great killing aura is here. Let's go." Lan Ling was left confused. Indeed, it seems rushing in to kill the enemies is more fitting. As they kept running, King, growing impatient, turned to ask, "Grandfather, didn't you say there's a corpse king nearby? Why haven't we seen it?" Hong Yi replied, "The corpse king is different from these leaping corpses. It has consciousness. Of course, it wouldn't rush out to be a target." He looked up at the snow jade elephant dragon, which was still fighting, and continued, "That's why we are in the light, while the enemy is in the dark. Even Zhu Shangxi would have to face them head-on." Yi Chang stopped attacking. On the ground, remnants of flames still lingered, smoke and dust swirling in the air. By now, all the corpses had been burned away. Yi Chang, satisfied, remarked, "It seems dragon flame is very effective in exterminating corpses." Then he hesitated for a moment, but after gazing at the desolate scene on the ground, he became doubtful. Something doesn't feel right. He also realized that the number of corpses had decreased. Yi Chang immediately deduced, someone must have given them orders to retreat, but they don't know that there's a strange light coming toward me from behind. He quickly turned around, puzzled. Where's the hidden weapon? Yi Chang glanced over to the other side, where a group of people was visible in the distance, thinking to himself, "This is too dangerous. Could it be them?" The hidden weapon once again flew toward him. Yi Chang gave the order, "Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, turn around and chase after it." He was very certain. This time, he saw everything clearly. When they reached the location, Yi Chang shouted, "It's you! The corpse boss is hiding behind." The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon charged toward the hidden weapon, launched by Xuan Kui. Yi Chang quickly dodged, sneering, "This pathetic hidden weapon has been trying to hurt me all this time." But the sight grazed his finger, cutting it. Yi Chang, undeterred, pressed forward. A small wound didn't matter to him. He continued to advance. However, when he reached the spot, he only found an empty area. He stood there in confusion, unable to find anything. The system then intervened, activating the strategy mode. The system announced, "So it's like this. The Corpse King has crossed over this 1,000-year-old forest. Absorbing the mystical energy of the forest, it was inevitable that it couldn't escape the system's scanning energy." Yi Chang smiled smugly and said, "I don't believe I can't find you." The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon opened its mouth and began to suck in air. Yi Qiao quickly reminded, "Destroying the forest will result in execution." The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, startled, immediately closed its mouth. Yi Chang jumped off its back and said, "I'll find it myself." He snapped his fingers and issued an order. The Snow Jade Elephant Dragon summoned a sword for Yi Chang, who then strode through the forest, shouting, "Hey, Corpse Boss, if you know what's good for you, come out now." While scanning the surroundings, Yi Chang continued speaking. If not, he would swing his sword. He made a sweeping arc with the blade to threaten. "One strike from me, and it'll be quite ugly." From the bushes, he saw the tip of Xuan Ku's hat fly up. At the same time, several other figures leaped from the surrounding foliage, encircling Yi Chang. Seeing these corpse creatures made him annoyed. They had sent a lackey as a decoy. How cunning! Yi Chang narrowed his eyes and, with a swift move, used the chief annihilator technique to quickly deal with the corpse creatures. He then spoke, "So you've shown yourself at last?" Ahead of him, a shadow was removing its hat and greeted him politely. Yi Chang sneered mockingly. "Ha! At death's door and still acting tough." Xuan Kui had already stepped out into the open. A character introduction appeared. Corpse King Xuan Ku, the one who transmigrated into the corpse. A-rank mission. Yi Chang frowned suspiciously. Something feels off." His eyes widened as if realizing something. Yi Chang froze. Something was wrong with his body. He muttered to himself, "What's happening? Is it poison?" He realized the danger. His opponent's hidden weapon was laced with poison. The system issued an emergency warning. Alert, host. An unidentified toxin is attacking your nervous system. Evacuate immediately. Yi Chang nearly collapsed but forced himself to endure. He couldn't hold on much longer. Xuan Kui looked at him and curled his lips in satisfaction. Suddenly Yi Chang let out a shout. Summoning all his remaining strength, he leaped up, sword raised toward Xuan Kui. Xuan Kui showed no fear and gathered magic in his palm. He struck a palm straight into Yi Chang's abdomen. The blow so powerful, it hurled Yi Chang far away, smashing through a line of forest trees. Yi Chang slumped against the base of a tree in despair. It hurt so much. Am I going to die here? His eyes grew vacant. It's over. I can't hold on anymore. He looked at Xuan Kui, but his vision flickered and blurred. Yi Chang looked at him and thought to himself, am I about to become a corpse too? Yi Chang's eyes slowly narrowed, and he could only see the figure of Xuan Kui turning and walking away. After a while, a wisp of smoke hovered, which startled Yi Chang awake. At that moment, he felt like he was being blinded, like a sticky rice cake, and he screamed in panic. Am I about to be steamed? Before him were beautiful women, gazing at him with eager eyes, saying, looks pretty solid. The meat is fragrant, juicy, and looks delicious. Yi Chang screamed, I'm not Tripitaka monk. Eating me won't make you immortal. Let me go. He rolled around, shouting repeatedly, I'm all fat. I'm not tasty at all. A sharp finger touched his body. Xuan Kui licked his long tongue and looked at him with hunger. Yi Chang screamed in fear, let me go, hurry. He was wrapped up in a bundle, only able to scream, unable to do anything else. At the alchemy furnace, King sat in front of a large pot of fire and thought, what if he doesn't remember me? She lifted a bamboo tube and blew air into the fire through it. Suddenly, the pot in front of King shook, and she realized with a start that she had accidentally made the fire too large. Inside the pot, Yi Chang suddenly stretched and sat up. He was still wrapped in banana leaves to cover his body. King closed her eyes, stunned and unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, Yi Chang seemed to lose his balance and collapse. A scream rang out as the two of them fell on top of each other. Yi Chang and King were face to face, both looking extremely embarrassed. Outside the furnace, the sound of her loud scream could even be heard. Let's revisit the events of the previous episode. When Yi Chang found himself in an unfortunate situation with poisoned darts, Xuan Kui took advantage of it and struck him directly in the stomach. Yi Chang's vision blurred as he thought to himself, this is so painful. Am I going to die here? Back to the present, in the alchemy room, Yi Chang broke open the furnace, raised his hands to the sky, and joyfully shouted, I'm live. But then he collapsed back into King's arms. Hearing her loud cry, Hong Yi was startled. Could Zhu Shangxi have awakened? He quickly ran over to the furnace and said, the physique of martial artists is truly extraordinary. The poison removal method passed down in the Sun family's tradition takes an average person at least 24 hours to complete. Outside the window, Hong Yi could only see the vague silhouettes of Yi Chang and King. He said, sorry, did I hurt you? She replied, you don't need to apologize. It was my own voluntary decision to come and prepare the medicine for him. That's why Hong Yi misunderstood, and he turned around to leave, chuckling to himself. It seems that King's actions in this battle not only brought her the destiny of her life. Inside the refining room, King picked up Yi Chang's mask and smiled shyly. She spoke up, I know now. You are Zhu Shangxi. Yi Chang quickly covered his mouth, his identity exposed. He was only 19 years old. Could it be? King, embarrassed, confessed, since the time you saved me, I haven't been able to forget you. Today, I saved you, and I think this is our fate. At this moment, she began to introduce herself. By the way, I am Yan King from Yanzhou. I'm currently on my way back to my hometown in Shinong for summer break. Yi Chang asked, is it okay for me to stay here? If you have poor eyesight, remember to bring your glasses. She replied, don't misunderstand. Controlling the corpse is not something that excites me. Yi Chang braced his hands against the ground and stood up. He stood up, clenched his fists tightly, and silently thought, King, you are a good person, but I already have Yi Chao. Suddenly, King turned around and asked, why is there someone over there? Yi Chang immediately stepped out of the door, thinking to himself, I must not let the storm like wolf spring upon me. At the same time, Zhao Ling appeared from somewhere, walking toward him. It's no surprise that she bumped into Yi Cheng. He quickly covered his face, looking confused. Why is she here? Zhao Ling blushed and looked up at him, feeling a sense of joy. He's awake, that's great. She quickly turned her face away and said, there's no need to hide anymore. I won't report your identity. Zhao Ling confessed. After all, you and your companions did it for. At this moment, Yi Cheng suddenly remembered something. Right, where's Brother Lan? Has he been injured? Thinking this, he hurriedly ran off shouting, Brother Lan. Zhao Ling stood there, dumbfounded. I haven't finished speaking yet. King also poked her head out from the door, curious. Yi Cheng ran into the kitchen, searching everywhere. Brother Lan. He even checked inside the water barrel. Brother Lan. Yi Cheng peered into the chicken coop, looking everywhere but finding nothing. Yi Cheng raised his hands to the sky, despairingly saying, silver hair in the silent darkness. The smile that once bloomed is no longer the same. It's just a pity. Those who leave never truly value those who stay. Brother Lan had always been the center of attention in the crowd, but now, no matter where he looked, he couldn't find him. With tears welling up in his eyes, he hesitated before saying, there's only one possibility left. He had suddenly. Lan Ling appeared, coldly saying, I'm here. Stop making a fuss. Yi Cheng stood there, dumbfounded, letting out a gasp. Inside the system space, he hugged Lan Ling and Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, overjoyed as he exclaimed, Brother Lan, Xiao Long Long, I'm so glad you're all right. Yi Cheng emotionally recounted. Right, the Corpse King. Did he run away? Thank goodness you saved me, otherwise I would have turned into a corpse. Lan Ling, nonchalantly, said, can you put some clothes on before talking? Only then did Yi Cheng realize that he was barely covered by a few thin leaves, his rear end exposed for everyone to see. 5 minutes later, Yi Cheng had put on proper attire. As he sat there contemplating, it dawned on him. He was having a roundtable discussion with his two teammates. After I lost consciousness, the system, relying on the amount of energy, had brought Brother Lan and Snow Jade Elephant Dragon back to the tower. The system also said, therefore I warn you, when I tell you to evacuate, you should evacuate. Next time, there may not be anyone to save you. Lan Ling asked the system. If Brother Song has recovered, does that mean he's going to fight the Corpse King again? The system warned again. There is limited information on the Corpse King within the system, and acting recklessly will be very dangerous. Yi Cheng sprang up excitedly, saying, that's right, Yan Master is an expert at exterminating corpses. Adding to that, we have intelligence on hand. In the Grand Hall of the Sun family, a brush was moving smoothly across paper. Apart from the brush moving fluidly, ink splatters were shooting out densely. It turned out Yi Cheng was showing off his skills. He thought to himself, indeed, extraordinary talent can easily be displayed with a flick of the wrist. He then handed the drawing to the Sun family and asked, is this what the Corpse King looks like? The man immediately held up the drawing for everyone to see and loudly announced, everyone, please pay attention. The system's protection can only be seen by song. The drawing depicted a crude, childlike sketch of Swan Kui, as if it had been drawn by a kindergarten child. Hong Yui stroked his chin in thought as he listened to the description. The Corpse King must be at least a golden armor corpse or higher. I've never seen a high-level corpse before, but it's possible it could look as abstract as this. Zhao Ling also pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but say, the world is vast, and there's no shortage of talented people. We should have Xiao Zhang upload this into the department's database later. While Lan Ling and Battle Demon were left stunned, King looked on in admiration. The bold technique, the heroic flair, it was truly a magnificent piece of work from the Ghost Mansion god, even though she couldn't really make anything out of it. The system hurriedly wiped its sweat and sighed, saying, fortunately, when the host and Corpse King faced each other, we managed to capture his energy form. Now one can pinpoint his location. Yi Cheng immediately paid attention to it. The corner of his lips curled into a subtle smile. Then his tone deepened as he regained his dignified demeanor and said, everyone, please be quiet. My intuition tells me that the Corpse King is at Dragon Summit Mountain, advancing with a large army of corpses. In fact, it's not intuition, but the system that informed me. Hong Yi recalled the map from Longshan to Dragon Summit and said, The Corpse King is crossing through Longjiang County, which is densely populated, heading directly toward Dragon Summit Mountain. The terrain is perilous. Mom, this seems strange. King quickly raised her hand to speak. Dragon Summit Mountain. Isn't that the place where the Thunder Tribulation recently took place? I'm not mistaken, am I, Grandpa? Hong Yi joyfully exclaimed. Exactly, he's heading toward the place where the tribulation will occur. The Corpse King is a golden armor corpse, and he aims to transcend the tribulation to transform into a flying heavenly yaksha. Everyone immediately froze in shock. Flying heavenly yaksha. Zhao Ling thought to herself. A flying heavenly yaksha specializes in absorbing the essence and souls of others, with boundless magical power and an incredibly sinister nature. By the time that happens, it will be too late. She hesitated before speaking. This is... Yi Chang, however, appeared confident and said, Don't worry, I have a plan. He strode out the door, shouting orders to gather the time-traveling team and prepare to depart. At that moment, on Dragon Summit Mountain, a solitary ancient building stood on the cliffside. Xuan Kui stood at the podium, raising both hands to the sky. He is refining a magical weapon, surrounded by the spiritual energy of wandering souls. Xuan Kui's eyes turned bloodshot, and a fierce, victorious smile spread across his face. Immediately, from the tombstone, arms began to grow from the earth, breaking through the soil and rising up. These corpses moved in unison toward Xuan Kui. They strike a bold pose. Dragon Summit Battle, we have arrived. They were the team that would stop the time travelers making their first appearance. Half an hour after the grand start, everything had changed completely in such a short time. Everyone wore fruit-themed angry hats, except for the old man beside the Heavenly Court Destroyer. They sprayed something that resembled 3 dots of glue, and no one knew what they were doing anymore. When they reached Dragon Summit Mountain, the driver signaled that they had arrived. This ignorance left the 2 people beside them dumbfounded. We don't know, and we don't dare ask. Reflecting on it, there were too many shortcomings to address, and no one knew where to start. A soldier quickly approached to report to the captain. Just to report, this is the entrance to Dragon Summit Mountain. He waved to Zhao Ling, and the entire team finished roll call. Search can be conducted right now. She also praised frankly, very good. She signaled to Song Yi Chang, the great hero song, that my people would eliminate the gang family separately, ensuring the safety of the citizens. With the battle tree on the mountain entrusted to him, he arrogantly replied, I will not fail the mission. Overall, he seemed very trustworthy. The system next to him questioned, Hey, wasn't the strategy you mentioned in the previous episode a cheap trick? He nonchalantly threw his hat off. Of course not, this is just men's fun. To clarify, Zhao Ling controls the situation below, while on the mountain, the Sun family, old and young, is setting up formations. The Corpse King will be soloed by me, Zhu Shangxi. Isn't this plan perfect? The system, upon hearing this, froze and obeyed. Is that so? They rode the flying beast to the designated location. The male protagonist happily led the way. The snow jade elephant dragon sped up the mountain peak, and despite being a spiritual beast, it couldn't avoid its hardships. King, with wide eyes, asked, Grandfather, is the vehicle overloaded? Yan Hongyi also confirmed, Moon, it does feel a bit different from riding a divine beast in our imagination. Lan Ling added, the clouds are thicker than before. I'm afraid we won't be able to proceed slowly now. They descended at the altar of Dragon Summit. He stroked his beard and examined the site. This had been the altar of Dragon Summit for many years. Now in the age of decline, it had fallen into ruin. Could it really have become the place for the Corpse King's tribulation? Thinking of a way to handle the situation, the old man used the mountain hexagram formation to subdue the person. Note asterisk. Mountain hexagram formation. Liang is one of the 8 trigrams, representing mountains. Within it, the mountain trigram is purely yang, yet it contains yin, using the pure yang force to establish a powerful yang confrontation, embracing the yin energy to absorb the strength of the evil spirits in confinement. He poured blood onto a wooden sword, the blood of Song Zucheng. Raising the sword in a ready stance, he called out to her, King, draw the demon-slaying talisman. She quickly responded, Yes, it's done. He activated the formation, and within the arrangement, Corpse was attacking, disturbing the 2 of them. Lan Ling, with an air of calm. Of course. Yi Cheng observed his surroundings. It was eerily quiet, and he sensed something was off. He then ran off, not forgetting to instruct, "Brother Lan, you continue to protect the Sun family and maintain the formation. Give a reason to leave. I must take the initiative and go meet Gang." King watched him as he slowly disappeared into the distance. Lan Ling approached and said, "Miss Yan, don't worry. Brother Song is a man of his word. If he promised to help you with the exam, he will certainly not kill the Corpse King." But then she realized, blushing and chuckling silently, drawing the southern demon-slaying talisman unconsciously. Song Cheng went to inspect and was shocked to find the altar empty. Stunned by the grim reality, he became alert as he realized there were ambushing spirit beasts, and he mounted his steed, preparing to move quickly. A surge of dark power rushed toward him. A giant, dark, and ferocious demon approached. He panicked. This was too dangerous. These were thousands of zombies linked together, forming a corpse combination. Zhuan Kui sat in the middle, and the group sneered mockingly as he responded sarcastically. "Corpse King, so it's you," he said, drawing his weapon. "You dared to act so arrogantly in front of me? Let me teach you a lesson." Brandishing his long spear and with his spirit beast, he charged forward, shouting, "It's useless to strike a heavy blow." Zhuan Kui remained calm and raised his hand to give an order. The spear was aimed at the giant, but was immediately knocked away with a tremendous force, and smoke billowed. "Ah!" he groaned, coughing violently. He raised his hand to support the snow jade dragon statue, mocking his enemy, and seriously asked, "Xiao Long Long, are you all right?" He was overjoyed. Woof woof, the sky suddenly turned gray. He thought to himself, "This is bad. The thunder tribulation is coming." He then turned and walked away, saying, "Xiao Long Long, calm down, I will definitely take care of him." Charging forward alone, he shouted, "Corpse King, if you're capable, come and fight me." A bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, and Zhuan Kui advanced as well. The two beams of light collided, the sky met the earth, with the boundary marked by the two rays. This made him exclaim, "The light is blinding." Lan Ling was flustered, and Brother Song King shrank back in fear. "This is bad." Wu Master was also sweating. The thunder tribulation descended, and the purple light enveloped the space, signaling its arrival. The flying heavenly yaksha descended. A terrifying figure emerged from the light, standing proudly in the sky. The four of them yelled in unison, "The flying heavenly yaksha has descended." King trembled. "I never thought the thunder tribulation could be crossed so easily. But can it be refined after ascending to the flying heavenly yaksha?" Yan Master was also flustered. "There's no precedent for this. Now that it's come to this, we have no choice but to fight." He stood there confidently, a smug smile on his face. Song Cheng did not hesitate and strode straight toward him. "Don't think that just because you've grown a pair of wings, you can dominate the world." He thrust his spear with lightning speed, aiming directly at the vital point. The strike pierced through, making his opponent cry out in pain. "Erg!" The man roared, gathering energy around himself and forcing Song Cheng back. The wound on his body began to close rapidly. Song Cheng was stunned. He thought, "He heals too quickly, faster than I ever imagined." In no time, the injury had completely vanished. Zhuan Kui, now wielding overwhelming power, dismissed him as nothing more than an insect. "A mere mortal dares to wound me." His true title was none other than Flying Heavenly Yaksha, Zhuan Kui. But then, from the site of the old wound, a strange green liquid began to seep out and swell. "What's this? Why is this happening?" Song Cheng chuckled to himself, finally revealing the hidden move he had prepared. "Heh, today I'll teach you a lesson. However you treat me, I'll return it in kind." He explained, "My spear is no ordinary weapon. It has been steeped for hours in the venom of the aberrant Empress Mother, a supreme toxin." Yet he still offered a grim acknowledgement, truly worthy of the name Corpse King. "Your body may be extraordinary, clinging to life even now. But," Song Cheng pointed directly at him and declared coldly, "you are already finished." Cool like that, but deep down still a child. He, just saying this already. He angrily counterattacked, thousands of feathers flying towards him. He stood there, confused. And this too. Without being taught in the corpse version, he spun the spear into a circle. "I blocked it. Now chase after me." Don't think you can escape. He turned his head, sneering. Suddenly, it felt like an invisible force stopped him, preventing him from running. A circle surrounded him. It was a magic formation set up beforehand, the Miao Shan Mountain Hexagram Formation. So it was thanks to Master Yan's preparation. This is the first time I've set up such a large formation. He looked at Zhu Shang's little brother, determined to eliminate this demon before breaking the formation. The male lead aimed his spear. Demon, where do you think you're running? Come at me with your world-shattering invisible strike. Zhuan Kui wasn't afraid to counterattack. With the mysterious flying dagger dance, plus the solidify strike, he attacked relentlessly. But it had no effect on him. Suddenly, a sword slashed down at him. What? It was Lan Ling, riding the Snow Jade Dragon, launching an attack. He looked at them, unwilling to accept. Damn it, you're playing dirty. Yi Chang quickly charged in. Heh, teamwork is unbeatable. The converging force pierced through him, causing the surrounding scenery to be violently impacted, with the wind blowing fiercely, forcing King to shield herself. As the dust settled, he stood alone, holding a spear in the middle of a large pit, his foot pressing against the face of his fallen foe, effortlessly defeating a minor corpse. His teammates cheered, "Victory! This is great!" King stood by, blushing, proud of her hero. Lan Ling approached to remind her, "Miss Yan, stop standing there. Hurry and start the refining process." She nodded seriously, "Yes, I will perform the spell." He reassured her, "Don't be afraid, he can't move." The fallen corpse on the ground snorted, "Hemph." She began chanting, pressing a talisman in front of him. In agony, he screamed, "Aha!" The wind howled. Master Gan stroked his chin in approval. "Let's make history." Below Dragon Summit Mountain, King watched as the corpse gradually disappeared. A soldier reported, "Look, the corpse has disappeared." Zhao Ling was overjoyed. Great, Zhu Shangqi was successful. But then he sighed, "It's such a pity we didn't get to see his handsome face." The sky cleared once more. Suan Kui, after being subdued by King, expressed his sincere intentions to her. "I, Suan Kui, hear the princess's command, and with a sneer, respond with disdain. Do you know that in the future you must do many good deeds, and do everything you can to atone for your sins?" The system, seeing him lazily lying on the back of the Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, reminded him, "Host, why didn't you smash the corpse king's head earlier and let the Sun family capture him? You're angry, don't you fear that I might not reward you?" But the answer from him was still laziness, as if giving you roses, my hands still smell sweet. "You are not human, you wouldn't understand." The system turned away. "Well, this surprises me. The heavens and the system can get angry too." After walking away in frustration. "Well, who told you not to treat people like people?" A light surrounded it, and a strand of long hair appeared. He witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. A scream echoed across the mountain. "Huh, the system can also transform." Returning to King, after being subdued by her, Zhuan Kui became very obedient. "I'd Zhuan Kui, hear the princess's command and will follow without hesitation." Then let's shake hands first." Seeing him obediently extend his hand, she couldn't help but feel pleased. They saw this and gathered around, ordering that the boy perform a martial routine for the whole family to watch. Yan Master also exclaimed, Mom, your refining skills are truly impressive." Meanwhile, Song Yicheng's eyes went round, his mouth agape. You're really my little system." So after transforming, the system also becomes a beauty. She stepped up close to him. Had she changed faces so quickly? Truly a fickle man, leaving him no choice but to blush and turn his head away. You're coming this close for what? Haven't you heard men and women shouldn't be so familiar?" She immediately retorted, "Men and women? Ah, when did you start calling me a woman?" Then she asked, "Don't tell me you have strange feelings for me." He shouted, "Of course not." She playfully climbed into his lap. "Oh, then I've wrongly blamed host." He can only sit there, embarrassed, pleading with the system elder. "Stop messing around, please. Can we talk about something else?" Lan Ling, standing nearby, unconsciously asked, "Brother Song, who are you talking to?" King glanced over, startled and hurried. "No, she's everyone. Listen to my explanation." After getting her revenge, The system sneered. Why so tense? I've switched to invisible mode. They can't see me. And King King's gaze still lingered on him openly, full of unconcealed fascination. Brother Song, could it be that while standing in a horse stance and practicing breathing, I have to praise you for being truly deserving of the title courageous and wise, so methodical? In Cheongseong, outside the Yan Mansion courtyard, it has been announced that the corpse disturbance has been resolved. It is said that Zhu Shangxi is currently inside the Yan Mansion, and the people of Cheongseong are flocking here in droves. A commoner spoke up in the crowd. Look, they've already lined up over there waiting for good news. That's Zhu Shangxi. He's coming out. The cart began to move slowly. He proceeded amidst the cheers of the crowd. Ah, so handsome. Mom, quickly catch me. The sign was raised high, and the people thanked him. The plaque, engraved with praise. Read, the nemesis of the corpse, the savior of Cheongseong. But somehow, the scene felt a little mismatched. With him driving the cart, he sighed absent-mindedly, remembering last night. He had originally planned to go home, but that old bastard Yan Hongyi was truly despicable. Thinking about the embarrassing incident, not only did he force him to drink himself into a stupor, but he also took him to Yan King's room, locked the door, and who knew what else he was planning. He snapped back to reality, realizing that he had reluctantly ended up in the current situation. Confused. Last night, I didn't do anything strange, did I? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhu Shang brother, thank you for saving us. Please accept this as a gift from us. He happily accepted it. Thank you, everyone, but this isn't just my doing. Another voice approached. This is the traditional snake venom wine from my family. My mother says it's very beneficial to drink this. And then, please accept this small token of our gratitude. The voices of the villagers surrounded him. This is from me too. Me as well, and hundreds of gifts were thrust into his arms. The gifts piled up on the cart, a victory of Shaanxi's specialties. The warm hospitality of the people of Shaanxi was hard to resist. Zhu Shangxi drove the cart back, full. The system next to him explained, "This new image is very well received." Sarcastically, or maybe you should also change your image and upgrade your title to Shaanxi, the three-wheeled man. He silently appreciated it, muttering, "My mask has only been gone for a few days, and it's already disappeared." Then, in confusion, his gaze shifted as he looked at her. "You're still laughing at me." The intelligence about the battle with the Corpse King had a major mistake. She blushed, and even little system isn't omnipotent. She waved her right hand, relying on energy fluctuations to detect the time traveler. Then his face naturally darkened, and he suddenly had an ominous feeling. "Ask if there are still any fish that have slipped through the net." He sighed. The two people on the rooftop were King and her attendant, watching this scene. The crowd continued to shout loudly. Zhu Shangxi can't bear to leave him. She bit her handkerchief, sobbing, sniffing. When will we meet again? Night fell, and the city lit up. A staff member continued to solicit. Would you like to check out the gym that bids farewell to you? The customer waved his hand. No need, no need. He angrily pouted. Hemph. Sooner or later you'll get as fat as a pig. But the customer continued with his own line of thought. Is bodybuilding like fried chicken that doesn't taste good, or a game that's not fun? He trudged wearily down the street. Business is getting harder and harder these days. Maybe we should switch to selling bubble tea. He spotted a strange shop. Huh. When did this shop open? As he walked past, he saw himself in the mirror. Huh. Unconsciously striking a pose. Hemph. Foolish people. They don't understand the value of muscles. Show off your physique. Look at my muscles. So strong. So beautiful. Perfect. Proudly, is my chest smaller than yesterday? No, it can't be. I need to check again. A woman opened the door and stepped out, and little brother patted all over him. Working so hard like this. Do you want to go inside and sing a song to relax? Breathe out a fragrance. People like the little brothers with enchanting muscles. Singing? I love to sing. Come on in. There are more fun things inside. The two of them went inside the silk-loving cave. The woman smiled. The music in the bar played. Your bar is closed to me. The singing mixed with the laughter of the young men and the group of women, with the weapon now in your hands. Let me tell you how to carry it in the future. She got closer, letting her lips touch his. Little brother, are you sleepy? If you want to sleep, then sleep. Her body swayed to the rhythm of the music, her seductive eyes full of fluctuations. Suddenly, instead of the bright scenery, he saw a spider web wrapping around the room, and he was completely captivated. So peaceful. Caught tightly in the web, he still wanted more. One more time. The beauty, wrapped up, pleaded. Gradually sinking into darkness, in the silk-loving cave of the underworld, a spider's head emerged. It turned out to be a beautiful woman. She transformed into a gorgeous woman, wholeheartedly praising. "You sisters did really well today." Then she scolded, except for looking down at the innocent girl with blue hair below, to see which man she had caught today. The little girl panicked. "Master, Xiao Kai didn't mean to." She started looking at the corpse on the ground, then analyzed insufficient nutrition, yellowish skin, and a hunched back. "Just looking at him, I can tell he's the type of shut-in or night owl, always ordering takeout and living off the internet. Nothing pure or virtuous about him." She pressed her foot forcefully on the man's face and said, "You brought this one here just to make sister get poisoned to death." Everyone around shifted their gaze toward her. Hemph, truly useless. She could only lower her head and apologize. The woman waved her hand, returning to her spider throne. "Little sisters, serve the family law for me." The girl was terrified. "No, please, spare me. I'll try harder." They shot webs at her repeatedly. "Xiao Qi, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless." They lectured. "From now on, you have to work hard to serve the master, understand?" The master above observed, laughing loudly. Their laughter echoed through the cave. "Ha ha." The next morning, a figure approached the alley, seemingly familiar with the place. They looked at the serious bodybuilding philosophy notice. "Elder Song has already become Ju Shang-Shi. I can't always stay as Chong Fatty." He was determined. "Mom, from today onwards, I must lose weight so that Elder Song can see a completely new version of me." He had only walked halfway when he encountered Xiao Kai shouting loudly, blushed as he looked at her. "Miss, are you okay?" he asked. "Miss, are you okay?" The scene shifted to the gym, where everyone was working hard. The atmosphere inside the gym was intensely hot that day. They were competing to lift weights, with flames burning fiercely, and everyone was full of passion. Realizing it, the brothers' eyes were firm, as if they had all arrived at the same time, heading in the same direction. Chang Fatty trained arrogantly. After all, a beautiful girl like her didn't need to go out for walks or shopping. She spent the whole day by his side, training, only thinking about her figure. How could they not envy, not feel jealous? Xiao Kui approached, wiping the sweat off. He hoped that his sincere feelings would bring a new hope to everyone's lives. Despicable, but the two successes were the feeling of sincerity without any gloss. At the headquarters of the Intelligence Bureau, the announcement ran, "Song Master, we have arrived. The letter says the Intelligence Bureau needs you. I hope you can come and sign right away, Old Zhao." He looked at the letter. Zhao Ling actually dared to call herself Old Zhao, truly worthy of the title Ba Wanghua. The security guard came over to invite Master Song. This left the protagonist puzzled, wondering what was going on. He'd scanned the area, suspicious, and checked with the little system. Maybe Captain Zhao had discovered some strange creatures and needed his help. The system quickly responded. "I scanned the area and found no time travelers. However, there is a group of very strange people." As soon as the system finished speaking, a group of people rushed over. "Move! Move out of the way!" Angrily, he turned around and muttered to himself, "Ha!" A group of people surrounding a white-haired hero, Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master Zhao Wu, with boundless spiritual power, transcendent skills. "Heavenly Master, you don't belong here. Get out of the way." Seeing this, he was also taken aback. So this is the youngest Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master in history. He looks so cool. One person, with his head bowed, felt annoyed. The commoner dared to look at the revered Heavenly Master directly. He waved his hand, shooing him away. "Get lost." Stepping aside, but then he was surprised and couldn't move. Why is it like this? With just a light push, he was sent flying. "Please move out of the way." His face hit the ground. "You, Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master," looked at him. "This fellow has not yet been introduced. I am Zhang Kulin of Dragon Tiger Mountain. I ask, how can you leave so easily after injuring a disciple of our sect?" He sighed. "Ha, so troublesome." He added, "It was never that important. I wasn't even sure about the dog leash in the first place." He locked eyes with him, but even the master biting people randomly was really disgusting. He replied seriously, if this brother has taught him this way, don't blame Zhang Kulin for not understanding human feelings. Nearby, a group of disciples kept cheering. Heavenly Master is mighty. Teach him a lesson. Dragon Tiger Mountain is not to be trifled with. One of them shouted, how dare a mere mortal speak to the Heavenly Master like that? A figure emerged from inside. General Zhao asked, why have you come here? General Zhao answered him, is there a distinguished guest that requires your personal greeting? He saw the man slowly walking towards him, puzzled. Old Zhao pretended to bow and greet him. Dragon Tiger Mountain has always served the country to the best of our ability. That is our duty. Before he could finish speaking, he said, no need for such formalities. General, he had already turned and left. Haha, finally got to see the real deal. Walking over to the male lead, Song Yi Cheng raised his hand to start a conversation. This kid really is a talent. Inviting you here was the right choice. He laughed heartily, almost forgetting to introduce himself, shaking hands enthusiastically. I'm Zhao Zongxin, just call me Old Zhao. His hearty laughter rang out, sing, 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 sing. The two of them entered without paying any attention to the person still spraying glue over there. Let's go. We'll talk inside, Song Cheng said thoughtfully. Zhao Zongxin understood, his lips pursed and his eyes wide open. It's the founding ancestor. Zhao Zongxin. Now it dawned on him. So this was the party organized by Zhao Zongxin, primarily to host those who had contributed to the investigation work of the National Bureau of Investigation, including Zhang Heavenly Master over there. Thinking it over, hearing old Zhao say, I now understand. The identity of Zhu Shangxi was long exposed. Such a powerful T and Ren system. Fortunately, they locked my information, restricting it to only high-level officials for review, and things are back to normal. Of course, old Zhao mysteriously invited me here not just to attend the party, right? There were only 2 people in the room, and he asked, what? You want me to join the detective bureau? He scratched his head hesitantly, but I was already used to being free. I was afraid he would stop me, so I hoped he would refuse too quickly. Let me explain. From what I observed, you have exceptional skills in your actions. Of course, I don't intend to interfere with your actions. I just want to help you. For example, by protecting your family, sharing intelligence, or providing manpower. He propped his chin up. Let me think. Then he added, oh, by the way, since there are still some internal disagreements on this matter, it hasn't been publicly disclosed yet. Zhao Ling walked into the room, and Grandpa grumbled in annoyance. He cleverly pushed me out to greet the guest, leaving himself alone here. The beautiful woman looked at him. Zhu Shangxi, why are you here? He glanced at her. Captain Zhao, I thought you'd be more cautious. It seemed Zhao Ling still didn't know that her identity had been exposed. She quickly ran to rebut. Don't misunderstand, I didn't say a word. She yelled, blame him. It must have been Grandpa who secretly looked at my diary. But in reality, he didn't understand what she was talking about. He quietly sat eating melon seeds, watching the drama unfold. Zhang Kulin finished changing his clothes and walked in neatly. Old Zhao, Ling Ni, you two made me search for you everywhere. He looked at him with a mocking smile. This heavenly master has come, and he's already changed into his second outfit. Holding a glass of wine, he said, Old Zhao, may I have the honor of inviting your beautiful granddaughter to dance with me? The old man turned away with a look of disdain. Zhao Ling hesitated. Thank you. He, however, was smugged. As expected. No one can resist my charming and dignified demeanor. But hitting the right nerve, she inched closer to the male lead. Unfortunately, I already have a dance partner. He panicked. Am I your dance partner? He was furious. Hemph, it's that damn kid again. A disciple rushed over and grabbed his foot. Heavenly Master, there's trouble. He scoffed. Ling Nu, don't turn yourself into a jasmine flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. The disciple then whispered in his ear. After hearing it, he immediately left. Sorry, but I must excuse myself. He smashed his wine glass. Useless dog, only good at ruining your own affairs. Returning to the center of the party, Zhao Ling blushed, embarrassed. May I have the honor of a dance, my master? He agreed. Mum, thank you. And thought to himself, it's their territory. It's hard not to feel embarrassed. But my system by my side was helping push the boat for the two of them. Humph. The road is Ju Shang-chi, and I didn't know how to make sarcastic remarks. This time, I was really embarrassed, and this time, he even argued back. Humph. He didn't know how to help his host, but could only make snide comments. Zhao Ling held his hand. Huh. What did you just say? Song Chang scratched his head. Nothing. She proactively held his hand a little closer. The music is about to start. He blushed, flustered. This is bad. Really bad. Really bad. He hiccuped, as if something urged him to take the lead in the dance. It turned out the system was controlling him. If the host was embarrassed, the system wouldn't have a good face either. Calm down. Don't be nervous. Follow my lead. She followed his steps, complimenting him. I didn't expect you to dance so well. He asked, what's this about? The feeling was strange. Realizing, under the guidance of the little system, I had found the rhythm. The two of them swayed to the music, not only not embarrassing themselves, but also dancing quite naturally. But of course, that wasn't my intention. When the performance ended, the audience applauded and cheered. Someone wondered, who is he, to be invited to dance by Zhao family's young lady? Another person remarked, seems close to old Zhao. Looks like we can't underestimate this guy. After finishing the dance, the male protagonist turned on the machine and heard a voice from the other end of the line. Boss SOS, hurry and come save me. It's a call from Chan Fatty. On the other side, he was panicking. Boss SOS, hurry and come save me. Song Chang imagined a very twisted scene. Ha! Chan Fatty was hanging upside down. His favorite thing was to abuse the fat guys. And then a series of savage laughs. Try cutting a piece of meat and see what happens. The male protagonist reassured, don't be afraid, I'm coming right now. In Yanzhou City he wandered here. He felt relieved. It wasn't as chaotic as he had imagined. And nothing seemed to be happening. Just confusion. Chan Fatty, he was surprised to see him. Boss, did you ask about me? He hesitated and asked, did you get involved with something unclean? Chan Fatty exhaled a breath and replied, Boss, I've been poisoned. Then he lost his breath, and his body returned to normal. He explained, I've been poisoned by love. The male protagonist was filled with questions. It took Song Yicheng a while to understand the situation after Chan Fatty explained. After the corpse battle in Xiangxi, Chan Fatty met a girl as beautiful as an angel. This girl, Xiao Qi, wasn't interested in material things, only devoted to caring about Chan Fatty's health. Xiao Qi said gently, wiping away sweat. He spoke while shyly making a gesture. Xiao Kai had never wanted to go to the street to buy things. He just wanted to stay in the gym with me. The male lead scratched his ear upon hearing this. So what happened next? He shyly continued. Then I confessed to her, asked her out. This was something the boss had done before, so Song Chang puffed out his chest. I have to say, proud of DPS. You found the right person. Holy Love Scripture reluctantly taught him a few tricks. Before he could hear more, Chan Fatty pointed. Boss, look, it's her. Xiao Qi walked past thoughtfully and explained. She works at the gym, and then looks pensive. She probably doesn't have another job. I don't really understand anything about her, but both the male lead and the system seem to realize something. Did you have some kind of feeling, a vague one? Forget it. Let's help me flirt first. Bro, rule number 1 of relationship challenge. Handsome and talented raised a flower, unprepared, and said you shouldn't suddenly make a move. He quickly waved his hand and ran off. Let's confess some other day. Chan Fatty was puzzled. Huh, boss, what are you doing? Song Chang followed Xiao Qi, keeping a close eye on the one his brother was infatuated with. Am I being a little too much doing this? I don't care anymore, but Xiao Qi seems a bit off. I hope there's nothing strange going on. Suddenly, a red-haired beauty rushed into him. She's a spider demon. She's pulling the same tricks again. Brother, why are you so strong? You're hurting me. He blushed. Sorry. She nestled her head into his chest. If you know you're wrong, then you have to take responsibility. Take me back to rest. She pointed toward the other side, seeing Xiao Kai enter. He felt a sense of accomplishment, having achieved his goal. All right, no problem. Let me take her in. Let's hurry up. We don't want to delay her rest. As for her, she was in a passive position, feeling that he was too strong. Later, the Sisters of the Clouds would have to bite him to make her feel better. Inside, amidst the web of emotions, she let him in. "Brother here, please follow me." He quickly realized this wasn't a proper place. Another girl spoke up, "Brother, don't be shy. Come play with us." He broke into a sweat. "Wait, isn't the one band Z dreams of working here? Really? Let me ask around." He raised his hand and demanded, "I don't like overly sexy, standout models. Get me one that's pure, preferably with short hair, someone who looks harmless. Do you understand the feeling of a young girl?" The red-haired spider woman darkened her face. As expected, Xiao Qi was useless. She didn't let go, but this kind of high-class merchandise no one could steal. She snapped her fingers. "Sisters, did you hear? Quickly arrange something for this brother." They quickly complied. A soft voice called from the bed, "Brother." They were dressed as schoolgirls, crawling over, and still hadn't finished their homework. Yet they were already looking for the brother. The voice harmonized with a gentle fragrance. Could he really be so heartless as to ignore her? He was attracted. His eyes lit up. "Haha, I can't be that heartless." A group of people rushed in. "Bring the master out," they shouted. "You're tired of living, huh? Daring to touch Dragon Tiger Mountain." She ran out. "Let me go see." She reassured them. He probably won't dare do anything. Inside the cave were teeth full of webbing. The cave lord screamed as he looked at the pile of corpses below. "Damn it," he scolded. "How many times have I told you all? In this world, you must be cautious and plan for the long term." Holding his head, the cultivator was indeed very alluring, but if it exposed one's identity, it would not be worth it. A shy girl, elder sister, had her mood ruined by these Daoists, and she tried her best to calm her anger. Actually, today little sister has someone even more senior and serious. Little sister will bring him here right away. Suddenly, the wall beside them shattered, smoke billowing out. A dark figure slowly approached, smiling wickedly. The sound of cracking walls echoed loudly. Amidst the smoke and dust, a loud laugh rang out. "Ha ha, they are preparing to fight. Who is the heavenly master dragon tiger summoning wind and calling rain?" A group of disciples bowed. Their spiritual strength was boundless, extraordinary, and brilliant. The red-haired spirit spider turned to the sect leader. "Sister, looks like the leader of those filthy Daoists from earlier has arrived." John Kulin arrogantly stepped forward. "There's no such reasoning." He mocked. "You demon beasts and vile creatures wreak havoc in all directions, and yet you dare to mercilessly kill the disciple Long Hu, who came to exterminate demons, and those who follow along with you. What kind of reasoning is that?" The maid beside her responded. "What do you mean by accept love?" Initially, it was clear that those Taoist priests came to indulge themselves, but I wasn't careful and inhaled too much of it. He's pretending to be handsome and talented, the heavenly master here. If you say more, it's just because of the wind effect that he looks so smooth. Otherwise, he would have surrendered by now. Suddenly, a kick struck his face, and the pressure created a powerful shockwave. The sect leader attacks. "Yeah, introduce me to the sect leader, the master of the sect's emotions. Why would I be afraid of your nonsense?" He remained motionless on the ground, begging. "Chivalrous woman, please spare me. I'm just an empty barrel, making loud noises out of humility. Please spare me a way to live. These disciples are all for you, to enjoy at your leisure. They taste delicious." She was delighted. "That will do. I agree, I'll grant your wish." He looked terrified, then pulled something out of his bag, and, with a swift motion, launched an attack. "First, enjoy my wind nets, haha." She asked him, "What?" A burst of light surrounded her, causing her pain. Yeah. The subordinates were also taken aback. Sect leader. He stood up, dusted himself off, and looked back. "Makeup team, online team, come here. Let's get started." The sound of clothes brushing against each other can be heard on the live stream. Next, I will show everyone how to eliminate the evil. Raise your hand to greet the audience. Any viewers who haven't clicked the follow button yet, please do so now. The sect leader continues to call out. Don't forget to give orders. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Don't you want to hurry up and kill him for me?" They quickly moved forward, obeying the command to go to the room in the cave, where Song Cheng was lost in his own pleasures. "Haha, everyone. Look, there's a butterfly." Focused on the butterfly flying by. "Here it is." The girl with her hair tied up asked. "Earlier, someone caused a disturbance. You girls need to calm that person down." What's there to worry about? Don't you know the sect leader's strength? And then, as if on a whim, she looked at him and secretly took a sip, seeing him fiddling with something. In the dream, Chow and Fatty rushed in. Old Land kept calling out. The boss asked, "What are you still doing here?" Leading him out. "Come on, follow me." Both of them were wearing suits. On such an important day, how could he be late? The church bell rang. Ding, 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 ding. He looked confused. Could this really be someone's wedding? As he entered the aisle, the groom received countless congratulations. "Brother, so happy for you. Congratulations, Song Yicheng." Amid the cheers, he was the only one who didn't understand. "Congratulations to me." Looking at the bride on the podium, the pastor asked Song Yicheng, "Do you take these 4 beautiful brides as your wives?" He blushed. "I do." Then he looked more carefully. "What? 4 brides? They each called his name. You finally made it. Honey, come here quickly. This really is heaven." He was overjoyed. It seemed like this wasn't so bad after all. They looked at him affectionately. "Darling, 1 is worth 1,000. Don't waste it." He nodded. Okay. The sound of laughter and joy echoed. "Ha ha." One of them said, "You're trying to chase me away now." He lecherously looked at the husband who was lifting the curtain. "Your wives have been waiting a long time." Then something felt strange. Lan Ling and Snow Jade Elephant Dragon looked at him. Their clothes now had different characters. "Sweetheart," he shouted loudly. "Broken dreams." He sat up suddenly. The 2 girls beside him looked at him in surprise. "What? He can actually break the illusion spell by himself. Get ready, this person is not simple. We need to run quickly." He pointed angrily. "You made me have nightmares, and now you want to run." After dealing with the 2 of them, he stepped out the door. Indeed, it was dark. It seemed like he had to go check things out in person. Looking around, how could this be? The wreckage before his eyes made him wonder. How did the outer door become so chaotic? A surge of power pulled towards him. Bang! He realized it was the unconscious Zhong Heavenly Master. How did he end up here? A wave of darkness surrounded him. The sensation was strange. Was this place where the spider demon had flown to? "Xiao Qi, well done," the leader shouted. "Hurry up and kill that filthy Taoist priest. I will reward you generously." Song Cheng looked at them. They were all time travelers, glancing towards Xiao Kai. "That's her," calling her in the mind. Xiao Kai then raised her spear, ready for battle. "The demoness obstructs us. Don't even think about harming others." A figure approached again. "Stop." Chang Fatty's voice grew quieter. "Stop." The scene was utterly chaotic. Chang Fatty was dazed, not understanding anything, only blurting out, "Stop." Song Cheng called to him. "Hey, Fatty," rationally looking at the 2 of them. "How could I possibly strike? What if they really love each other?" Xiao Qi also looked at Chang Fatty. Chang Fatty looked at her. "Xiao Qi, I understand now. You're so gentle and kind. It must be those succubi forcing you to act like this, right? I'm not afraid of them anymore. I will definitely protect you." She, feeling distressed, asked, "What are you talking about?" She looked at him coldly. "You glutton. Why are you overthinking?" Hearing this, he was disillusioned as a glutton. She explained, "Yes, in my eyes, you and them are the same. Just delicious dishes that make people drool and question. Do humans like nothing but pork with Chinese cabbage forever?" He lowered his head in embarrassment. 1 piece of pork, 1 Chinese cabbage. Zhao Qi threw Zhang Kulin to the ground. Since we're on the topic, I can't help but vent a little. It's really hard to find something with a pure and obedient temperament like you. Yet you're all fat and full of grease. I have to lick my hands to avoid affecting the sister, and I have to spend quite a bit of time training you to lose weight. It's such a hassle. Her voice rang out in laughter, a spider demon nearby sneering in disdain. "You're killing me with laughter." The lair master smiled. Seeing his true nature yet still refusing to sober up, still lovesick. That was the first person. Who would have thought that useless Xiao Qi would possess such a talent? Song Cheng watched the whole scene and his hands trembled. This was unbearable. He immediately rushed forward. Master looked at him. Where did a person who doesn't know his own limits come from? Order them. Kill them all for me. Silken webs shot out and spread, yet he still stood firm and evaded the attack. He shouted, demanding justice. The temptress has deceived my brothers. How shall she atone? He prepared to strike again. then realized he couldn't pull his spear. It had been wrapped by the web. She looked at him. Hemph. Even if your body is strong, you're still a lowly human. Strip you of your weapon and see how you can still put on airs. He curled his lip. Hemph. Xiao Qi was surprised. Song Chang kicked her hard in the face with his foot, and not using a weapon felt even more satisfying. The kick sent her flying, and then he composed himself seriously. Next, it's your turn. The lair master hesitated. Could he still have some magical treasure? He grabbed and swung the spear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The spinning tree caused them to be caught in its rotation. One person cried out, "Sister, I'm so dizzy." But she had a way to handle it, a trick that the other sisters also use. A weakling said something, but couldn't escape. She reassured them, staying calm. Chang Fatty, standing beside, prays, "Really strong. My brother wipes away tears, but I can't keep getting lost in this. Cheer up, go for it. Boss, boss, stay strong." Song Chang raised his hand in agreement. Ha ha, so this kid figured it out long ago. Fine then. But anyway, I never intended to hide it from him. Change tactics and charge forward. Look at this. I'll help you take revenge. Fly up. Raise the monster's head. Hurry and give up your life. A heavy blow struck the head of the master of the domain. She was slammed down to the ground, dust rising up. He looked around, puzzled. Huh, they seem a bit weak. Could it be? One strike and they're all wiped out. He looked at his hand, realizing the force of this strike was stronger than he had imagined. Could it be that after the attack, Quartz had secretly leveled up? Did the nearby villagers pray for mercy? So many people had died, it was truly tragic. The gossip was that the culprit was him. They didn't understand properly. Rashly they judged, it's far too cruel. Someone else pointed. I just saw him strike a woman. Song Chang tried hard to explain. They're man-eating demons. Those Taoist priests were twisted into that form by them. He can bear witness for me, Fatty, he said. But when he turned, he saw his brother weeping for the enemy. Sob, sob, sob. Xiao Qi, you died so miserably. He froze. What? Chang Fatty spun around, scolding. You, how can you be so heartless? They're all the same age as you. Grabbing a knife and throwing himself at him. Murderer, I want you to kill to repay the blood. His eyes rolled white. He swung the blade and lunged. He cried in fury, "Murderer! Kill him to avenge the blood!" Song Yichang's hand burst into blazing fire. He stood calmly, waiting for him to come closer. Smack! At the right moment, he thrust his palm into the center of the man's chest. The man's eyes bulged, mouth gaping. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crashed backward onto the floor. What? You struck your own brother. The male lead lowered his gaze coldly and glanced at him. You are not my brother. Suddenly the whole space warped, curved and twisted back to the wasteland. On the ground there was only a spider lying on its back. She couldn't believe the stuttering, illusory tone of my voice. It was impossible. Song Yichang looked at her system introduction board, sneering loudly. Just a low-level time traveler trying to fool me. The system hovering beside him frowned, clicking its tongue, and questioned. Strange, strange, how did this low-level time traveler manage to learn how to control their own energy waves? The male lead's eyebrows arched into a half-crescent shape, casting a glance at his system with a hint of grievance. Heh, so you've finally shown yourself. I wonder if you have any advice to give. It seems after all the effort I put in, making you an all-powerful assistant wouldn't be impossible. As she spoke, she fumbled around her chest. Song Yichang was confused. An all-powerful assistant? What? A super-powered chicken feather broom, natural enemy of spiders. He held the bright yellow broom, which resembled the bristles of an editor's pen, and muttered with a pout. This doesn't seem like a normal chicken feather. How do I use this? Just as he said that, a spider-like figure crawled up behind him, and thud asterisk. Before he could even realize what happened, there was another loud thud from behind. Song Yichang jumped, turned around, and saw the spider demon roll her eyes, fainting. Behind her was Chang Fatty, who had just smashed a dumbbell on her. He immediately became excited, gave a thumbs up, and said, "That's right, this is my real brother." Chang Fatty, tears streaming down his face, threw himself at him, hugging him tightly and crying miserably. There is only one best boss in the world, and I will never trust a woman again. Sniff, sniff, women are all beasts. The system, standing to one side, glanced at them helplessly and coughed. Sorry to interrupt, but there are a few spiders about to escape. Upon hearing this, Song Yicheng released him, grabbed the feather duster, and dashed off. Brother, wait for me. I'll be right back. He stomped on the ground and leaped 10 meters, jumping straight through the hole in the ceiling. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening, and between the towering buildings, in addition to the lights, the silhouette of a man was visible. Big sister, aren't we going to take care of the other girls? If you want to manage me, do it. I don't want to die at the hands of that man. They were terrified and ran for their lives, but just a few seconds later, Song Yicheng had already caught up. He's catching up. The 3 girls stared in panic, continuously attacking and trying to hold him back. Someone, hurry up and tie him up. Song Yicheng smiled leisurely, casually waving the feather duster in his hand. Here we go with this trick again. The chicken feather broom swished a few times, and all the spider silk was instantly cut off. He chuckled. Next, let's try using this function. Saying that, he pressed the big red button on the broomstick. Song Yicheng gaped as the broom's bristles shot straight toward them. What is this? Before they could react, the bristle spun a few times, wrapping the 3 spider demons up and spinning them wildly in the air. After a while, the main character sneered and said, "It's done. Press it again." Whoosh! Immediately, the broomstick's bristles slowly retracted, returning to a regular broom. He stroked his chin and exclaimed, "How convenient," then looked at the 3 little spiders, unconscious inside the broom, and sneered, "Totally effortless." Afterward, he took the broom and headed back to the building to gather the spider demons, muttering to himself, "First, I need to clean my precious, mighty weapon, then I'll deal with these little demons. But do I really have to act in front of Chan Fatty? It feels a bit cruel." Just then, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. Chan Fatty, tears in his eyes, said, "Boss, go ahead. Don't worry about how I feel. My heart is as solid as a rock now. There will be no more hesitation." Song Yicheng glanced at him, his voice low as he channeled his spiritual energy into his palm. "Wait." Zhang Kulin, defeated, leaned on his hands, trying to straighten up. Chan Fatty furrowed his brows and turned to look at him. With that bruised face, like a pig's head, he's still trying to smile, holding the talisman in his hand. "I'm here, so there's no need for anyone else to step in to capture the monster." On the outside, he tried to appear righteous, but inside, he secretly laughed like a villain, "Ha ha." Then, he could also absorb a few hundred years of cultivation. Both of them squinted, watching him walk away without saying a word, still dragging himself along. Excuse me, could you please move aside? The live stream camera just happened to fall amidst the pile of broken items, still filming in their direction. The comments flooded in non-stop. "Boss, are you really just going to let him take the credit? This doesn't feel right." It's fine. The fact that he contributed in some way is also a good thing. Zhu Shangxi is alive, the shameless Taoist priest. I want to see Zhu Shangxi. Did you discover anything? Zhu Shangxi isn't wearing a mask. The thief who steals credit has come. Is it really him? Heavenly Master Dog. Heavenly Master Dog. Heavenly Master Dog. Zhu Shangxi has shown his face. I think he looks really cool. What do you guys think? Damn it, I'm feeling infatuated again. Song Yicheng, too lazy to argue with him, walked over and patted Chang Fatty's shoulder to comfort him. "Don't be sad. In a bit I'll treat you to some skewered meat. Your greedy nature has disappeared, just like your love." Zhang Kulin, on the other hand, was extremely excited as he tamed the little demons, secretly thinking that if he could smoothly extract all the cultivation time from these little demons, today's trip would definitely not be a waste. When he gets back, he has to do some hot searches, post frequently, and becoming a nationwide idol is within his reach. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the quiet space was interrupted by the sound of frantic footsteps approaching, and he looked up in confusion. A group of people rushed towards them, quickly, so quickly. The fan group rushed over, shouting excitedly, "Hero, your appearance is so amazing. Please collaborate with us. Please sign for me. You're so handsome. Please sign for me too. Come do an interview." They trampled Zhang Kulin underfoot and rushed straight to Song Yicheng. These ignorant fools had no eyes, daring to ignore the heavenly handsome one. Mei quickly dragged Chang Fatty along, hastily fleeing from them. "Hubby, I'm here." What should I do to improve my swimming? Chang Fatty asked in confusion. Big brother, you're a hero. Why are you running away? He scoffed and slowly explained. Haha, who said I'm running away? With ease, he leaped over a nearby roof, then turned around and casually combed his hair. I just think my back looks more handsome. The reporters quickly captured this moment, so handsome. The female fans also pulled out their phones, snapping photos and cheering. Zhu Shangqi is the most handsome. Even walking away, he's so handsome. So stylish. Zhu Shang. Very quickly, the photos and information from the moment you left took over the entire hot search list across the internet as well as the press. The group of schoolgirls who had been secretly watching in frenzy inside the school all had their things confiscated and were sternly reminded by the teacher. You're students, so you should be focusing on your studies. If you spend all day chasing idols, can you eat that instead of rice? Go back to class. I'll keep this for you for now. Just then, Zhang Yiqiao happened to see what was going on. She walked over, smiling as she helped smooth things over for the girls. Miss Lai, don't be angry. Careful, or you'll get wrinkles. At those words, the teacher who had been frowning just a moment ago instantly brightened up, rubbing her cheeks with a radiant smile. That's right, before I meet my husband, I absolutely have to preserve this beauty of mine. Oh, and let me introduce you. Tada, this here is my husband. Saying that, Miss Lai held out the front page of a newspaper to Zhang Yiqiao. The moment she saw Song Yicheng's familiar profile, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Yicheng isn't my husband. Miss Lai, seeing her colleague's dazed expression, only laughed with delight. Haha, you were struck dumb by Zhu Shang's handsome looks too, weren't you? Suddenly, from afar, a student came running frantically, shouting loudly. Miss Zhang, something's wrong. The air conditioner in the music room has gone crazy. Both of them shared a confused glance at the student. The air conditioner was acting crazy. He immediately pulled the hands of the two people, looking down at the schoolyard. Look over there. Exactly as he said, down in the schoolyard, the air conditioner was running on its own two legs, with a group of students chasing it from behind. Zhang Yiqiao was bewildered, unable to believe his eyes, scratching his head and mumbling. I'm not dreaming, am I? The next day in Yanzhou City, on a busy street, Song Yicheng slowly entered a small newspaper shop by the roadside. He was wearing a cap, with a mask covering his face, fully dressed as a celebrity. The little system shot a judgmental glance at his photo printed in the newspaper. In this day and age, even journalists use cameras to make people look better. Song Yicheng smiled to himself, quite satisfied. The pose I learned from the magazine is indeed handsome. Not everyone can make it to the front page of a famous magazine. It wouldn't be too much to buy a copy and stick it on my wall. Right. He reached out to grab a newspaper when suddenly a slender hand reached for it at the same time. The warmth of that hand, the soft long hair. As his gaze was still lingering in expectation, he was met with a dazzling light right in his eyes. Song Yicheng felt goosebumps rise, jolted in surprise, and immediately withdrew his hand, his face showing clear disappointment as he said, Mom, this uncle looks like he's not the type to waste time. I'm sure you wouldn't care about a poster, right? The old man furrowed his brow and quickly snatched the piece of paper. If that's the case, what would you say if I take it? Song Yicheng refused to give up and grabbed back at it. The shopkeeper, instead of stepping in to mediate, smiled with interest and added fuel to the fire. Both of you have a good eye. This paper's selling like hotcakes today. This is the last one left. How about we have an auction to see who bids higher? Rip, as expected, the sound of tearing echoed, and the poster was torn in half by the two of them. The old man grabbed one half and dashed away. Song Yicheng held the other half in his hand and sighed. Seriously, am I really such a hardcore fan of Zhu Shangqi? Ah, this is shameful. The system sneered as it picked up another poster and said, Hemph, a fan wouldn't care for just half a page. The shopkeeper, seeing this, stammered in panic. Hey, what's going on? Didn't you say these were selling like crazy, and there was only one left? Song Yicheng looked at the torn poster, then suddenly noticed something strange. There's definitely something wrong here. If we follow it, we'll find out immediately. Immediately, he pulled his mask down and ran in the direction the old man had just gone. He crouched behind a tree, tried not to be noticed, and watched the old man's path, frowning in suspicion. Here? The system beside him asked in confusion. Hey, what exactly did you find? The article on the bottom right corner of the second page read vertically. Following his instructions, it looked closely and realized that if you combined the first letters, it formed a line of text. Receiving the divine revelation. What signal was this? Could it be some kind of secret meeting place? Using this method to inform followers? Not only did it indicate that the sect's followers were numerous, but it also suggested that their gathering spots were extremely secretive. Just as he had predicted, the old man turned into the gate of a scrapyard at the end of the road. Song Yi-chang immediately chased after him, but as soon as he lost sight of the old man, he found himself standing in the middle of an open lot, looking around in all directions. How could he disappear so quickly? Then, his gaze caught a reflection on the ground. This washing machine seemed very new. Why had it been discarded here? As he took a few steps closer, the washing machine suddenly shook violently, and Song Yi-chang jumped back in shock. The washing machine shook non-stop for a while, then sprouted two sharp steel arms and legs, standing up straight and introducing itself. As you've seen, I am the front-loading washing machine, Bumblewatch. The young man stared, a bit taken aback, silently thinking to himself. A front-loading washing machine. What a strangely familiar and bright name. Moreover, this name seems like it was made just for him. Now what clever trick will such a well-known figure as him use to verify his identity? Seeing that the young man was stunned and didn't respond, the washing machine casually made a throat-clearing gesture, lifting its glasses. Song Yi-chang was skeptical. Is it really that classic? Without being able to stop himself, he muttered. A tower to ward off demons. The young man glanced around, then, quick-witted, moved closer to whisper. Truth be told, I've come to receive the divine order. Looking at the text on the newspaper in the young man's hand, the washing machine folded its arms and nodded. Ma'am, the token is no problem. The signal is no problem either. Comrade, I, the robot, will lead the way for you. With a crackling sound, the washing machine transformed, losing its arms and legs, and reverting back to its original form. The door of the washing machine was already open. Comrade, please come in. Song Yi-chang's gaze was one of indescribable forced laughter. Now that things have come to this, I no longer have the right to refuse. Clenching his teeth, he reluctantly closed his eyes, taking a leap of faith and sliding down. His body slid along the pipe, twisting around a few times before finally plunging down. Though he couldn't understand how he ended up here, the current situation was just as unclear. Was that washing machine just now a robot, like Transformers? But does a robot really believe in cults? Wait, why did I follow it in here? Is Zhu Shangxi also working as a cult destroyer now? The system, hearing him mutter frantically to himself, appeared and spoke up. Why think so much? Just follow and you'll know it's not what you think, right? Maybe you'll find a fish that slipped through the net. Ignoring the system's advice, Song Yi-chang continued to mutter blankly to himself. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Asterisk, smack asterisk, not paying attention while walking down the hallway, his shoulder suddenly bumped into the water dispenser next to him. Oh, it was the water dispenser walking beside him. The protagonist furrowed his brows, filled with confusion, his gaze following the dangling wires behind it. Another strange creature. Wait, this silhouette seems familiar. Could it be her? Not having much time to think, seeing the figure slowly receding, Song Yi-chang took a deep breath and shouted loudly, Comrade, wait! As expected, Ms. Zhao turned around when she heard the call. Indeed, it was Zhao Ling in disguise when she saw him. She panicked and made a gesture to signal silence. After hearing Zhao Ling's explanation, I finally understood that these strange people had actually gathered here because they were following the divine instructions hidden in the article to receive divine help. It seemed odd at first glance, but in fact, they were all genuine human beings. These fanatical machine worshippers fantasized about merging the mind with machines in order to achieve eternal life. This New Age cult also fell under the jurisdiction of the special task force in charge this time. Zhao Ling came here for an undercover investigation, so the people at the entrance weren't robots but humans combined with machines. Zhao Ling nodded quietly, just enough for the two of them to hear. Yes, that's also a key point of my investigation. I've heard that their divine instructions possess powers that can digitize a person's consciousness, and then transfer it into machines. Not only that, But the god might even have the ability to infiltrate and control machines. I heard something strange happened last month. The last time I submitted a work report, I made it easier for the leadership to understand. I turned it into a comic. You'll get it right away. Having said that, she showed him the photo from the album. It was a perfectly ordinary night in a perfectly ordinary girl's room. A phone call shattered that peace. The girl couldn't refuse and hurried downstairs. But just as she had grabbed her food and was about to rush back to her room, a strange, gigantic shadow appeared and bellowed at her. "Congratulations, Earthling! At last your new god has descended here. I will save you, bringing you the experience of life in an entirely new dimension." The words that came from the darkness left the girl utterly astonished. Trembling with anger, she shouted, "You damn cat! You turned the light off again." She switched the light back on. Reason finally returned, and she realized she had made a grave mistake. The cleaning robot had vanished, and the figure standing on the desk reading a book was the owner of that strange black shadow. "Earthling, you dare ignore me. You will pay for your foolishness." Immediately, every household item in the room began to shake wildly. "Just now, I rushed online to study. Was I mistaken somewhere? Is this truly the master of this world? Hemph. The earth won't have to wait too long. In the end, this world will fall into my hands. Damn it, my cleaning robot has run away." In the end, the girl could only finish off the cold lunchbox, struggling to get through that strange night. That was more or less the situation. Song Yi-cheng, with great patience, scrolled all the way down, only to frown at the final 3 words. When he looked over, he saw Zhao Ling's eager, expectant expression. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. So, is she asking me whether I understood the summary of this case, or is she just waiting for me to praise her comic? His weary gaze was hidden beneath the brim of his cap. He glanced at her, forced a smile, and replied, "Heh, I think it's pretty good." Silently, he added in his heart, "Though I can basically follow what's going on, this comic of hers strays way too far off topic." And at that very moment, someone else suddenly felt a tickle. A cue. Who was that? Who's saying I'm off topic? Clap, clap. Suddenly, the sound of loud applause drew the attention of the entire hall. The washing machine on the high pedestal spoke solemnly. "Please remain silent. Hello everyone, I am the presider of today's ceremony, the front-loading washing machine. I hereby declare the official commencement of the divine ritual." After speaking, the large doors in the center of the hall simultaneously opened, and a figure in a red cloak stepped out. "Please welcome." The sound of applause echoed throughout the hall. "Blessing of machine reform. Blessing of machine reform." Song Yi-cheng widened his eyes. "Is that the deity of machines?" The washing machine yanked the red curtain aside, revealing a large screen. "Let us praise the appearance of the deity." On the screen appeared the large words, "Asterisk, the creator deity of reform asterisk." Song Yi-cheng furrowed his brow in astonishment, connecting directly to a TV. This was their deity. The large screen quickly displayed the figure of a mysterious man. The fervent crowd went wild with applause and cheers. Machine reform, the creator deity. The protagonist slowly surveyed the scene. Creator deity. That name is both precise and memorable. The washing machine stood by the screen, raising its hand and speaking loudly. "Comrades, the reason we've gathered you all here today is for something truly magnificent, something you've all been eagerly awaiting for so long. The selection of individuals to participate in the divine rebirth ritual." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the rows of seats stood up in unison, shouting and cheering. Machine reform. Machine reform. Song Yi-cheng was helpless, lost for words. The divine ritual of reincarnation, Zhao Ling had mentioned earlier, must be the process of transferring a human soul into machinery, right? Transferring the soul into a machine, thus gaining eternal life. Is there really such a thing in this world? If so, it's too good to be true. Choose me, choose me. As he was lost in thought, the sudden scream from Zhao Ling beside him startled him. Seeing his wide-eyed gaze, she leaned closer to explain. "These people are working in secrecy. This is a great opportunity to infiltrate and investigate." "Yeah, that makes sense. But how are they going to select people?" At that moment, on the platform above, a small screen suddenly lit up, displaying a series of long, continuous screens. Now this is creativity taken to the next level. This selection process is mainly to test everyone's talent and endurance. Washing machine class. Anyone who scores A or above in both categories will be chosen. It's much more adorable than the last selection. We're so lucky. Looks like the opportunity for world creation is drawing near. Who knows, we might even get to participate in the large-scale reform plan this time. Zhao Ling stood up and urged Song Yucheng. Let's go up too. Then the two of them fell in line with the others, looking at the washing machine's instructions displayed on the screen. In the first round, please stand firmly in front of the screen, relax your body, complete the checks, and the system will automatically assess. A group of people stands opposite the screen, waiting for the test, hoping for the blessing of the creative God, but failing to meet the standard. The way this group eliminates candidates is also very direct. They knock the candidate off the platform, then add an extra punch to the face to send them off. Not up to standard, not up to standard, not up to standard. Song Yicheng, standing at the back of the line, silently swallowed his saliva, watching the entire process. Humph! I didn't expect the selection process to be so brutal. The screen above repeated once more, not up to standard. Unexpectedly, a loud slap sounded, and a punch smashed the large screen. He stared in astonishment. Oh no, looks like someone is even more violent than it. The person was none other than Zhao Ling. She clicked her tongue as she looked at the shattered screen. I couldn't control my conditioned reflex. The group of security robots immediately appeared, grabbing her limbs and dragging her outside. Zhao Ling struggled and shouted, "Give me one more chance. I didn't do it on purpose. Actually, I." Song Yicheng stood to one side, utterly speechless. Her method of intrusion was so ridiculously subtle. Suddenly, Zhao Ling, who was being dragged away, furrowed her brow, tossed something into his hand, and grabbed it. Song Yicheng quickly caught it, curiously looking at the small badge in the palm of his hand. This. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was about to ask her, the screen beside him suddenly blared loudly, signaling an alert. Before he could even process it, confetti rained down above his head. The mysterious man on the screen simultaneously glanced over. The washing machine, clunking away in front of him, spoke up. "Congratulations, comrade. You can now begin the endurance challenge." Song Yicheng stared blankly at the electric wires in front of him, unable to react, only hearing the crackling sound of electricity near his ears. The next moment, the entire hall was filled with a thick cloud of white smoke, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the scrapyard. It was a long while before Song Yicheng groggily woke up, holding his head, which was now a disheveled mess like a lion's mane. He frowned. What kind of selection is this? Lucky I didn't die. Is this inside a container truck? Are these people all? Suddenly, a pale face appeared under the flashlight of the system. "You're not bad," it said. "I didn't even make a move, and you still held on." As expected, he jumped up and shouted loudly. "What are you pretending to be, a ghost or something? What's the point of scaring me? Your host almost got electrocuted to death. Do you know that?" "Of course I know, but just now, I didn't have the time to pay attention to you." The energy fluctuations on this so-called creator god person feel very familiar to me. He must be a time traveler, but not just any ordinary one. Familiar energy fluctuations. What do you mean by that? At that moment, the truck carrying everyone came to a halt. Song Yicheng, cautious, muttered, "The truck has stopped." The small door at the back of the truck was opened from the outside. "I heard there's a top-tier candidate appearing in selection round 3. What's the use of a high-level rank? The next trial requires luck. Same old rule. Anyone who dies gets tossed into the battery factory. The others go to the divine temple." The blinding light made Song Yicheng squint and shield his eyes. The two robots outside were also a bit surprised to see him awake. "Someone's already awake. How is that possible? That shock knocked me out for 3 whole days and nights. What are we supposed to do now? Could this give away the base's location? How could it be that powerful?" "You're overthinking it." But while both of them were fumbling around, just a few seconds later, they turned around to find that he had disappeared. Where did that guy go? He's one of the children of the creator god, so he probably won't cause any trouble, right? Maybe he's just fainted from excitement. Try looking through the crowd. Song Yicheng, who had been hanging from the iron roof and waiting, suddenly jumped down, knocking both of them to the ground at the same time. "Comrade, what are you doing?" A while later, in some abandoned building serving as the creator god's base, an angry voice echoed through the night. "You're that Zhu Shang Che, right? How did you sneak in here?" You still haven't answered my question. Tell me, what is that creator god up to? You're not allowed to insult the god. He is the hope for humanity's evolution. As Song Yi-chang untangled the mess of wires on his body, he replied, if he's so great, why does he sneak around? Hemph, ideas ahead of their time will always face opposition from ordinary people. Give up, I'll never betray him. Hemph, stop with the sweet talk. You don't know how many people have been killed by that high-voltage current already. The name of the so-called god of creation is nothing more than a mad murderer, and you are merely a group of accomplices in this crime. Do you still think of yourselves as noble? Let me reward you with a spot in the heavenly court, along with your so-called noble thoughts. Facing the threat, with an example already lying on the ground before him, he immediately became terrified and cried out, don't. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. 20 minutes later, standing inside the steel frame of the robot, Song Yi-chang looked up at the towering building and muttered, it seems they don't truly understand the real purpose of this god of creation, so I'll have to meet this mysterious figure myself. Right, when I return, I should find an electrician for those two. They're just a bunch of selfish fools dreaming of immortality. I have a rough understanding of the situation now. The so-called god of creation appeared about half a year ago. He claimed he wanted to lead life on this backward earth, to reform machines in order to achieve eternal life. It seems Jiaoling's comics weren't drawn randomly after all. I didn't expect this slogan of reforming machines to attract a group of human followers, obsessed with machines, dreaming of eternal life. Indeed, in front of his followers, he displayed his divine power. Not only does it transfer the souls of the believers into the real machines, but it also grants them the ability to transform. It is said that this ritual is the largest scale one in history, more massive than any before it. During the ceremony, the god of creation had once said that perhaps it was about to come true, that the grace of the deity would soon descend upon this land. Walking down the long, dim corridor, Song Yi-chang whispered, calling for Little System. Little System, what do you think? Little System shrank down and hovered near his ear, replying, it's definitely not good. Seeing that she didn't suddenly jump out in front of him to argue as usual, he asked, confused, what are you doing? Little System tugged at her hair in frustration. The closer they got to the building, the stronger that familiar energy fluctuation became. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember why it felt so. It's so uncomfortable. Let me be quiet for a moment. With that, she immediately crawled into his ear. Song Yi-chang didn't mind her and continued exploring. Soon after, he ran into another robot. He thought to himself, the security is getting stricter every day. It seems the central area is in this direction. Stay calm and get past that supervisor. You posed in front of the facial recognition gate, waiting for it to complete the scan. A few seconds later, the heavy iron door finally opened. You walked in for a while before daring to remove your mask, letting out a relieved sigh. Good thing I didn't take the mask off earlier. Still murmuring to yourself, your eyes suddenly widened in horror, your mouth agape at the scene in front of you. This was a factory that drained the energy from humans. It couldn't be allowed to continue. Suddenly, in the sky, a figure appeared, floating in a red light. Oh, it seems we have a special guest today. Song Yi-chang clenched his fists, silently telling himself. Finally, it had appeared. He raised his voice to question. You are the self-proclaimed creator god, but the world is unclear, and your task level is unclear. When the male lead, enraged, unleashed his immense energy into the air, gripping a metal scepter and shouting, stop this perverse thing right now. The creator god narrowed his eyes and sneered. Why should I stop? This is the resurrection that you've all cried and begged for. Oh, my beloved citizens, rise again. Wen waved his hand, and an explosion erupted above them. As the smoke slowly cleared, a screen revealed a face that appeared wise. I've been resurrected. Thank you, Creator God. Then, a microwave version with one short leg and one normal leg appeared. Hemph, what's going on? Why does this feel so wrong? The Creator continued to sneer. It seems my hands are a little dirty today. Don't worry, turning into energy can still contribute a bit to the reform plan. With that, he struck once, and the microwave was hurled straight into the chemical furnace below. The chemical furnace rocked and swayed as the connecting pipes continuously pumped into his body. Haha, the energy replenishment is finally complete. This feeling of being filled with energy is simply magnificent. When I first came to this world, all the energy in my body was completely drained. I had no choice but to parasitize a small cleaning robot. That humiliation will never happen again. Let me tell you one more good thing. As soon as this rocket launches, my energy can be transmitted across all this land through that satellite. By then, hundreds of millions of my people will be revived. The more he spoke, the tighter Min's brows drew together. Stealing satellite signals and carrying out large-scale human transformation, that was his true aim. Song Yicheng was utterly enraged by his wickedness. With iron resolve, he lunged toward the karmic retribution. It seems I must teach you one thing. In our world, villains die more often than they live. The creator god looked at the powerful aura surrounding Song Yicheng and furrowed his brows in suspicion, which grew stronger by the moment. Something's wrong. This is the aura of that old devil. Impossible. This is a human. Right, there's no need to be confused. He flicked his fingers lightly, and the steel tubes in the wall behind him detached, sharp and pointed, rushing forward to strike at the young man. Watching the male protagonist easily parry each attack, he leisurely chuckled, "You have some skill, but you're too late." Swish! Song Yicheng decisively swung his spear, the sharp tip heading straight for his chest, cutting through everything in its path. Azure dragon emerging from water. But as soon as the spear tip made contact, the figure of the creator god seemed to dissipate like smoke, and Yicheng widened his eyes in shock. Facing through. This thing has no physical form. The figure reappeared in another direction, sneering, "Hemph, that's why your life is so outdated. Luckily, a new era is about to arrive." He waved his hand and threw an energy sphere at the statue, revealing a red button on the iron wall. Upon seeing this, Song Yicheng's mind was flooded with hundreds of questions, dozens of possibilities. Could it be? Once that button is pressed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Immediately, he panicked and dashed over. Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, Lanling King, help me. Two soul essences shot out from his sleeves and responded, "At your command." Lanling King, riding atop the elephant dragon, laughed exuberantly. "It's been so long since I've come down the mountain. My hands are itching. Let's go." Mounted on the fierce elephant dragon, he charged straight toward the creator god. Yicheng, standing below, glanced at the two of them, then touched his chest, murmuring to himself, "To achieve perfection without a single flaw, I need another plan." Fumbling inside his coat pocket, he pulled out the badge Zhao Ling had once tossed him. "Good thing I've got my teammates." At the same time, in the office of the building, a gloomy aura continued to seep out. The two gatekeepers, drenched in cold sweat, muttered to each other, "Hey brother, what on earth is happening? Stand up straight. I don't even dare to ask." Old Zhao held a cup of hot tea in his hands, speaking softly to comfort the wretched figure before him. "Don't blame yourself too much. After all, the information we had wasn't complete. Besides, I trust that kid." No matter what he said, Sister Lin, still in her costume, lay slumped on the chair. "I'm a useless person." The old man had run out of options. He sighed and thought to himself, "Poor girl. How could she be humiliated like that in front of the one she cares about?" Suddenly, the doleful atmosphere was cut off by the sound of the small object in her hand. In an instant, Zhao Ling seemed to come back to life. She cried with joy, jumping up. "It's him. He must be all right." A mechanical rasp sounded, a warning about rockets and satellites for large-scale human modification. He'd heard it too, and leaned in curiously. "Rockets? What?" The fragmented voices were abruptly cut. When the badge shorted out, Zhao Ling immediately grasped the situation on the other end of the line. "He's in danger." Old Zhao calmly stopped her. "Don't panic. We absolutely must not waste these precious clues." On Song Yicheng's side, he tightened his grip on his weapon and considered his options carefully. Reinforcements couldn't arrive for now. He had to find the man's weak point quickly. The man was arrogant and reckless. "Hemph. Right under my nose, and still daydreaming. This petty scheme is really to teach a fish to swim." Despite the other's agitation, he remained calm and watched, searching for a weakness. The electrical circuits in the man's body all converged at a single point. "I almost thought you were immune to blades and bullets." "Huh, a transmigrant who's that incompetent. Let me teach you." Taking advantage of the moment when he was dealing with both the soul body and elephant dragon with his hands, the boy seized the opportunity. "You, a freak who's neither human nor demon, Don't think Earth is easy to mess with. When he saw the spear explode and strike, the creator god finally realized the situation was slowly turning. It's not good, boom, but it was too late. The crystal fragment in his chest had now appeared with a long crack. Immediately, the protective layer activated, causing Min's group to cautiously fall back. He shouted loudly, "Brother Lan, attack the chest armor of that guy. There's definitely a weak spot." He on this side gradually calmed down, raising his hand as machines in the room floated up. "I am the creator god. Why do I need to fight with you? Good luck." Seeing the group of heads charging forward, Yi Chang quickly realized that the guy intended to transform them. His hand tightened around the iron spear, and he shouted a warning. "Brother Lan, fall back." Boom! He put all his strength into a throw, sending the iron spear whistling through the air, slashing at the face of the creator. Wiping away a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, Yi Chang sighed in relief. At least we've avoided it for now. Suddenly, at this moment, he noticed the empty space beside him and frowned. "Brother Lan, with some kind of divine power, he managed to block your injury with his hand." He laughed and said, "Only with the help of you guys." Bam! Before he could finish speaking, a punch from Lan Ling King made him gasp for air. It turned out that Lan Ling King took advantage of the moment, launching a surprise attack and teasing him. "Hemph, I know a few proverbs myself." On the side, Yi Chang, who was unprepared for this blow, gazed with admiration and shouted, "Brother Lan, you're so handsome, truly a superstar of the earth." The crystal in his chest began to crack further, the sound of it snapping echoed incessantly, and a strange light erupted from it. The god of creation screamed in agony. "You backward foolish creatures, standing before this terrifying aura. Even you two are struggling to withstand it. Such strange power. What is this? My head hurts so much, something is rushing in." The pain was so intense that Yi Chang passed out for a few minutes. When he regained consciousness, he was engulfed in confusion, and he couldn't see the enormous head on the ceiling. Where the hell is this? Have I traveled through time? The howling wind in the air kept shrieking. Song Yi Chang basically had no time to care, focusing intently on his fading hand. No, it seemed that only his consciousness had come to this world. Looking at the whirlwind and the chaotic cracks surrounding him, this was a world on the brink of collapse. The soul of that creator god was vast and towering, laughing uproariously in front of him. "Haha, now that I have drained all the energy from this spirit realm, do you still dream of resisting me?" Hearing his words, he finally realized. So this place was called the spirit realm. Hemph, the beings of this entire realm are suffering, and only you. Do you really think you can leave here safely? Isn't that the creator god? These were all memories of the creator god, but why was he seeing these things? Who was the black skeleton conversing with the creator god? Victory makes one king, defeat makes one a bandit. Cannibalism within our own race has been a tradition for thousands of years among my elven people. What use is this fake righteousness? You want to stop me? Go ahead, make your move. Do you want to destroy the entire spirit realm? The two souls were frantically venting their resistance within his consciousness. So what? At the same time outside, the god of creation's eyes lit up with interest as he smiled and observed Yi Chang's drifting body. "Old demon, is that really you? I never thought that after 1,000 years you'd be trapped in the body of such a lowly creature. Seems like even the heavens are helping me, letting you die." He swung his hand, 5 iron-like fingers streaking toward Yi Chang, only a few more steps away from severing his head, when Lan Ling King suddenly jumped out to block. "Brother Song, why aren't you fighting back? What are you thinking?" Song Yi Chang froze, staring blankly, silently thinking to himself. That's right, no matter what meaning that history had, the time traveler is now directly threatening our world. Whoosh! The steel sword returned to his hand, regaining his fighting spirit. He shouted loudly, "The time traveler does evil, and there's only one path for them: death." With a confident smile, he gripped his weapon and charged toward the enemy. The opponent was stunned, thinking to himself, "This human, can he control the Hixing energy? Could it be that the old demon has been absorbed by him?" The plan needed to be expedited. As long as energy could be transferred into that satellite, you all. Suddenly, his calculating gaze widened and he trembled, shouting as the button on the other side burned up. A fiery blast erupted from the elephant dragon. with people on its back continuously cheering. Song Yichang faced him and declared, "I give up, just tie me up." He frowned and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect it to be this troublesome. I have no choice but to finish this quickly." Then that man rushed down and added the solution below. Both Yi Chang and Lan Ling King immediately grew suspicious and couldn't act in time. Boom! The red energy, like blood, immediately surged outward as soon as his body immersed in it. Realizing the issue, Yi Chang shouted, "He's crazily absorbing energy from the four sources." The liquid blinked, turning from red to a deep purple. The meter-long conduits cracked and broke apart with a loud noise. "It's here! The monster!" A robot, about 10 meters tall, emerged, its gun barrel aimed at the elephant dragon for an attack. "Humph, you think you can stop me with just this?" Looking at the molten holes in the thick iron wall, Yi Chang anxiously yelled, "Brother Lan, little dragon, we can't fully release the energy of Hai Xing. No matter how strong humans are, they're just ants. Old devil Hai Xing, this time I win." His eyes widened as the scorching, high-level energy struck directly at his body. Then he dodged with a quick movement, lowered his gun, and muttered, "I've taken care of those pesky bugs. Now let's get back to the main task." "Humph, childish. Did you think that melting the button means I have no other way?" Immediately after, a series of displays simultaneously showed the same coded information. Somewhere from the launch pad, a missile shot into the sky. At that thought, he burst into loud laughter. "This world will finally be mine." But mingling with his ecstatic laughter came a voice of scorn. "Ha ha, you wish." The god of creation, within the body of the robot, widened his eyes in horror. How can this be? From the shadows, a dark figure suddenly flashed forward, spear in hand, smashing apart the control panel and the tangle of wires inside the robot. Yi Chang burst out from its body with a cold sneer. "Long time no see, old friend." Yi Chang curled his lips into a wicked grin. "Indeed, long time no see, my old comrade." The god of creation was shaken and bewildered. This is beyond his expectations. It's that human. He shouldn't still be alive. Yi Chang scoffed coldly with disdain. 1,000 years have passed, yet you're still as foolish as ever. No sooner had he finished than he launched a direct assault on the core at blinding speed. Around him spread waves of gloomy, dark energy, and he let out a chilling cackle. Ha ha! Choosing this body was indeed the right decision. Even the god of creation, foolish as he was, immediately recognized it. "Hai Xing, you old wretch, you've stolen the body of that human, haven't you?" Hai Xing, in the form of Yi Chang, clenched his fist and angrily emphasized his reminder. "Plunder, everything in this world originally belongs to me, and you will forever be nothing more than a defeated foe." Not wasting a second of precious time, Hai Xing swiftly extended his hand to strike a sudden blow. The old man squinted as he watched the creator god, in the form of a robot, struggling to carry its own bloated body while clumsily running. "Running? Don't you want to ask me a few questions? How could one slap from me destroy half of the entire research facility?" Hai Xing grinned triumphantly. The old man stomped on the creator god beneath his feet, his gaze mocking. From within the robot, a small red core flew out, and the old man quickly snatched it. "It seems I was too lenient with you before." Then, with no mercy, he crushed it. After finishing, Hai Xing looked around at the tangled mess of computers and wires. "Right, this can't be wasted. I never imagined that this fool would ever have a moment of intelligence." Not far from the wreckage, someone was fumbling with a crowbar to break apart some stacked rubble. Lan Ling, struggling, finally managed to escape, clutching the elephant dragon. He struggled to breathe heavily. "We aren't gathering the heroes. Brother Song should be fine." Suddenly, as he looked up, a horrifying scene struck his eyes. Is that Brother Song? What happened to him? Yi Chang was floating in midair, his eyes dull, but the pressure around him radiated a terrifying force. Hai Xing reached out to check the machine, pondering deeply. "I never expected this jump machine to require so much energy. No wonder it couldn't start. However, perhaps this investment will prove worthwhile." The old man jumped into the machine, desperately absorbing energy. "As long as I absorb enough energy, I may be able to completely break free from these annoying restrictions." Lan Ling was still bewildered, not understanding what was going on, as he couldn't see Hai Xing. "Brother Song is restarting. But what exactly is wrong with that machine? At a nearby central base, an authoritative announcement echoed. The countdown for the launch of the Long Dragon 1 missile has begun. Everyone inside was fully focused, their eyes fixed on the screen. The captain was preparing to pull the control lever. Suddenly, old Zhao burst in from somewhere, frantically warning, "Stop the missile launch immediately. The system might have been breached." The captain stared in shock at the screen. The operation had come to a halt. The other staff members were equally bewildered. "This is bad. The targeting system is no longer under control. We can't interrupt the targeting process." Old Zhao was startled. "What? So the missile is still launching straight ahead?" With a loud explosion, it soared into the sky, propelled by a terrifying amount of power. At the same time, Yi Cheng was stumbling and spinning in an unfamiliar, dark, endless space. "Where am I?" After calming himself down, he slowly remembered. "Right, just now I almost got hit by that monster's laser cannon, but for some reason, I felt so confident, thinking it wouldn't hurt me. But in that moment, I was submerged by the heat wave." He quickly thought of his teammate. "That's right, Brother Lan and the others were hit too. This is bad, I can't be trapped here." Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space. The crack spread wider and wider, and Yi Cheng immediately seized the opportunity to charge towards it. There was light on the other side, and he thought it was an easy escape. Just as he was about to jump out, his face slammed into a thick, transparent glass, sending a sharp pain through him. Through the glass, he could see the space outside. This is not the immortal cultivation world from ancient times that comics often depict, is it? The buildings, with their simple structures yet firmly built on towering mountain peaks. Looking up at the sky, there are countless floating towers. "The people who live here all ride swords to travel," Yi Cheng exclaimed in admiration. So, there really was a world like this that once existed, truly miraculous. As he was slowly admiring the scenery, a strange black cloud appeared from the sky, spreading at an astonishing speed. The immortals immediately sensed danger and sounded the alarm. A phenomenon like this is surely an omen of misfortune. "Hurry, go summon the seventh elder to transform and ascend. Leave the mountain," Haixing laughed excitedly. "Not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect this randomly discovered world to harbor such pure energy. Haha." Yi Cheng speculated in confusion. It's him again. Could this all be his memory? Based on this memory, this dark figure drained all the energy from his old world, and then came to Earth. He couldn't understand. Why? Why do I keep seeing his memories? At this point, the chaotic scenes finally began to piece together into a clear sequence. After devouring the destruction of the Star Realm spirit, Haixing had gained an enormous source of power and sought out ancient Earth, where the old events were repeated again in shadowed silence. Yi Cheng was shaken, determined. "I must escape from this place. I absolutely cannot let this disaster happen again." But humanity is not as weak as he imagined. The powerful divine transformation cultivators have joined forces to stop Haixing's reckless actions, and at the same time, used a sealing spell to trap him somewhere in this world. Until today, it was reactivated by the power of Haixing from the same world. Yi Cheng angrily punched the transparent glass with his bare hands, causing it to crack. "You wanted to use my body for your evil deeds. You're 800 years too early." Energy flowed through the cables back to the center, where Haixing was holed up. He looked at the screen showing the satellite launch was complete and laughed loudly. "It's a success. Haha." The old man began to daydream about a rosy future once the satellite channel was established. But as he spoke, suddenly, a familiar hand tore through his body. Haixing was startled, frowning. The old man's hand instinctively rose to his chest and began scratching, but he couldn't control his own body. It was then that he realized danger was closing in. "What is this? Why can't I control my hand? Couldn't it be that I drained too much energy earlier, and Yi Cheng has regained some consciousness? He's trying to take back control. Damn it, give it back to me." Finally, after all the efforts, victory in the battle tilted toward Yi Cheng. He controlled Haixing and tore the old man's body apart with his own hands. The old man screamed in agony, "My body." A moment later, his body slowly dissipated, losing all control. Yi Cheng's body fell freely, plunging headfirst into the ground. Lan Ling hurriedly ran up and called out, "Brother Song, are you all right?" Yi Cheng stood rigid, speaking in broken phrases. Inside him, there's still a trace of Haixing's divine soul, Probably. At the same time, several police cars sped urgently down the road. As soon as they arrived, Zhao Ling immediately got out of the car and was briefed. "Captain, the incident took place over there." According to the report from the team that came here, the time traveler had been restrained by Zhu Shangxi. The situation at this location had more or less stabilized. She anxiously rushed toward Yi Cheng, calling, "Hero Song." He stood still, lost in thought, turning his head toward the moonlight, his whole body shrouded in darkness. Zhao Ling was stunned, hesitating slightly. "Hero Song." She felt confused, filled with worry. The situation had been resolved. So why did he look so haggard? Suddenly, she remembered. That's right. She hadn't had the chance to inform him about the missile base incident on the other side. "Half an hour ago, old Zhao made a call to inform me. It's Ling Nai. On the missile launch base side, they couldn't stop the missile from launching into the sky, but after an investigation, they found that the infiltration sequence self-destructed entirely, with no clear cause identified. Right now, the satellites are operating completely normally, and the missile launch center is still continuing to monitor." Zhao Ling frowned and replied clearly. "Someone just reported to the police on my side. A deserted building suddenly collapsed in the outskirts of the city. I suspect this is related to the god of creation. I'm rushing to the location right now to check it out." Back in the present, she cheerfully stepped forward to reassure him. "Don't worry anymore, Hero Song. Everything is normal on the satellite side. It's all fine now." In contrast to the calm and gloomy demeanor from before, Yi Cheng suddenly burst out laughing loudly. "Ha! This mission really has been something else." Zhao Ling, momentarily stunned, quickly processed the information, connecting the dots logically. "So you're a Zhu Shangxi like this." Her gaze was filled with admiration. This was what you'd call unexpectedly charming. Right now, in Song Yi Cheng's mind, he had reached the pinnacle of his level. Yi Cheng clenched his hand to test his energy. "Haha, although this incident is a bit troublesome, I've leveled up to a higher realm in the blink of an eye." Yi Cheng received the Diamond Guardian Divine Art, a secret technique to stabilize the inner ki for defense. At the 3rd level, it could withstand punches and kicks. At the 5th level, it could repel blades and spears. At the 7th level, the inner ki could form a wall. And when perfected, it would upgrade to the Diamond Guardian Divine Art, turning the ki into a solid form that radiated golden light to protect the body. He grinned pervertedly, shamelessly. "Oh, it can even solidify the ki into a form. Not bad, not bad." Next came the most anticipated part, the rewards. Barely 3 seconds into his smile, he was crushed by a pile of random items that fell out of the box. Yi Cheng angrily complained to the little system. "The creator god, or whatever, should at least be a level S transmigrator. Giving me this pile of junk is just ridiculous." She seethed with rage, giving him a look of loving disapproval. "You, the one who wastes everything, still have the nerve to ask for a reward." Yi Cheng retorted, "Why should I feel embarrassed? The little system couldn't take it anymore, stomping over to deal with him. You think you're so impressive just because I haven't settled the score with you." Lan Ling and Elephant Dragon sighed, speechless at their master's behavior. Yi Cheng's eyes widened in shock. This overwhelming killing intent. Why does it feel so familiar? He rubbed his eyes in doubt. "I'm the host of Haixing, also the host of the Haixing system through Little System." Just the thought of it terrified him. He shook his head violently, refusing to believe. No, it can't be like that. Stop thinking nonsense." Little System jumped up and angrily smacked his face like a bomb. "Taking down such a big fish, the energy of this system only drains. It doesn't increase. Think carefully, how exactly did you do it this time?" Yi Cheng held his head in a careless manner. "Hemph. Doesn't matter how I did it. As long as the problem's solved, that's good enough. An old man once told us, doesn't matter whether it's a white cat or a black cat." Little System flushed purple with rage, ready to fight her master to the bitter end. "Stop making excuses. Do you believe I won't use my power to break free of your grip?" Yi Cheng calmly used the length of his arm to push her head away, keeping her at a safe distance. Looking at her like this, it was obvious she didn't even know what had happened. "So it turns out I really was just overthinking." He sneered. Just a vagabond, hiding inside my body. I refuse to believe I can't find a way to deal with you." At that very moment, in a southern city somewhere, A man dressed in martial arts garb with a black belt was sent flying from the training hall, straight out into the main street. Yet the scene in the courtyard was no less dreadful. A dark figure stood tall among those lying scattered across the ground. In his hand was the blood-stained palm strike of Elder Psalm, and in a haughty tone he scoffed, "Humph! What's so great about this martial hall? Not a single one here is worth a thing." The fighters clamored, taking up defensive stances. Did a rival sect come here to cause trouble? They surrounded him and surged forward. "If you want to make trouble, give us your name first." The bald ringleader, brimming with aggressive confidence, introduced himself. Words meant only to frighten them to death. "I am the mad demon of the martial path, the one who once crushed Hai Shen. My purpose is simple. I want to find the most powerful person in this world, and either beat him to death or be killed by him." That's it. His taunting face and challenging tone inflamed the hot-blooded disciples, who yelled and charged, "Take down this lunatic." But before anyone could reach him, the first young man was punched to the ground like a dropped sack. A long string of others followed, beaten into a miserable heap. In no time at all, the crowded training hall lay in tatters. Hai Shen strolled out with casual composure. "Yeah, useless lot. Are all the people in this world this worthless? Boring. I want to find someone stronger." Suddenly, he stopped, swung his hand, and struck a sharp gust of air into a nearby person who was collapsing, killing him instantly, deriving more pleasure from it. Cue in a section. Little System pondered, "This is so strange. Many people are saying that this story is hard to understand. There. All right, based on the principle of no cheating, no show-off, I will summarize the plot of this story for everyone. In ancient times, in the world of the spirit realm, there existed a powerful form of life called Hai Xing. Among them, Hai Xing and Hong Xing were natural enemies. Hai Xing absorbed addictive energy, ultimately destroying the entire spirit realm, while Hong Xing turned into fragments, falling into a deep sleep and weakening. Afterward, Hai Xing came to Earth, intending to repeat the same thing, absorbing the energy of the Earth. The great immortal cultivators of ancient times united to seal it, but from then on, the spiritual energy on Earth sharply declined, leading to the present age with no magic. Thousands of years later, Earth was struck by a dimensional rupture explosion, and time travelers invaded like a flood. Scientists from Nation A had trained the lost Hai Xing, implanted it with the sequence of who created the system, and who blocked time travel. Hai Xing was awakened, losing control and destroying the laboratory. They discovered that the male lead, Song Yicheng, had unlimited potential, so they parasitized him. After that, Hong Xing also traveled to Earth, absorbing energy here, and proclaimed himself the god of creation. Unfortunately, he ran into Song Yicheng. The energy source on Hong Xing's body, coming from the same world, temporarily woke Hai Xing within Song Yicheng's body. Hai Xing was too powerful, and with a flick of his hand, he killed Hong Xing. The god of creation Hong Xing was game over. I understand now, so I'm also in Hai Xing's body. Too dangerous. Don't worry, a system as cute as this definitely won't turn into a villain. There's still this concern though. I've heard that when the main plot starts showing up, the story is about to end. The next day at Song Yicheng's house, the brilliant light of peace bathed the place. But beneath this serene scene was an extremely intense undercurrent. Journalists surrounded the house, hiding in every corner, snapping pictures nonstop, never missing a moment. Inside the house, however, several people were tense, specifically engaged in a heated PK battle. Yicheng, heartbroken, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Why can't I win even once? You've been possessed by a demon." Lan Ling couldn't resist teasing, "Brother Song, you still haven't cultivated enough." Little System chuckled along. Exactly, you only have yourself to blame." Yicheng lay on the ground, exhausted, hopeless, crying as his soul seemed to drift away from his body. It turned out that the life of a hero and a star was this miserable. He hadn't dared to leave his house for a month. "I'm so miserable. Someone, please help me. I just want to be a normal person." Specifically, a month ago, I was the most handsome and charming young man on that street. Wherever I went, people would gasp in admiration. "Look, it's Zhu Shangxi. Zhu Shangxi." Everything was perfectly normal, until MC, the crowd flocked to him, treating him like a national treasure, so much so that he was scared out of his wits, pulled down his pants, and ran for his life. But they wouldn't let him go. "Don't run, just give us a little touch." The little system leisurely floated in the air, offering its brilliant advice. "In my opinion, your troubles can be solved quite easily. Use poison to cure poison. 100 poisons won't affect you. People like you because you're something new, just like when we go to the zoo to see a panda. But if you see pandas walking around every day on the street, people will definitely lose their sense of novelty. Pandas aren't even that great to look at. They're dazed and confused, awkward. Yet they still manage to spout some philosophy." The two men could only nod continuously in agreement. That makes sense. Yi Cheng, after being enlightened, immediately got to work. "If that's the case, you want to see me, huh? I'll let you all take a good look." He chuckled to himself, then called Yi Xiao. "Hello, Xiao Xiao, are you free these days? How about we go on a trip together?" Before he could even hope, despair hit him. His face fell, looking regretful. "What? Overtime?" Yi Xiao hesitated. "Sorry, Yi Cheng. Maybe next time. Have fun on your trip." Heartbroken, Yi Cheng no longer cared about this life. Lan Ling laughed, sitting next to him and poking him. "Brother Song. Hang in there, Brother Song." The little system joined in, poking him as well while continuing. "That's right. Zhang Yiqiu isn't free, but Lan Ling and I can go with you instead." On the other end, Yiqiu was swamped with work, sighing regretfully. A few days later, at the vast northern bus station, people were bustling around. The little system marveled, clearly enjoying itself. "That's actually pretty nice." In the end, Yi Cheng reluctantly agreed to go along with the two nuisances, Little System and Lan Ling. A few hours later, they had arrived at the tourist resort in Sanshu City. Little System and Lan Ling continuously nagged Yi Cheng in his ears. "Why are you still wearing a mask? Have you forgotten the purpose of this trip?" But each time, the only response they got was a deep dejected sigh. "Brother Song, Xiao Xiao isn't here. My world has lost all its color." The next day, he was the same person, playing around and shouting with all his might at Yahoo in the water park. A group of girls, smitten and eager, gathered to watch Yi Cheng and Lan Ling. "Look, Zhu Shangxi." Yi Cheng ignored them, completely uninterested, focusing all his energy on the pleasure before him. So thrilling. The two of them decided to visit the hot springs. The two friends sat back, chatting lightly, feeling no need to hide their joy anymore. Lan Ling nodded. "Yeah, this time we weren't bothered too much." Yi Cheng relaxed, not hesitating to praise Little System. "Yeah, it looks like Little System's method really worked." Suddenly, two girls nearby noticed them. "Look over there." "What?" Through the eyes of the two fangirls, Yi Cheng and Lan Ling seemed incredibly affectionate, as if there was something more between them. Blood rushed to their brains, and their minds quickly made assumptions. The two girls squealed excitedly, so those two were in a relationship. Couldn't it be that Lan Ling suddenly withdrew to live a quiet life because he wanted to be Zhu Shangxi's wife? How touching. I want to go there and take a photo with them. Don't bother them. It's already hard enough for them to be together. Yi Cheng, someone who completely misunderstood. "I am Zhu Shangxi. You want to take a photo together? Want to shake hands? Don't be shy. Come on over." Suddenly, Lan Ling found a piece of paper floating towards him. He picked it up and looked at it, and what caught his eye was the dazzling image of a martial arts tournament. "Welcome all martial artists and martial arts enthusiasts to join the event, which will be held nearby." Little System curiously read it out loud. It's strange. Even in this day and age, there's still a martial arts tournament. Lan Ling carefully studied it. It also said that the winner would receive the title of martial arts leader. Yi Cheng leisurely took another lazy bite, not wanting to care. Heavens, who knows where this wilderness tournament is being held? Little System tossed him aside, uninterested, and focused on reading the second-place prize of 50,000. Lan Ling smiled lightly, intrigued. The martial arts dahui bringing together heroes from all over the world sounded quite interesting. Yi Cheng hesitated, concerned. "Nai, what did I just hear? The limited edition version of the Great Cultivation Model. I really want it. I'm starting to get excited now." Lan Ling, as if seeing through his thoughts, patted his shoulder and promised. "Brother Song, your undercover mission, this time, may not be convenient, so leave it to me. I'll make sure to fulfill your wish." Yi Cheng was so moved he almost cried, hugging him emotionally. "Brother Lan, I didn't expect you to understand people's hearts so well. A few fangirls, witnessing the intimate scene, were already overwhelmed by 7749 fan service moments and excitedly screamed, "Oh my God, I'm dying! How beautiful is this brotherly bond!" The next day, at the martial arts Dahu, the sound of Mark Freeman's herbal tea resonated from afar as everyone had arrived. Compared to other martial arts tournaments, the master believed that the herbal tea brand's leading figure was among the top contenders. Everyone, please enjoy the handsome master's herbal tea. Wishing everyone strong martial arts and smooth sailing in life. The internal treatment competition began, and the great Ming Lord of Martial Arts officially started. The wind chimes rang crisply, and people swarmed in, cheering and chanting. In the stands, someone exclaimed, "Look, the player has entered the stage. So handsome, looks kind of familiar." On the boat was the wandering traveler, hat tilted low, alongside the two restless companions, Little System and Yi Cheng, all swept up in the roaring cheers for the competitor. The match began. On the defensive side, the one stepping onto the stage was the Grand Master of Breaking Water Flow. He stood arrogantly above, looking down with scorn and jeering. "It's not that I'm targeting anyone in particular, I just want to say that everyone sitting here is nothing but trash." On the challenger's side, the humble blue enigma wasted no words and leaped straight onto the platform. Up front, two frenzied fans screamed at the top of their lungs, "Brotherland, teach him how to be human." The drums thundered. The duel had begun. The arrogant man threatened harshly, "You worthless fool, hand over your life." Lan Ling drew his sword with a cold snort. Shui Liu sneered, charging forward in disdain, yet refused to strike, mocking, "Watch me take a life right here." But before he could even lay a finger, Lan Ling's blows landed without mercy. The crisp smacks echoed through the screen as Shu Liu was sent flying into the sky, drifting away with the wind, vanishing without a trace. Lan Ling slowly sheathed his sword, savoring with elegance the thunderous cheers that followed. The second match, his opponent was also sent down to the river to play with the flesh-eating fish. The pitiful screams, "Don't bite me." In the third match, Lan Ling fed the perverted, sickening bastard a good portion of the onions. A delicious and satisfying scene. Little System and Yi Cheng were overjoyed, celebrating their victory together with their teammates. Easy win. Brother Lan is amazing. Lan remained humble, having won several matches in a row, like a child hiding behind a screen. Suddenly, a cheer rang out, causing both of them to freeze in confusion. The challenger has finally appeared. On the arena, a shadow appeared, standing on the tip of a pillar, looking down. He wore a mask that hung loosely, standing there silently. The kid in the stands cried out loudly, blaming him for cheating. "That's my mask. He stole my mask." Mark Freeman was also put in a difficult position, giving an awkward, hesitant smile. The challenger, unwilling to reveal his identity, hails from the alliance of rogue cultivators of Nation H. The mask was pulled down, and the figure aggressively took up an attacking stance. "Ha! A true hero doesn't care about origins. Just go ahead and make your move." Yi Cheng pondered suspiciously. This person is very suspicious, not only wearing a mask, but even forcing his voice to sound lower, he speculated, relying on the growing intuition of this little god of death. Could he be someone from another world? Little System seriously added, "The fluctuating energy source recently is indeed a bit abnormal." On the battlefield, the fight had already begun. Lan Ling continuously took the initiative to attack. He was confused. This person's martial arts were not bad, but he kept dodging, as if he didn't want to face a clear victory or defeat. The audience in the stands had started to lose their patience and began to scold. "Oh, come on. If you don't want to fight, don't get on the stage." "Yeah, what's the point of the alliance of loose cultivators, Nation H anyway?" The masked figure pondered for a moment. "Fine. After all, it's just one match. It's not like my identity will be exposed so easily." He circulated his internal energy and formed a small sphere in front of him. Lan Ling observed closely. Oh, it seemed like something was about to happen. Suddenly, from within the round sphere, a tiny turtle shell appeared. Yi Cheng realized something and froze in shock. "No, it can't be." The masked figure forcefully pushed the sphere forward to attack, using a Kai manipulation technique. Lan Ling quickly dodged, but unexpectedly, The turtle shell was faster, grazing his outer robe and leaving him confused. This strange move had been seen before, but what exactly was its origin? The turtle shell missed its target and flew straight out, its powerful force shattering the wooden wall. At this moment, a turtle's head emerged from its shell, but just 2 seconds later, it fell right back into the river. In the area where the martial sects were seated, people were excitedly discussing. What kind of heretical sect is this? It must be some foreign, unorthodox martial art, but the power is truly impressive. That humble guy over there is probably going to have a hard time defending against it. Yeah, look, someone's going up to the stage again. A white-haired junior brother, who was hard to recognize, pointed at the scene. Why is he everywhere? Yi Chang reunited with Lan Ling on the idol stage, showcasing his acting potential. Even if he tried to pretend to be some god, it would still be useless. I could tell your nature the moment I laid eyes on you. The mask was taken aback. Huh? Was I exposed? He quickly murmured a chant. Just as he completed the hand seal, his entire body plunged into a massive turtle shell, turning into a turtle that rolled wildly across the ground. Yi Chang was speechless. Huh, this is the first time I've seen such a timid time traveler. Suddenly, Little System sensed something unusual in the river along with the system's reaction. Wait a minute, the time traveler isn't him. The disturbance is coming from over there. A shadow shot up from the river, laughing heartily and excitedly. How dare you hold a martial conference without me here? Yi Chang and Lan Ling had quickly adopted a state of alertness. What? There's another one. The Taoist master spoke in a grave tone. This one might actually be the real villain. The surrounding audience began to murmur anxiously. It's over. That's the water walking technique, a martial art that has been lost for a long time. The white-haired junior brother ground his teeth. As expected, the moment that person with the surname Song appeared, nothing good would come of it. Hai Shen, with a fiery temper, bared his teeth and glared. I want to see how many of them can actually stand against me. The turtle shell mask observed quietly, waiting for the right moment to make a move. Amid the chaos, it took the chance to escape. Spinning in a circle to build momentum, it shot out like an arrow. Though the process was somewhat awkward and painful, it succeeded. Unfortunately for him, fate was cruel. Instead of going in a straight line, he slammed into a pillar, sending him flying directly towards Hai Shen and the group of Yi Chang, who were about to engage in a fierce battle. Hai Shen and Lan Ling, applying their sticky glue, froze momentarily as their expressions faltered at the sight of the concealed weapon. Before they could react, the mask, retreating into the turtle shell, slammed straight into Hai Shen's face. The impact was so brutal it caused blood to spurt out, making for a highly embarrassing scene. Both of them fell straight into the river. Yi Chang, eyes fixed on the bubbling surface of the river, waited expectantly. Is it over? Now we just sit and wait to reap the rewards. But things were not as simple as he thought. With a loud bang, a huge explosion erupted, sending water splashing into the air and a column that reached a height of 5 meters. Hai Shen's anger flared again as he took out his purple turtle shell, spinning it rapidly to release his frustration, taunting, "Who dares to come here and face me in a fair fight?" Yi Chang received a system notification. Hai Shen, Mission Level C, Martial Arts of the Dimensional World. Hai Shen, his face emotionless, threw the purple turtle shell forcefully over 10 meters, then reassured the heroes, "Don't worry, anyone who can't defeat me will have to die." Yi Chang and Lan Ling were already prepared. This was the time to confront the time-traveling invader. Ha Shen Vu licked his lips hungrily and charged forward. "Oh, you two want to fight me together? Well then, I won't hold back." Lan Ling patted Elephant Dragon Long Long on the head. "Let's stop him." Obediently, Long Long immediately breathed out fire, the flames strong and scorching like molten lava, shooting straight at Hai Shen. But surprisingly, Hai Shen didn't suffer any damage at all. He sneered and continued charging forward. Lan Ling was stunned. He's not afraid of fire. How is that possible? Hai Shen showed no concern. A shallow attack like this? I've practiced the indestructible Vajra divine art. He was laughing triumphantly when suddenly he sensed danger. Haha. Yi Chang coolly showed off his superior skill, letting him know what a true festival felt like. Ah, the frog truly enjoys sitting at the bottom of the well, gazing at the blue sky. Do you know that the one who practices secret techniques in this world isn't just you? In the current nation age, everyone knew that Zhu Shangxi was born with divine strength, courageous, and skilled in battle. Who would have thought that he had once gone through such difficult times? He trained diligently every day, but was always scolded by the little system, like being slapped in the face. Only after leveling up did he realize how to play the game. Just when I'm deep in the mood, I'm pulled up ruthlessly. No chance to sleep in. Teach me English, or else, you grumbled. Based on what? Based on me being your mother and your system. Yi Cheng sniffled, feeling heartbroken and wronged. 1 minute on the stage equals 10 years off the stage. Friends, now is the time to show off. He coldly passed judgment. And as for him, that old frog, as soon as he appeared, he wanted him dead. He was challenging the authority of the author and the dignity of the main character. Yi Cheng angrily shouted and summoned. Golden Fang summoning God technique. Manifest the spirit, but one who must die is you, old man in the tank top. The old man enjoyed himself. His martial arts were incredible, interesting. That was the climax of the battle I've always been waiting for. See, I'll kill you. The two sides clashed fiercely, creating a seismic shock that shook the heavens and earth. Yi Cheng grabbed the old man's clothes with one hand and smiled. Come on. Admit defeat. Leave it to Hai Shen, the stubborn one, to get ready for some dirty play. I think you should be the one to admit defeat, the old man retorted. Quietly, a sharp drill tip grew from the sole of his shoe. The old man broke free from Yi Cheng's control, twisting in midair, aiming directly at his face, launching the divine palm reaping like sea killer drill. Lan Ling appeared right on cue, the hero rescuing the beautiful man, blocking the old man's dangerous strike. There was no way he was going to harm Yi Cheng. But unexpectedly, his sword also shattered into pieces. In a critical moment, Yi Cheng raised his staff and cut through the command token. Hai Shen sneered. The leader's token, the strongest symbol in the martial world. Very well, in a second, it will be in my pocket. He grinned with delight, putting more strength into his kicks. I'll kick you to death first. Each drill from the old man successfully cracked through Yi Cheng's protective shield. Yi Cheng immediately summoned his energy, forming a shape to trap him. A shield suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him. What? What is that? Hai Shen exclaimed. Yi Cheng proudly introduced it. This is one of my lethal moves, used specifically to kill high-heeled assassins. Is this little trick all you've got? Can't even take it out. Lan Ling laughed along, exclaiming. As expected of brother song, even a petty move like this can be used so casually. Yi Cheng, still focused on the taunt, said, Heh, I bet you're feeling like your steps are heavy right now, aren't you? Wishing you could fly freely again. Suddenly, without any warning, he tossed the shield aside and gave the command. Shell Long Long, go catch that plate. Elephant Dragon obediently shot off, thinking it was all set to grab the fatty, plump piece of meat. It was sure that it would be its prize, but to its surprise, there was nothing to be seen. Yi Cheng looked around, searching. Where did it go? Did he accidentally leave his precious shoe behind? Just then, eerie howls came from beneath the river, followed by a tremor that shook the very earth. The audience on the stands panicked and pushed each other, scrambling to flee. Look, what's that pile on the stage? A ghost. I'm so scared. Someone cried as the mask that had been hiding nervously finally appeared. This is bad. That person might be in danger. The two Shen transformed, their 4 limbs hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The massive figure's mouth puffed and bulged. Moments later, it transformed into a gigantic frog demon. The crowd screamed in terror. A monster. The Taoist priest on the stands was still mumbling, lost in confusion. Here is the English translation of your text. That is the forbidden dart technique in the legendary story of the lone-caped divine art. The white-haired junior brother was desperate, pulling and shouting. Grandmaster, we're no match for them. We have to run. Yi Cheng stepped forward, jumping straight towards Hai Shen, shouting loudly, Wake up! Martial arts are not meant to turn oneself into a monster. He didn't speak. He just opened his mouth, and streams of misty air flew out. Yi Cheng sniffed. What was that smell? Poisonous gas. Having previously endured the poison of the Corpse King, he had long been immune to such toxins. But unexpectedly, in the moment he let his guard down, he reacted in a flash, sticking out his super long, super fast tongue. A mask appeared from nowhere, knocking him back, a reminder to be careful. Yi Cheng was startled. It was Gi Ren. Why was he saving him? Lan Ling looked at the monster, whispering, "Brother Song, what should we do? The technique this person created is so dark that even fire techniques don't scare him. If we can't find his weakness, it's going to be very hard." Yi Cheng pondered and analyzed. A weakness, the weakness of this disgusting frog. Huh, so that's it. Once it turns into a monster, not only does its strength change, but its weaknesses also become like a monster's. Lan Ling saw him fall silent and, feeling uncertain, called out, "Brother Song, adjust it." Sha! He smirked, a wicked smile curling on his lips, silently sending a message to the wind. "Gi Ren, hold on, don't let him swallow you. I will come to save you." He tossed the golden feather duster to Lan Ling. "Brother Lan, take this." Lan Ling held the duster in his hands, 1,000 questions running through his mind. Humph. After fumbling for a while, he finally saw the inscription on the handle, which made him burst into laughter. Ha! So that's how it is. From this reaction, it was clear that even though the dark arts could turn a cultivator into a toad, they still retain certain instincts. As everyone knows, toads are born with poor eyesight, only able to focus on moving prey. "Brother Lan, you use that magical item to focus and draw his attention. That will be the perfect moment for me to strike." Yi Cheng, draped in a cloak of black, grinned maliciously. "Truly a good brother, just a single glance, and you already understand." Heh. He slowly, silently approached Hai Shen, while Lan Ling distracted the dog. Hai Shen, having bitten the duster, had to quickly spit it out. "Feather duster, daring to play with me." His anger flared, and he was about to leap forward to attack, but before he could, a new figure appeared, accompanied by the sound of wind chimes jingling. The Taoist master, with a cold expression, raised his sect leader's token. What is the point of trying to claim supremacy in the martial world by challenging these juniors? Why not just steal this token from my hands and give it a try? Everyone cheered excitedly. Dragon Lake's immortal has made his move. The white-haired junior brother was stunned, his mouth hanging open. "Master, even the greatest heroes cannot stand by and watch." Lan Ling sighed. Fortunately, there are still people with righteous hearts. Before the praise had even left his lips, he was dark-faced, witnessing the group of righteous people rush forward to fight with Dragon Lake for the token. The old man, furious, shouted, "Have you all lost your minds? I'm only using this token to lure the enemy, to tempt them with the position of the leader, nothing more." They argued back. "Then hand over the token." "Exactly, why fight with the younger generation?" Hai Shen sneered in disdain. "Catch, a bunch of fools, keep arguing then." He was about to deal with them when he suddenly realized something was off. How had his feet been shackled by chains? He gritted his teeth in fury. Who dares use such lowly tricks on me? Li Cheng casually threw the key in front of him, greeting him cheerfully. "Ha, we meet again. What do you think of this trick?" Only the victor has the right to speak. The game was over. With all his strength, he kicked Hai Shen in the mouth, sending him flying so hard it felt like his head would fly off. The arena itself shook violently from the force of the blow. Dragon Lake raised his staff and joined the fray. "Well done, little brother. I'm here to help you too." Countless energy threads wrapped tightly around Hai Shen in the arena, rendering him immobile, unable to move. Yi Cheng calculated the energy just right, intending for this strike to save Gi Ren's family. It must neither be too strong nor too weak. With determination, he struck straight into Hai Shen's stomach. His abdomen churned. Then, with a violent surge, a mask flew out, and Yi Cheng was ready to catch it, welcoming its return. "Brother, you're safe now. Come out," Yi Cheng said, intending to continue teasing. But Gi Ren, embarrassed to death, leaped out of his hands and fled. "Thank you, brother, for your timely rescue," Yi Cheng said, suspecting it was simply embarrassment making him flee so quickly. Dragon Lake had already dealt with Hai Shen. He turned to ask Yi Cheng for his opinion. "Zhu Shang, brother, how do you wish to deal with him?" he asked coldly. This man has practiced martial arts to the point of madness, but his only goal was to challenge, not to take a life. If he can realize his mistakes and change, that would be best. As he spoke, he provocatively stepped on Hai Shen's shoe, symbolically bidding farewell to his former identity as a fake shoe collector. Then Hai Shen, enraged, snapped back with a sharp tongue. You're the fake. All of you are the fake ones. Yi Cheng leaned to the side, avoiding the attack, his face contorted with disgust as he raised his hand in a gesture of finality. Without hesitation, he delivered a direct thrust to Hai Shen. Hai Shen was stunned. "Ha ha, you dare." Yi Cheng chuckled as he watched Hai Shen writhe on the ground, surprised, "But I never said I'd spare you." Once the task was complete, he turned and walked away, casually calling out to his teammates, "Brother Lan, Xiao Long Long, let's head home." The little system crossed its arms and probed. "Oh, so you're done playing, and now you're going home." Yi Cheng froze, running back almost forgetting the purpose of it all. Dragon Lake, thinking Yi Cheng needed something, immediately gave an order. After the spectacular chaotic battle, the notorious martial arts fiend had been eradicated. The new leader of the martial world had been selected. Zhu Shang, brother, here's your leader's token. The white-haired junior brother was stunned. "Grandmaster, you're being way too generous with him." Yi Cheng waved his hand and walked past. "Sorry, not interested," he mumbled with excitement. "Rewards, rewards." His refusal shocked everyone present, shaking their very understanding of the world. If he really wanted something, it was the prize collection at the 102nd place. "Haha, my precious hidden treasures. The master is here to take you home. Big models, limited quantity. Hope you hope for much, only to be disappointed just as much." Yi Cheng was stunned. Hey, is there anyone who can explain to me what this is? It's stinging my eyes." He stormed over to confront the staff and said, "Hey, what's going on here? This model isn't even that big, and it's not a limited quantity either. Be careful, I'll report you all for deceiving customers." The staff, terrified, cried out, "Great hero, please spare us. It's all a misunderstanding. The advertisement board just had a typo. The 6th place prize is a boxing glove model, and it's limited in quantity." He, feeling wronged and agitated, grumbled, "You guys are crying and running away, deceiving my feelings." But before he had even taken 10 steps, he wiped his tears and turned back. Little system, acting all wise like an old lady, began to lecture. "You're making such a scene and still haven't forgotten to take that thing back." Yi Cheng sniffled. "It wasn't easy to win. Why would I be shy about taking it?" She fell silent. Well, seeing him so pitiful, she might as well reward him with something good this time. As expected, Yi Cheng beamed like a flower. "You really are the cutest system in the world," he eagerly asked. "By the way, is there any new weapon suitable for Brother Lan?" Little system snorted. "Do you know what it means to reveal your talent? Endless wealth. The good stuff has to be carefully picked out at home." Lan Ling, holding a pile of gifts, furrowed his brow and began to weigh them. "The real reward of the martial arts tournament is probably the limited edition gloves below. As for these two, they probably aren't worth much." One person, wearing glasses and a woolen hat, was speaking into a phone. "Yeah, I'm currently standing in front of Zhu Shangxi's house. Still haven't spotted Lan Ling. He's standing under a modern building. The thing is, he's surrounded by a group of people, both men and women, holding banners that say Blue Merchant Protection. They want their personal space, and no one can push through the crowd. These people keep chanting slogans. Love freedom, innocent and pure, stop the hounds, protect privacy for heroes, oppose covert photography." At an apartment up high, Zhang Yixiao sat on a sofa, looking at news on her phone. The screen was filled with pictures of Song Yi Cheng in various entertaining poses as part of Blue Merchant's promotions, all perfectly taken with just a casual shot. "Truly, here's the magnificent lamb, with everyone's divine beauty," she sighed inwardly. "Love, in the end, I still feel inferior. Yi Cheng seems to be drifting further away from me." A hand covered her phone screen. "Don't bother with this stuff anymore." The surrounding space was filled with heart shapes. Song Yi Cheng leaned close to her face, his gaze fixed on her. "This is my true self." Zhang Yixiao blushed shyly. The atmosphere between the two of them was ambiguous. Song Yi Cheng called out, "Xiao Xiao, respond." A hand reached out to cover the faces of the two statues on the table. Just at the crucial moment, the scene was interrupted by a sound. "Everyone, please stop taking pictures. Calm down a bit." Zhang Yixiao glanced toward the door. "Today, I'm here alone. Could you please give me some time?" She silently thought, if Song Yi Cheng were here, What would his reaction be? He stood up, preparing to leave. Regardless of who it was, he just wanted to slip away first. But the sound of something smashing made him turn back in surprise. Sitting back down, he jumped up from his seat as a large hole was made in the glass door. Yi Cheng, I have something urgent. I need to leave now. Song Yi Cheng was astonished. Xiao, is he really that aggressive? Then, he shot a glare toward the door, wondering who it was. Zhang Kulin swaggered in. So, how is it? My sudden appearance today was so overwhelming that I even broke the glass. Her gaze was calculating. The living conditions of ordinary people were acceptable, after all. A fist came from behind and landed on her head, making Zhang Kulin snap back to reality. A large lump suddenly appeared on his head, shifting to one side. Dragon Tiger Immortal Venerable entered and politely said, Zhu Shang, hero, please forgive this vile disciple for his impoliteness. I truly have a matter to ask of you. Then he kicked his own disciple, shouting, Aren't you going yet? Zhang Kulin, kicked and sent sliding toward Song Yi Cheng, cried out in pain. He tightly hugged his leg, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded, Please, Zhu Shang, hero, take me as your disciple. Song Yi Cheng casually picked his nose and replied, I don't want to. Then he turned to Dragon Tiger Immortal Venerable. By the way, does Long Hu Mountain allow people to take external disciples? Isn't he already someone with a prestigious title like yours? Dragon Tiger Immortal Venerable's face stiffened, beads of sweat dripping down his face. Whoosh! To his astonishment, Zhang Kulin jumped through the broken window and ran off without looking back. The hero of the vile disciple was begging someone else. Was Song Yi Cheng angry? A group of people appeared and surrounded him. Lan Ling assessed, I believe this person isn't as bad as it seems. Little System's eyes gleamed as it threatened. Well cared for, neither too fat nor too thin. Could make a good braised pork or fried dough sticks. Exactly, he'd be perfect for dog food. The rabbit flies and only makes a chirping sound, which made Zhang Kulin's face turn pale in fear. Who are you? Where did you come from? Startled by the flying rabbit, Little System clung even tighter to Song Yi Cheng's leg. It replied, Actually, we've always been here. Lan Ling stroked his chin and continued, It's just that Brother Song and Miss Zhang were busy earlier, so we didn't want to disturb you. Song Yi Cheng felt deeply hurt. His life had no privacy at all. Was there any point in living anymore? Before he could process it, Little System interrupted. So, how you plan to reward the journey, Hai Shen? Song Yi Cheng immediately shifted his attitude, throwing an arm around her in a flattering manner. Bro, let's take our time to discuss it. As for the reward, let's find a quiet place and talk slowly. He turned back and instructed, Brother Lan, please watch over this guy for me. As he left with Little System, the reward was left behind, leaving Zhang Kulin feeling abandoned, with no one to rely on. Zhang Kulin resorted to his usual sharp-tongued tactics. You, with your scholarly and elegant appearance, you must be weaker than me, right? I'm sure you're the type of young man who enjoys lecturing others. Lan Ling sighed in frustration, then grabbed the collar of his shirt and dragged him away, ignoring his pleas. Please, don't lock me in the bathroom. I have something important to say. Please, don't lock the door. In the sea of thoughts, Song Yi Cheng gathered around. Let's start. The Little System raised its hand to perform a spell, and a furnace-shaped head appeared. This was the great reward for this time. Heavenly Star Refining Furnace. He curiously touched it. A refining furnace was truly a strange thing. How do you use it? She patted her chest. Try it and you'll know. Rustling sounds filled the air as a bag of potato chips was poured in. Song Yi Cheng held the plastic wrapper in confusion. Can even a whole potato be refined? She replied, Except for living things, everything can be refined. Will it be refined? The ting sound signaled that it was done. A plate of delicious food was presented. The beef stew with potatoes and tofu had been successfully refined. Song Yi Cheng was stunned. Is that it? It's really miraculous. It turns out that after refining, it gets upgraded. She smiled contentedly, holding the fragrant dish in his hands. It really does smell good. She tossed away a bottle of soda, gloves, phone, and then tried this and that. A while later, the refining furnace issued notifications one after another. Ting. Life 82 years, refinement complete. Ting. Divine Dragon gloves refinement complete. Ting. Old Nokia phone version refinement complete. Holding the phone in his hand, Song Yi-cheng raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why has my Apple phone turned into this outdated thing? Little System shrugged. You're really not making any progress. Everything has its price, and this magical item also drains system energy. If you want to use it to the fullest, just obediently keep completing tasks to harvest energy for it. He closed his eyes and put the statue away. Indeed, it was wicked. It seemed he could only temporarily use it as a trash bin for now. Outside, the sky had darkened, and a crescent moon hung high in the air. In the hallway, two people with flashlights were walking. Clop, 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 clop. The guy with the melon-shaped head asked, "Is it true or false that there's a monster killing people at the school recently?" The guy in the red shirt, following behind and shining his flashlight, answered, "It's definitely false. How could there be a monster in the girls' dorm? They're all just beautiful girls." A strange purple shadow appeared behind them. A red heart was brought in front of the guy in the red shirt, making him panic. "Huh!" The melon-head guy screamed in terror, using all his strength to escape from the pink monster with a giant long tail that had just killed his teammate, shouting incoherently. A mouthful of sharp teeth spat out the piece of human heart it had just bitten off, complaining that it was hard to swallow. Next time, I should probably find myself a better-looking Prince Charming. After graduating and returning, there was a feeling of indescribable lightness as I stepped onto the old campus. The gates of Yanzhou Technical Institute were bustling with people entering. Song Yi-cheng, wearing sunglasses, was on the phone. "Chon Fatty, I'm already at the gate. Where are you?" The voice on the other end of the phone replied, "I'm right here at the gate too." Several girls around them, eyes sparkling with hearts, pointed in the same direction. "Look, there's a Prince Charming over there." He looked left, then right. Could it be? Then he spotted a white car and said, "Chon Fatty, there's a Prince Charming with blonde hair waving his hand over there. Boss, over here." Song Yi-cheng was stunned. It was too dazzling. "Oh no, that can't be my Chong Fatty." The handsome aura of Chong Fatty shattered his sunglasses. Chong Fatty had completely transformed, running his hand through his hair. "Boss, has the event started yet? Let's go inside. Is this a blessing or a curse? I never expected that Chong Fatty would have his day. Wherever he went, he caught everyone's attention." Song Yi-cheng, curious, asked, "Don't you want to explain anything?" Chong Fatty flicked his hair. "After Chow Kai left, I couldn't eat or sleep well. I could only wash my face with tears all day in the gym. Until today, I finally feel grateful to the author." Song Yi-cheng looked down at his feet. "No, I'm talking about what's under your feet." He chuckled. At his feet was a balance scooter that made him look like a rich and handsome guy. He laughed and said, "Right now, although I'm both handsome and wealthy, my height is a bit modest, which makes the person walking next to me want to burst out laughing." "Ha, this kid." Song Yi-cheng put his hands in his pockets and said, "So now you're no longer fat. I can't call you Chang Fatty anymore." He responded, "My full name is Chong Yang Wei. From now on, boss, you can just call me that." Before he could finish his sentence, a scream of awe from a group of girls running around interrupted them. The two of them simultaneously realized something was wrong. Half an hour later, police cars and ambulances filled the schoolyard. "Thank you both for helping report to the police. This is a very serious matter, and our welcoming event cannot be halted." A bald man wearing glasses wiped the sweat from his forehead and suggested, "No, for this case, please refrain from announcing it for now, to avoid causing panic among the students." Song Yi-cheng responded, Understood." Remembering the image of the corpse, and judging from the position of the body, it seemed the time of the assault was probably last night. The ruthless killer could still be hiding within the school. He walked over to Chang Fatty, who was leaning against a tree and vomiting, and said, "Chang Fatty, I'm a bit uneasy. I need to stay at school for a while." He looked up. "Boss, can I stay and help a bit?" A notification sound rang out in his head. The host detected a time traveler within 500 meters. He frowned, just as he thought. It was the time traveler causing the disturbance. He quickly left. "Is there any more information?" The little system replied, "The time traveler's energy fluctuations are very weak. They might be running east." Chang Fatty looked confused. "Boss, who are you talking to?" Song Yi-chang quickly turned back and said, "Sorry, Chang Fatty. I'll contact you if I need your help." As he ran, he thought to himself. Even though Zhu Shangqi's identity had been made public, his intuition told him that it was still better to keep the system's existence hidden. He sped through the forest area behind the school, feeling suspicious. How could he run all the way here and not find anyone? Then, he heard a rustling sound and noticed a tail sticking out of the bushes. He approached cautiously and discovered a small fox covered in blood. Its pitiful gaze met his. "Little fox, you're injured." Swoosh! The fox leaped at him, biting his hand hard, knocking him to the ground, and then ran off. She watched it slip into the classroom through the window and frowned. She had been deceived. He smashed the glass with a crash and hurled himself into the room. Amid the panic of everyone, he asked, "Did any of you see anyone suspicious come in here?" His eyes flashed. Pointing at a tail outside the window, he barked, "Stop," and swiftly gave chase. Seeing the fox's silhouette in the distance, he called, "Fox spirit, you won't get away. Surrender. I'll grant you a swift death." Song Yi-chang arched an eyebrow. When a young man with purple hair stepped forward, she cried, "Don't you dare kill her. She's not a fox spirit." He was so enchanted he was blind, gripping her hand tightly, tilting his head to ask, "Little brother, look, doesn't she look 100% like a fox spirit?" Ding Ji Feng. Divine rank. Mission grade D. Song Yi-chang said helplessly, "She only ate someone yesterday. Why haven't you run away already?" He snapped back fiercely, "Humph, she isn't a monster. She's weak and pitiful, loves eating fruit, and is basically harmless. It's you. Surely it's the scent of the fox immortal pill inside her that's driven you to pursue her to the death." Song Yi-chang's thoughts tangled into a mess, running through every possible scenario. "My wife is the fox immortal, Fox's girlfriend. The fox spirit loves me." His expression was cold, utterly bored. Fox immortal loves elixirs. This guy has read too many comics. Does he think he's some arrogant young man? Ding Ji, standing behind, covered his mouth and laughed. "Yeah, how kind of you to warn him. Look, she's laughing at you." He didn't believe it. Turning to check, he saw Det Kai looking pitiable. "Little brother, I'm scared." He immediately put on a heroic air and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you," leaving Song Yi-chang speechless. Huh. Running out of patience, he rushed forward to stake his claim. It seemed there was no reasoning with them. Ding Ji smiled, smug. "Haha, very good." With a pop, she revealed her true form, 9 tails coiling behind her. The purple-haired youth hung upside down on the floor, his face vicious. "Haha, won't you move aside? If you don't, I'll kill him." Song Yi-chang gripped his purple spear and stared at her. "Put him down first. I need 2 hours to think." With a snort, she smashed the glass and lunged out. The purple-haired youth screamed, "Let me go. I don't want to die." Ding Ji pressed his lips together. "Fine, I'll leave him here." Then she retracted her tails. He then fell freely, screaming at the top of his lungs. Song Yi-chang managed to catch him just before he landed intimately. Whoosh! Ding Ji darted away quickly, and he asked, "Little system, can you track Ding Ji's location? The one with the purple hair is still lost in her own world, and she's too far gone for me to save." The little system replied that it had lost track of Ding Ji, but there was another time traveler approaching. He was stunned. What? A figure stood silhouetted against the light on the rooftop, speaking. "You want to catch Ding Ji?" The person jumped down, causing the concrete ground to crack. He arrogantly said, "I can lend you a hand. If you want to catch Ding Ji, I can help." He was King Ju of the Fengshan Dimension, a level E mission. Song Yi-chang, on high alert, wondered, "Hey King Zhao, why is the mission level so low?" The little sister responded, "The mission level isn't solely determined by the strength of the time traveler, but also by the system's overall assessment of the task's difficulty. At least for now. It seems that King Ju's intentions aren't that strong." He thought it over. Although King Ju was temporarily harmless, he decided to investigate thoroughly. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Isn't Ding Ji your favorite concubine? Why would you help me catch her?" The person with the purple hair just wandered off, muttering to himself, "My youth is over. King Ju must have a reason to cry." Then, feeling ashamed, he turned his face away. "She has betrayed me, and you secretly captured this moment. A sorrowful man, like a flower, must be quickly captured in a photo." The crowd's inner curiosity bubbled up. There's the inner essence of the 8 trigram soul. A group of people immediately appeared, setting up chairs and preparing beer, all of them eager. Come, come, brothers, have a seat, have a seat, don't be shy. The 2 brothers who had come especially to comfort him said, "Now, tell us about your troubles, don't worry, we'll never laugh at you." King Zhao raised his beer and drank repeatedly, a pile of empty shells at his feet, sighing. 2. Xiao Jai is a demon, and I am the ruler of a nation. Xiao Jai is a nickname I gave to Ding Jia. 500 years ago, during a heavy rain, fate brought us together. At first, she was just a toy to pass the time for me. The onlookers imagined the scene of a hero saving a beautiful woman under the rain. Except that while some picture a beautiful lady, others could only imagine a pet for the future. But now, I feel like I can't be apart from her. They imagined the scene of King Zhu gently caressing Ding Ji. To please her, I always indulge her every request, even going so far as to oppose our gods, destroying an entire dynasty in the process. At this moment, Song Yicheng imagined Ding Ji as a materialistic woman, while the flying rabbit imagined Fox as a mischievous cat that ruined its owner's computer. Then, she betrayed me, envisioning Ding Ji as a flirt surrounded by a bunch of men, making King Zhou wear a heap of green hats. Song Yicheng stood up abruptly, indignant. This is too much. Although the flying rabbit's imagination was different, thinking Fox had eaten someone else's pate, he was just as outraged, shouting. Fury surged, and he declared, "Don't worry, brothers, I will definitely make that fox pay for this." The flying rabbit also raised its foot. Grug, washing them full of righteous energy, asked, "All right, but how can we find her?" Lan Ling and Little System were doubtful, sensing that something wasn't quite right here. Outside the Jewel City, the grand exhibition of the world was in full swing. Someone asked, "Will Ding Jai really come?" King Zhou assured them, "Brother Song doesn't know, but Ding Jai has 3 great loves, and this jewel exhibition has 2 of them, the rare fruits and the glittering treasures. She definitely won't miss it." Song Yicheng observed the bustling crowd, people walking to and fro. This isn't the place for a fight. Too many people passing through. Ding Ji isn't the meek type. We absolutely can't leave her here cutting loose. Lan Ling covered half his face and said, "Song, you're right. It would be better to lure her to some deserted place before we make the arrest. It's just that we should find a stronger bait." King Zhu draped an arm over them and laughed. "Don't worry, both of you. We already have an extremely effective decoy in hand. A handsome young man." Ahead, a crowd was dancing along to the song. "That's the reason you said to break up. If I can make you come back, would you love me one more time?" A large audience watched. Song Yicheng was embarrassed. Although he had invited this Zhang, the heavenly master, he never expected his knowledge of the handsome man's stratagem to turn out like this. Haha. In a 3-wheeled cart, Chang Fatty asked suspiciously, "Boss, can you really help me with this? And besides, that King Zhou." He made a shushing gesture. "It's fine. We'll temporarily act on King Zhu's idea. At least I see he genuinely wants to capture Ding Ji." King Zhu sat in the driver's seat. Announcement, attention. Target sighted. Outside, in front, a beautiful woman carrying a channel bag is being approached. "Hi, little beauty." Chom Fatty nervously watched Zhang, heavenly master, make his move. "As I was saying the second sentence, I'm missing my other half. Would you like to come try?" Immediately, Ding Ji stuck both her hands into her nostrils, looking disgusted. "Get lost, you stinky bastard." Song Yicheng assessed. Failed just like that. Looks like Ding Jia really knows her stuff. Then he made a call to inform his teammates. "Brother Lan, it's your turn. I'm counting on you." The other side responded clearly. Chom Fatty sighed. This is probably the thing that Brother Lan hates the most, really putting him in a tough spot. Outside, the engine of a supercar roared, causing people around to scream. "Ah, move aside." The car stopped right in front of Ding Ji, and she gasped. "Wow, Prince Charming Lan Ling is so handsome." He spoke first. "Oh, if you want to get in the car, I can reluctantly let you hitch a ride." Ding Ji was immediately smitten, thinking, why is he so indifferent and proud at the same time? He's not like those smug, grinning assholes. He ain't nice. Someone like him definitely can't be let go. Then she opened the car door and sat inside, envying looks from other girls. "Hemph, Who knows where that fox spirit came from? Yeah, right, right. Prince Charming got lured away by a fox spirit. The vehicle once again darted off like the wind. King Ju is pleased with himself. He's fallen into the trap. Let's give chase. The old tricycle from the era of 10 ancient Laiksasi gave pursuit, though who knew when it would ever catch up. It blared its horn like a modified supercar, then suddenly stopped on a desolate mountain road. Aren't you going to ask why I brought you here? Ding Jie removed her hat. Prince Charming can do whatever he likes, all the more so you. Lan Ling frowned. Ding Jia revealed her true form, drool dripping from her mouth, claws gleaming sharp. I can't hold back any longer. Come, my beauty, just endure a little. It will be over quickly. Lan Ling snapped, Demoness, enough of your wickedness. He leaped from the vehicle in a flash, causing her to lunge in vain. Emph. Ding Ji seethed with anger. So he truly wasn't an ordinary man. Could it be? Days earlier, she had stood upon his windshield with 9 tails unfurled. Ha! You tried to deceive me. Who are you? What is your purpose? Her question was answered by a flock of kites plunging from the sky, thundering down to form a circle that trapped her within. A shadowy figure, axe slung over his shoulder, hovered above and asked, Does my beloved consort enjoy the grand gift I'd prepared? At this, Lan Ling furrowed his brow. The situation didn't seem right. The dark figure in the sky once again asked beloved consort, Are you satisfied with my grand ceremony? Lan Ling speculated, King Zhou must have intentionally lured us here. Where did elder brother go? Looking out, they saw a 3-wheeled cart sealed by a force of green energy, making a noise. Clank! The people inside were screaming, Let us out! Lan Ling shouted, King Zhou, I never expected you to repay kindness with hatred. The cart bounced, making a clanking sound, and the 2 people inside yelled, Hurry and release us. Don't be angry, little elder brother. How are you? Song Yi Chang emphasized. Brother Lan, look at my lip movements. Lan Ling followed his words and looked closely. Brother Song, is this implying something? Then, Song Yi Chang made a gesture with his mouth, as if signaling a message. King Zhou approached with an axe in hand. Lan Ling recognized. It seems King Zhu's spatial magic weapon has restricted Brother Song's cultivation. So that's what the magic weapon is for. His eyes lit up. Brother Song must have hidden the refining furnace at my place, so there was already preparation. But how do we use this refining furnace? King Zhu laughed arrogantly, cupping his hands together. The green magic weapon shrank into his palm as he laughed. Ha ha, as for all of you brothers, I have never told a single lie, and now I am keeping my promise to help you catch Ding Jai. How could you say that I repay kindness with hatred? The 3-wheeled cart had now shrunk to the size of a lantern, and he pushed it forward to please the others. Ding Ji, will you take this gift and come home with me? Ding Ji looked disgusted. Tailing me like this, damn dog, why would I want to go home with you? How annoying. Stop following me around. Song Yi Chang, though locked up, still couldn't resist eavesdropping. Look, she doesn't love you anymore. You can't force love. Chang Fatty agreed. Exactly, even if we fed her with both of us, it would be useless. Why don't you just let the 2 of us go first? After that, we can think of a way to help you. King Zhu was hopelessly infatuated. To Ding Ji, why does my sincere love always get rejected by you, again and again? Ding Jie arrogantly responded, your so-called sincere love? Forget it. But these Prince Charmings, I never said I didn't need them. He immediately offered up the magic treasure, and Ding Ji's eyes lit up with delight. Another delicious meal, huh? Just thinking about it gets me excited. All right, once I eat my fill, I'll obediently go home with you. She held the magic treasure, leaning obediently against King Zhou. Look at her. She must have eaten quite a few ugly men outside, right? She's so thin now. Don't be in a hurry to deal with the one out there. Take your time to enjoy these 2 later. Lan Ling, who was beside her, could no longer eat and spoke up. Miss Ding Ji, the civilization of our nation our culinary culture, is extremely profound. Food must be cooked thoroughly. Only barbarians eat raw food. Ding Ji still had her eyes full of desire, looking at her greedily. Is that so? Then, tell me, beautiful lady, how should I eat? Lan Ling then took out the refining furnace to tempt her. I think you should use this treasure. It's very simple to operate, just 1 step, and you'll be able to get a lot of delicious food. King Zhao, filled with jealousy, said in a low voice, "Beloved consort, don't let this charming man deceive your mind. He surely doesn't have such good intentions. You must remember, sooner or later, he will only be your meal." Ding-ji snapped, "Shut up, you annoying thing." Her eyes were full of anticipation as she held out the object in her hand. "What you said really makes me anxious to try it immediately. Then go ahead and use this. I will specifically keep this good thing for later use." Seeing her throw the object into the fire-refining furnace, Lan Ling struggled to suppress her nausea. "Ha, no problem. It will really turn out a lot of delicious food." In my heart, I couldn't help but curse. It was a bit salty. Ding-ji's tastes. I didn't expect this woman to be so cautious. A few days ago, this refining furnace had been drained of energy by Brother Song, but I hope I could still fool them. The fire-refining furnace made a noise signaling that it was done, and its face turned pale. I quickly shot out 2 pieces, sending them flying towards Lan Ling. He panicked and flew over here. The hand that was supposed to give a quick slap instead made the 2 pieces fly straight into King Ju's mouth. Ding-ji eagerly waited. "How is it? Tasty?" King Ju almost choked, his face turning green as if he were about to vomit. Lan Ling quickly covered King Ju's mouth, who was muttering in discomfort. The esteemed elder said, "Ma'am, Brother Joe says it's delicious. So delicious that words can't describe it." She eagerly held up the cage. "Then I have to try it right away." Seeing her drop the cage into the furnace, Lan Ling finally sighed in relief. Luckily, this fox wasn't tall, and I didn't dare to hope too much. It had to succeed. Whoosh! The refining furnace billowed with smoke. Ding-ji was ecstatic. I seemed to smell a delicious fragrance. Sizzle, sizzle. Through the smoke, a common birdcage emerged. Boom! Boom! 2 explosive pops rang out from the birdcage. King Ju gaped and shouted, "How could my Qian Kun cage turn into this?" The birdcage shattered to pieces. Chan Fatty and Song Yi Cheng were freed. "Hello, Brother King Joe. Since today is about repaying hatred with kindness, why be so heartbroken over 1 or 2 trinkets?" Chang Fatty chimed in. That's right. Didn't we already say? You couldn't bring yourself to strike Ding-ji, so you left it entirely to us to act." Song Yi Cheng held the tape up in front of Ding-ji. "Brother King Ju, it seems you've overacted a little," he said. "This contains the video of you bad-mouthing Ding-ji earlier. She betrayed me. I only wanted to tear her to pieces into 100 fragments. At that time, I would carry out the plan to make her drop her guard, so you would capture her alive." She glared angrily. "Men are nothing good. They give off a bleak, deathly aura." Song Yi Cheng issued a warning. Cham Fatty stepped to the side, then called for Brother Lan. Lan Ling replied, "Understood," and moved closer to him. The 2 of them crossed their hands, blue energy coiling around them. King Joe, a savage look on his face, lunged forward. "Don't even think about striking." Fresh blood splattered. King Joe screamed. His expression was one of shock as the fox's tail pierced his chest. The entire scene at that moment showed Ding-ji feeling wronged, watching King Ju calling Xiao-ji, who was rushing over with a supplementary saber. She thought King Joe wanted to kill her, so she swung her tail to attack. However, in reality, he was stopping Song Yi Cheng's sneak attack from behind. This development left the 2 others stunned. Ding-ji asked, You don't want to kill me." King Joe, having been killed by her, still remained infatuated. "Foolish girl, I just wanted to take you home." Seeing King Joe collapse, Ding-ji screamed, "No way." She cried, her face full of bewilderment. "You couldn't have avoided my move. You've always dodged it before, every time we played." Before fading away, King Ju comforted her. "I know you didn't mean it. Don't be sad. We've played enough. It's time to go home." The only trace of him left was the bloodstain on Ding-ji's white fur. Song Yi Cheng flicked his wrist, and to block the strike from him. And Brother Lan, he must have been paying close attention. She curled her lips into a smirk, her face ferocious, her mouth filled with sharp fangs. "It's you." Lan Ling was on guard. "Brother Song, be careful." Her tail was covered in shards of ice stone. King Ju's favorite thing was to play and joke around with me. The air around us was freezing, and Ding-ji let out a growl. "Come at me, all of you. It's time to die." The surroundings of Ding-ji in all directions turned to ice. Ding-ji's divine ceiling dimension seemed to have leveled up. Ice stalactites sprouted from the ground. Above, ice stalactites rained down like a storm. Song Yicheng wondered, why has Ding Ji suddenly become so much stronger? Lan Ling explained, she's using all the life force within her. She's completely gone mad. Her voice was dark. What's wrong? Don't want to play with me anymore. Are you scared? Whoosh! Countless ice spears shot out. The spear in Song Yicheng's hand sliced through the ice stalactites with a sharp crack. Whoosh! As he saw her leap back, he cried out, "It's over!" Loud warning. Chang Fatty, be careful. Ding Ji was hot on Chang Fatty's heels. Don't run, he said, running while terrified. Chang Fatty's panic posture has been frozen, turning him into her next treat. Ha! Human meat ice cream. She stuck out her tongue, looking ravenous. It looked so delicious. A fiery red flame swept forward. Song Yicheng was riding on top of a dragon spitting fire, pointing and declaring, "Roasted fox meat is even tastier." She frowned, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Ha! Just a beast spirit not yet fully formed, and you want to fight me?" Ice and fire clashed in the air, booming and rumbling. The ice above shattered, and Chang Fatty trembled violently. "It's so cold." Lan Ling wrapped her arms around his half-ice body, asking, "Are you okay?" Chang Fatty responded, "I'm so useless. Not only can't I help, but I'm also hindering everyone." In the air, on one side ice and on the other fire, they continuously spewed out, clashing against each other. Lan Ling comforted him. "Don't worry, fire can be extinguished. Just leave it to Brother Song. He will win for sure." With a chisel in hand, she hammered away, constantly shaping the block of ice into the form of a horse. Time passed like flowing water. The sun had already set, and the fire and ice in the air still erupted, undecided in their battle. One person glanced at the new watch drawn on his wrist and sighed. "It's been hours of back-and-forth spraying. This Ding Jia really wants to fight us to the death." The little system appeared with bad news, giving a small reminder. Your remaining energy in the system is below 20%. It will automatically switch to low energy mode. Song Yicheng, holding the dragon horn, froze in place. "What? I've never heard of it. What's this low energy mode? Countdown to death." The dragon, exhausted, was already spewing black smoke. He retorted, "Are you really going to count down like this? 4, 3, 2, 1. Song Yicheng panicked. Wait. But there was no waiting. Boom! The dragon disappeared, revealing its true form as a flying rabbit. Both of them tumbled to the ground. He shouted, "Little System, are you sure you're not a spy sent by the monkeys?" Oh! Seeing Little System's appearance, he immediately withdrew his words. "Hey, sorry, I accused you wrongly." Meanwhile, she was hugging her triangular head in confusion. "What's happening to me?" Ding Ji, seeing him falling, sneered. "Oh, out of power. Want to borrow a treasure to recharge? Haha." Her hands shot out countless shards of ice, whizzing through the air. "Too bad, you've run out of chances. What use is a charger for a dead person?" Below where Song Yicheng was falling, there was a forest of sharp ice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless shards of ice formed a towering column of sharp ice. Song Yicheng looked at the massive ice spike hanging over his head, the large ice sword ready. Was it preparing to give him a fatal blow? A stream of water splashed straight onto the ice spearhead, and the ice immediately melted. Song Yicheng was astonished. The ice and snow were melting right before his eyes. Ding Ji frowned in confusion. "Dewey, what kind of sorcery is this?" Chang Fatty stood proudly, carrying a water hose. That rustic fox must have rarely seen strange things like this. Had it ever witnessed ice being melted this way before? The spearhead broke free from the ice seal. Song Yicheng gripped his spear and charged forward. Her eyes widened. How can this be? A green hand with sharp claws lashed out, gripping a tail tightly. She spun around to see Lan Ling clutching her own tail. "Demoness, don't even think about escaping." An ice spike shot forward. But Ding Jai had already cut off that tail himself. Holding the severed tail, Lan Ling gasped. Self-amputation to survive. Clutching the freshly cut tail and fleeing, she panicked. That dark art was melting the ice far too quickly. "Give it up. You have nowhere left to run." She looked ahead. "I was just hungry and wanted a little something to eat. What's wrong with that?" Song Yicheng leveled his spear at her. So you think everyone you've eaten deserved to die. See you for a while. Go meet King Ju. Ding Ji shouted. Eh. The sound of blood echoed, and she fell. Lan Ling sighed. Pitiful, deplorable. I hope in the next life, she abandons her beastly nature, and is reborn as a human. Chang Fatty's eyes sparkled like stars. Boss is so cool. Song Yi Cheng wondered. Chang Fatty. What's that thing of yours? Why is it so salty? Spitting out the saliva in his mouth with a fut-fut sound amidst his chuckles. Lan Ling pointed at the pink fur. Brother Song, look over there. Song Yi Cheng was confused. Ah. Isn't it normal for time travelers who get blocked to turn into energy for the system to absorb? Looking at the little pink fox curiously. Ah, it's still not dead. If that's the case, should we bring it back and raise it? A brown door emitted a chill, and a large, rough hand gripped the doorknob. Creak, the door opened, and a massive shadow stood at the doorway of the messy room. Hey, what's with the wow? Something purple jumped out of the box, and the shadow lunged, causing the person entering to be startled and scream. A. Click, pressing the light switch. Song Yi Cheng, in disheveled clothes, chased after the pink furry shadow. Where do you think you're running off to? We don't believe that we can't take a shower today. The stuff in the room is a complete mess, making loud crashing and clattering sounds. He pointed at it and yelled, You! Chang Fatty, one hand munching on bread, the other holding a book, appeared. Boss, here's the fox care and protection book you asked for. As the fox scratched and bit at his belly, he screamed, Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Looking at his shirt, which was torn by the fox's claws, he sighed bitterly. Ha ha, boss, my boss really isn't easy to serve. Song Yi Cheng thought to himself, after Ding Ji turned back into his original form and lost his abilities. Not being able to speak, it really wasn't easy at all. One hand grabbed the struggling fox, the other slung over Chang Fatty's shoulder, but Chang Fatty didn't care. We'll deal with this second fox later. Now tell me, what happened? The fox's claws scratched across the sofa, making a screeching noise. Chang Fatty happily continued eating his bread, elaborating in a flowery manner. Living life, the most important thing is to enjoy it. Besides, as a handsome and wealthy guy like me, I still have to leave some room for others. Right. Song Yi Cheng sneered and said, Use human language. The fox is still scratching and biting the couch like crazy. Chang Fatty thought about all the delicious food he had eaten, chuckling and replying, Isn't the new year approaching? It's inevitable to eat a little too much. Song Yi Cheng sighed, holding his phone up in front of him and saying, Well, never mind. It's almost the new year, so asking you to lose weight isn't very reasonable. Actually, my mother back home has already arranged a blind date for you. I think this girl is really cute, so I sent her some pictures of you from a few days ago, when you still looked handsome. Looking at the sweet smiling girl in the photo, Chang Fatty beamed. Auntie is really enthusiastic. In that case, I definitely have to go. Appearances are fleeting, and I'm sure this girl won't mind. The two continued chatting. By the way, what should we do about little fox when we get home? Song Yi Cheng responded, I still have a disciple, and if I don't use him now, when else would I? Jom Ku Lin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What was this cold sensation? Little fox was still fiercely refusing to let anyone get close. Grug at Song Family Manor, Song Yi Cheng's home. A person was hanging red lanterns at the door. The sound of car horns beeped loudly. The woman cheerfully raised the red couplets, giving orders. Son, little fatty, you two came back just in time. Quickly help me put up these New Year couplets, said the mother. The two of them eagerly responded, Leave it to us. Whoosh! The glue was applied to the wall, and while pasting the red couplets, Chang Fatty said, Our Song Family Manor is still filled with the atmosphere of the new year. Song Yi Cheng looked at the two paintings in his hands and furrowed his brows. As he gazed at the artwork, Chang Fatty complimented, Ah, no wonder it's Zhong Gai, with such a heroic appearance. This could be used to ward off evil spirits. But I say, Zhong Gai was also a person with a hard fate. While sticking the painting on the door, he continued, It's said that Zhong Gai was originally a carefree scholar, someone who had already passed the imperial exam and longed to repay the country, but because of his appearance, it all turned into a tragedy. Chang Fatty sighed, such a tragic fate. Inside the Golden Phoenix Palace, a magnificent palace with a roof of royal blue tiles, the emperor, dressed in dragon robes, looked at the man in red who was kneeling in the center and asked, "Is this person the newly appointed top scholar of this year?" An elderly official responded respectfully, "Your Majesty, this person's literary skills are refined, his mind is vast, and he is worthy of being trusted and promoted." The emperor, with his phoenix eyes, ordered, "Lift your head. Let me see." The man in the red robe looked up, his beard unkempt. Upon seeing his face, the emperor was horrified. "Ah, what kind of demon is this? I have never seen anyone with such a ferocious face before, so gaunt and ugly, with no trace of scholarly grace at all." Roy angrily returned to his dragon throne and scolded, "Are you trying to make me choke, to die slowly, in order to usurp the throne? Is that it?" "Why, yes," the man in the red robe pleaded. "I would never dare." The emperor didn't listen to any explanations and ordered the soldiers, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and drag him down." The new first scholar slumped, having endured countless humiliations since childhood just because of his demon-like face. His hands trembled as he sighed, believing that if he studied hard enough, one day he would become the pillar of the nation. In his anger and despair, he slammed his head against the pillar in the main hall. How is it that people in this world only value appearances, clinging to looks? The sound of a truck rolling down the road. It ran over the first scholar in red from Golden Phoenix Palace. Two red shadows sighed, and as their souls departed, their bodies also disintegrated. They looked to the heavens, lamenting. Is it so hard for an ugly person to even end their own life? Standing in the middle of the main road, Zhang Gai was full of enthusiasm, yet his great ambitions had not yet come to fruition. On the first day of his official appointment, he was unable to die, as he had wished, and was instead exiled to this place, left to live or perish on his own. Standing under the signpost, Song Family Manor, Lai Family Village, Zhang Gu picked up his official hat and muttered resentfully, "The way of heaven is unfair. The way of heaven is unfair." Yes, the crescent moon above shone brightly. Zhang Gu passed by a house, where three people were happily eating and drinking. Chang Fatty complimented, "Your braised pork smells really good, Aunt." Mother Song replied, "If it tastes good, eat more." Song Yi Cheng retorted, "He's already so fat, and you're still asking him to eat." At the mention of food, Zhang Gu's stomach growled loudly. He didn't expect that in this exile the locals were living so comfortably. It was just a pity for himself. New Year's was almost here, and he still had no place to call home. Ahead, he saw two women talking. One of them said, "What's so embarrassing about going to a matchmaking event? Where else can you find a man like him?" Zhang Gui approached and asked, "Excuse me, elder sisters, this is my first time here, and I don't know if there's any inn nearby." As soon as he mentioned the word inn, the two women shrieked in fear. Ah! Then they turned and fled as fast as the wind. Zhang Ge was left dumbfounded, looking around. Where is it? The two women were blocked by a terrifying purple shadow, and they screamed in horror. Ah! Before collapsing onto the ground. Thud, they lost consciousness. Whoosh! Seeing the purple shadow rushing towards him, Zhang Ge screamed so loudly that his beard almost fell off. The purple ghost is flying over to greet Zhang Ge. "Hello, my new friend." In the courtyard, Song Yi Cheng picked up a piece of ribs for his mother and said, "Mom, if you want to eat something, just eat it. Don't neglect yourself anymore." Mother Song cheerfully responded, "I know, dear." The shrill scream, "Ah!" from outside caused him to stop in his tracks. He dropped the piece of meat, but fortunately, Mother Song reacted quickly and caught it just in time. "I'll go take a look." With a swish, he jumped over the wall and out. Mother Song scolded from behind. "Does our house not have a door? Why do you have to climb the wall?" Looking outside, he saw only the two women strolling normally. Song Yi Cheng was puzzled. Nothing unusual. He pushed the door back inside, wondering if it was just an illusion. Little System didn't detect anything unusual either. As for the two women, their faces were deathly pale, and the note Zhang Gai had just crossed over to was that he had been stabbed to death. Therefore, Zhang Gu's current energy fluctuations were unlike that of a typical time traveler. The sound of a door closing echoed, and the woman in the red dress let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Gai entered the body of the woman in the red dress and flew out asking, "Hey bro, I've accepted the reality that I'm dead now. But taking over someone else's body like this doesn't seem very righteous. Does it? The ghost who had earlier entered the body of an elderly person replied. I'm telling you, elder brother, this can't be your first time, right? As wandering souls, we must embody the essence of a wandering soul. It just sucked your soul dry, and I've been guiding you. Not only do we have to seize others' bodies, but we also need to absorb their souls, enjoy a full meal, so to speak. Seeing that Zhang Gai didn't follow what was said, the ghost put an arm round his shoulder, coaxing. Did you forget? When you were alive, you did everything you could, just wanting to be a good person. But did anyone ever let you be good? What was the end result? Souls like ours, wandering the world, who doesn't have resentment in their hearts, who doesn't want to get revenge on society. Poking at his weak spot, Zhang began to think the ghost's words had some truth. Hey bro, you're right. Zhang re-entered the body of the now lifeless young woman. Who cares about being a good person anymore? The dark power surged. Zhang laughed smugly, haha. This life, all the bodies are here for us to use as we wish, do whatever we want, so what's the problem? The black ghost from earlier was blown out of the old woman's body by this energy. Oh, could this possibly be the power of the Demon King? The next day, Mother Song of Li family village knocked on the door of Li Mansion. Sister-in-law of the Li family, I've brought him here as usual. Is your daughter ready? A voice came from inside. At that moment, Song Yicheng led his mother away. Mother, I've brought him here. We don't need to stay and block the way anymore. Mother Song listened to her son. That's right, we're just here for the blind date. There's no need for us to interfere. Leaving Chang Fatty all alone. She tried to hold on. Boss, don't go. But he's already gone far, waving his hand in encouragement. Brothers, I'm counting on you. Creak, the door opened, and Chang Fatty was pulled inside. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Song Yicheng puzzled. This Li family sister-in-law sure is in a rush. Will Chang Fatty be okay on his own? Mother Song wasn't a lesbian, so what could go wrong? Plus, the guy's chubby, people like that. Also, Mr. Lei's family is the Tail Men Grand Protector in our area, so they're pretty well matched with Fatty. Chang Fatty followed behind, curious. Miss, where are we going? It can't be that the entire family is arranging a marriage meeting, can it? Standing in front of a room, Miss Lai coldly said, We're here. Go inside. He politely replied, Oh, thank you. On the eaves, a little ghost hung upside down, staring at him intently. Seeing the words Ancestral Hall of the Lai clan, Chang Fatty felt puzzled. Does the magnetic field want me to be directly assessed by the honored ancestors? He cleared his throat and opened the door to enter. Miss Chunhua, my name is Chong Yang Wei. I was introduced by Miss Song. His eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the scene inside, which resembled a courtroom, full of spirits. A ghost wearing red sitting in the center spoke. Is this the one who wants to meet the young lady of the Lai Mansion? Oh my, examining him from top to bottom, praising his chubby cheeks, commenting that he was well-rounded, and noting his large belly like a drum, they called him blessed with fortune. Zhang Ge, holding his chin, with a fierce gaze, summarized sweetly, he really is a handsome young man. Chang Fatty looked at the matchmakers around him, all laughing, and was extremely frightened. What kind of situation is this? Am I really here for a marriage meeting? Could it be that this wedding involving ghosts is actually very pleased with me? He tried to salvage the situation. Actually, I have many flaws. First, my stomach isn't good, and now my digestion isn't very stable. If I don't go to the bathroom immediately, I might just, well, you get the idea. The pitch-black shadow beside me glared, wondering if the king hated round people most. Why don't you hurry up and shine again, so you can get a full meal? The ghostly minion beside me stuck out its tongue and rushed forward, sending a chill down Chang Fatty's spine. He bowed repeatedly, saying, Save me. Boss Avalakachvara Bodhisattva, Lord Zhonggai. Hearing his name, Zhonggai slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. The ghostly minions were immediately crushed by Zhongdu's power, begging, Please spare us. Great king, spare us. Zhonggu gave an order, I'll handle this person myself. I need to go prepare outside first. The dark shadow, startled by what just happened, quickly replied, Yes. Whoosh! Zhonggu's red shadow darted toward Chang Fatty, reaching out a hand. Brother, I'm borrowing your body for a while. Meanwhile, Song Yicheng looked up at the sky and mumbled, Something still doesn't feel right. What exactly is off? Mother Song, furious, pointed at the dumplings of all shapes he had made and scolded him. I see everything that's wrong. Look at what you've done. Bang! The dumpling in his hand was crushed. Do you know where it is? That's right, the people of Lee Family Village are strange. Mother Song, standing nearby, shouted with her eyes reddened. Stinky brat! Thinking back to the scene of the desolate village road during the end of the year, it couldn't have been that cold. Anyone who went out looked pale, lifeless, and some even appeared abnormal. There was also Miss Lei's sneaky behavior and her expressions. Whoosh! Song Yi-chang jumped up onto the wall and leaped outside. Chang Fatty, don't get into trouble. Mother Song, inside the yard, was so angry she waved her arms around and hopped around. Then, Stinky Brat dashed across, just a few steps on the roof, and he was already ahead. From the high ground of Lee Family Village, the heavy, ominous atmosphere could be seen rising. A dark figure loomed, causing him to turn back in shock. It was Yan King and her mount, Swan Kui. Hero Song, it's been a long time. Song Yi-chang asked, why are you two here? Yan King smiled brightly and replied, actually I've decided to inherit my grandfather's legacy and become the successor of Miao Shan. He widened his eyes in realization, confirming that she had noticed something unusual here. Yan King pointed to the divining mirror in her hand. I brought Swan Kui out for some training. When passing through this place, suddenly the 8 trigrams strike reacted, and I also discovered that recently many people have been entranced. Song Yi-chang didn't believe it, thinking she was making excuses, clearly intentionally coming here and coincidentally meeting. Looking at the Bagua mirror emitting a golden light, Little System rested its chin on its hand, pondering. Wow, this thing is even more sensitive than I am. Song Yi-chang pursed his lips. There's another possibility. The trouble this time may not be caused by someone crossing over, but rather by the energy from Lee Family Village, which is radiating a ghostly aura and the shape of a human face. That thing? Little System blinked, confused. Which one? He crossed his arms tightly, the one with the unclean stuff. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Yan King, riding on the back of Swan Kui, screamed. Let's go, Hero Song. Let's go exorcise the evil spirits. Song Yi-chang wondered if life was just an illusion. Why did it feel like they were so excited? At the market, Song Family Manor, the sunlight bathed everything, and everywhere was selling New Year decorations. Chang Fatty raised his phone to take selfies, snapping photos and complimenting himself. A round bull with bright jade, beautiful beard. He put on a fake beard, looked at the picture of himself on his phone, and had a proud laugh. With this body, no one will call me ugly anymore. Riding on the back of a penguin-shaped sheep, laughing. In front of the disdainful gaze of the little one, Prince Charming's life was so thrilling, feeling like he had reached the peak of existence. Bored after playing, he went to eat. Holding candy hawthorn and a chicken drumstick in his hands, he was incredibly satisfied. Prince Charming's food was truly a delicacy. Meanwhile, the candied hawthorn vendor stood there, bewildered, staring at the ancient coins he had just received. Then, he ran into the middle of the street, exclaiming as if he had lost his mind. Haha, finally, I'm happy. Screech! A car abruptly stopped in front of him. The auntie driving leaned out of the window, shouting, "Are you crazy? Fatty." His world collapsed, standing in the middle of the road, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Fatty? Are they calling me that? Calling someone as handsome as me that? He walked into a fashion store, saw a mannequin in the display window, and hesitated. What is this? Does the world really like this kind of style? A little boy pointed at the candied hawthorn skewer, demanding, "Mom, I want to eat candy hawthorn." The mother immediately scolded, "Eat what? Be careful, or you'll end up like a fat person that no one likes." Chang Fatty, who was eating a candied hawthorn skewer, overheard these words, along with the endless offers for beauty treatments and weight loss programs surrounding him. He was furious. Don't you swim or do any sports, bro? If you don't practice, summer will be here before you know it. Liposuction, facial surgery. What do you think, man? Big discounts. Buy one, get one free for the new year. Eyebrow tattoos will turn you into a man of outstanding presence. He was seething with anger, shouting, "You people are going too far. Even if I'm fat, it doesn't take away from your portion. No matter where I go, I'm always judged for my appearance." Chang Fatty, with the soul of Jong-gu, has been deeply hurt. He ran off, muttering to himself, I don't believe it. I'm clearly a handsome man. Everyone likes me, like flowers blooming when they meet me. His footsteps thudded on the road. His oversized body got stuck in the motorcycle-free zone. He froze, once again feeling the full malice of the world towards overweight people. No matter how hard he tried, Chang Fatty couldn't escape that narrow gap. At that moment, an elderly man selling paintings by the roadside stepped forward and called out, Young man, since you're stuck, why not take a look at my original New Year paintings? The old man pointed to a painting of a person dressed in official robes and introduced it to him. This is a Jong-gu master painting, the #1 bestseller. Chasing Me Away is the best. Look at your darkened brow. Only my original Jong-gu painting can save you. Jong-gu, upon hearing this, looked astonished, staring intently at the person in the painting, and asked, What did you say? Jong-gu? How could the old man be so sure? Had he never heard of Jong-gu? He is the renowned Demon King, widely known for his ugly appearance, but extraordinary talent, his righteous character, and his fearlessness in the face of evil. The ghostly soul of Jong-gu, praised by the people, had broken free from Chang Fatty's body and rejoiced in its liberation. This is me, so it turns out I'm famous in this world. The people around him were terrified, unable to utter a sound. The old man selling the painting did not notice anything unusual and continued to focus on the painting, offering his opinion. In my view, if it serves its purpose, then it's fine, whether it's ugly or beautiful. Jong-gu laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! His laughter grew louder, and the dark power within him expanded even more. Ha ha, exactly. Strength is everything. Ugly or beautiful, good or bad, it's all up to me. This sent everyone into a panic, fleeing in all directions. Wandering souls were kneeling everywhere. A female ghost even crawled out of the toilet, and those using the restroom, unable to pull up their pants, ran away in terror. There's a ghost. Demons in spirits emerged, turning the lavish banquets into a chaotic dance of specters. Gazing at the blazing crimson painting, he declared, This place is a fortress that belongs to none but Jong-gu. A gloomy atmosphere engulfed the Lai mansion. One person had their soul forcefully drawn out. The purple-tipped spear touched the trembling ghost, while the bell tied to a hand rang with sharp, echoing chimes. Someone shouted, Little ghost, don't you dare escape. The spirit-binding artifact that had just been raised shimmered, and with a swish, it absorbed countless resentful souls. Song Yicheng's group gathered in the courtyard, fighting side by side. Strange, why are there so many wandering souls here? Where on earth had those creatures taken Chang Fatty? His brows furrowed. He had to trace the source. Otherwise, things would spiral out of control. This was unlike ordinary battles. More than half of their techniques could not be used against wandering souls. Even with the soul-shattering bell given by Yan King, it still felt powerless, as if striking a pillow of cotton. An idea flashed in Yan King's mind. That's it. Why not have Xuan Kui summon his comrades from the underworld to lend us a hand? Xuan Kui, standing behind, immediately agreed. But Lan Ling objected. No, absolutely not, he said, hastily waving his hands in explanation. I've heard that in just a few days, Brother Song must go to the ancestral tomb for the rites of offering. Hearing this, Song Yicheng immediately imagined corpses crawling out of their graves, waving their hands. Hi, I am your ancestor. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end, shaking his head. No, better not disturb those underground. It seems rather strange. Then he told King to borrow her Bagua mirror for a little inspection. Looking at the countless glowing specks on the Bagua mirror, he grew suspicious. These green lights must be wandering souls. She replied, the closer the specks are to us, the brighter they shine. At the center of the Bagua mirror, a blazing red surge of energy burst forth. Everyone grew curious, such powerful soul energy. A commanding voice of accusation suddenly resounded overhead, making them all look up. Committing havoc in my city, injuring my people. What punishment do you deserve? Swish, Jong-gu, brimming with fierce soul power, declared, Today, I, Jong-gu the Ghost King, will take charge and gather up your spirits. Song Yicheng realized it was none other than the Ghost King Jong-gu. Swish, Yan Cheng, released a volley of soul-ringing chimes as a warning. Everyone, stay strong. The clanging chimes rang out, clang, 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 forming a golden shield that enveloped them all within. The horde of wandering souls and wild ghosts swarmed like Mongol soldiers, launching wave after wave of assaults against the protective barrier. Asterisk crack, asterisk a fissure appeared across the shimmering shield. Yan King cried out in alarm. No, it won't hold much longer. Outside, the ghost King Zhonggai stood with folded arms, sneering. Oh dear, how pitiful. Why not surrender to this king now? I'll let you keep half your souls. You might get live. Song Yicheng, fearless of death, retorted, You want us to become like those villagers? Living as empty shells without souls? Then we'd rather stake our lives against you right here and now. Gripping his violet spear, he charged straight out. Brother Lan Xuan Kui, hold the lesser ghosts back and cover me. Miss Yan, lend me your bell for a moment. From above, Song Yicheng swung his arm. Asterisk swish, whoosh asterisk, releasing a series of soul-piercing bells. The chiming rang out asterisk clang, clang asterisk, louder and louder, until it formed a golden, humid-shaped current of energy brandishing all manner of exorcist artifacts. The rising peals of asterisk clang, clang asterisk drove the wandering souls below to shriek in agony. A maw full of fangs wailed, It's unbearable, going to die. Zhonggai extended an invisible hand towards him, firmly gripping Song Yicheng's body, and using his technique, causing his soul to scatter and his spirit to disperse, rendering him temporarily unable to move, only able to scream, his face twisted in a painful effort to hold on. Yan King, witnessing this, shouted loudly, Hero Song. Lan Ling rushed forward, trying to save Song Brother. Zhong Gi sneered and swiftly extended his other hand to try and grab him. Is there anyone who lives well? Everyone is in such a hurry to die. You people aren't bad. It wouldn't be impossible to take you under my command. Lan Ling dodged, not forgetting to encourage him. Teammate, Song Brother, hang in there. At that moment, Song Yicheng's soul was on the verge of being drawn out of his body, and his willpower urged him. Song Yicheng, don't sleep. Song Yicheng, don't sleep. When he was about to give up, he saw a triangular shape hanging in the air, and his eyes lit up, as if he had suddenly realized something. Is my soul something you can take as you please? Bang! The sound reverberated in the palm of his hand, causing Zhonggai to frown. You're still not dead. How is that possible? Opening his hand to check, he saw Song Yicheng in a defiant posture. I'm still alive. Surprised? Scared? He brushed off his pants and stood up with a thud. You demons! You don't have a physical body, only a soul form. That's why my strength is so weak. But just now, I understood a truth. Life exists in different forms. It's just the way energy is controlled that differs. Countless golden threads spread from under his feet, gently sinking into his arms. Zhong Gui didn't pay any attention to those words, his anger flaring. Humph, you're just a pawn in my hand. His tone was not small as he said, Bored of this. Go die. Song Yicheng furrowed his brow, silently calculating. The time had been drawn out long enough. As his hand clenched, he quickly leaped into the air. Countless golden energy threads appeared in the palm of his hand, as though he was controlling a puppet. If we're talking about controlling energy, then I'm the strongest. He shouted the incantation, and his massive red soul was immediately bound tightly by those golden threads. Zhang Gu was taken aback. What? His eyes widened in shock. When did his body become pierced by those golden threads? The threads intertwined with the soul-binding bell, ringing loudly, causing him unbearable pain as he screamed. The wandering souls saw Zhang Ge being captured and immediately fled. The king has been caught. We need to run. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up the world he had fought so hard to gain. No, I can't give up. This is the position I worked so hard to secure. The front part of his body split off and rushed straight down. Seeing his intention, Song Yicheng cried out in alarm, Brother Lan, be careful. But Lan Ling couldn't react in time and was struck by the head portion of Zhang Gu's soul, crashing straight into him, causing panic among everyone. One of Song Yicheng's hands held Zhang Gu's soul, while the other unleashed countless golden threads. The wandering souls below were bound by those golden threads. Amidst the shouts of the wandering souls, Yan King remarked, Hero Song, You've pulled out a big move. That's really impressive. Alone, he hovered in midair, the wind threads swirling around, taking care of all the souls. Onlookers from a distance saw the space gradually calm down, and eventually, everything came to a stop. People hiding indoors now dared to step outside. Someone sighed, "Son, wake up." The dark clouds thinned in the sky, parting to reveal the moon. Its gentle light poured down. Song Yicheng stepped closer to Lan Ling, who lay on the ground, tightly bound by strands of spiritual silk. Little System let out a small, rueful protest. "Hey, you've burned through the system's energy again." Song Yicheng answered with quiet resolve, "Don't worry. Once this is done, I'll take on as many tasks as needed. For now, be quiet." Little System puffed indignantly, "I was only trying to help. No need be so sharp." Those gathered around watched in uneasy silence. Yan King studied Brother Lan's body, now occupied by a fragment of Zhongbu's soul. Noticing the faint green aura about him, she said with concern, "Zhong Gai is a ghost king. Forcing him out might harm Brother Lan's soul." Song Yicheng's face darkened. "We still haven't found Chang Fatty, and now Brother Lan too." Anger welled up. He raised his hand to destroy the portion of Zhongbu's soul he had captured. "I'll kill him first, then it will end." As he prepared to act, his gaze shifted. "Brother Lan, you're awake." Lan Ling stirred and slowly opened his eyes, still distant and cold. Seeing him regain consciousness, everyone asked anxiously, "Brother Lan, are you all right?" After a brief moment, clarity returned to his eyes. Looking at the strangely dressed crowd in front of him, Song Yicheng asked in confusion, "Oh, where is this? Who are you people?" Song Yicheng frowned. Sure enough, he had been possessed. Grabbing tightly on his shirt, he shouted, "Zhong Gai, stop pretending to be some kind of god. Get the hell out of here." Zhong Gai, within Lan Ling's body, whimpered. This uncle was so fierce, then burst into tears. "I'm not a ghost, damn it. I just grew up a bit ugly. My tears flow like a river. But as long as I focus on studying, I can still become someone useful." This development left everyone bewildered. Only Yan King quickly grasped the key point and analyzed. "As long as I focus on studying, I can still become someone useful." Perhaps because the soul was paralyzed and Zhonggui's memory had been damaged, it had returned to his childhood. Song Yicheng observed Lan Ling like a strange creature. "What kind of mess is this? Kid, you're occupying my brother's body. Can you step out for a moment?" Zhonggu responded blankly. "I don't remember anymore occupying what?" Yan King explained on his behalf. "Right now, he's just a child who doesn't understand the power of controlling the Ghost King. It seems we can only wait for him to recover his memories." Song Yicheng burned with fury, tearing at his hair in frustration. "We must find Chang Fatty first. I have no time to waste on him." Then he tossed the remaining soul fragment to Yan King with instructions. "Miss Yan, please help me with this." Without delay, he dragged along Zhong Gai, who was possessing Lan Ling's body, and departed. "You're coming with me." Zhonggu's soul resisted. "Let me go." At the bustling market of the Song family manor, stalls and goods were scattered in disarray. An old man selling paintings crawled out from inside a cabinet. "Never thought I'd live to see something like this." How did that saying go again? A streak of light in the shape of some creature soared across the sky. The old man squinted, barely able to see, standing below. "That's it. Live long enough, and you'll witness all sorts of things." Zhong Gui stepped out from the painting and hurried home to tell his wife, though she surely would not believe him. Meanwhile, Song Yicheng rode atop a dragon, his heart heavy with worry. "Chang Fatty, where on earth have you gone?" Inside Lan Ling's body, Zhong Bi clung tightly to the dragon's scales, exhilarated. "We're really flying. Truly miraculous." Song Yicheng couldn't help but be amused at the expression on his face. He still wasn't used to seeing Brother Lan looking so foolish. "It is you who holds greater powers. Just look at the masterpieces you've created below. You still don't remember anything. The plight of these people, they all owe it to you." The scene below was utterly devastated. Some stood, some lay on the ground, everyone still dazed and unable to collect themselves. Zhong Ge looked down and questioned himself. Was it me? They all said that when I grow up, I will become a demon. Could it be that what they said is true? Song Yicheng, after offering a few words of comfort, suddenly brightened. Asterisk, just because others say you are something. Does that make it true? Do you live only in the eyes of others? Asterisk. Riding a dragon as he descended, he joyfully called out, Asterisk Chang Fatty. Asterisk, he carried a basket in one hand, with an old woman on his back, waving cheerfully. Asterisk boss, did you let these wandering souls go? It must have been you, right? Asterisk. The old woman behind him screamed in terror. Asterisk ghost. Ghost. The ghost has come again. Asterisk. Zhang hurriedly explained. Asterisk madam, this is not ghost. This is Jushang Xe asterisk. The old woman's eyes lit up. Asterisk Jushang Xe. Asterisk curiously. She reached out to touch the dragon. Meanwhile, Song Yicheng was overjoyed, clapping his brother on the shoulder. Asterisk Chang Fatty, you're all right. That's wonderful. Asterisk. He grinned happily. Asterisk, I'm fine. Asterisk. Asterisk, after arriving at Lai Mansion, the moment I saw those wandering souls, I remembered nothing else. Asterisk. Then he turned to look at Lan Ling, who was staring fixedly at him, and asked in confusion, Asterisk, brother Lan, what's wrong with you? Asterisk. This person, Lan Ling, leaned closer, carefully observing Zhang Gu's face. In her eyes, there was only the plump face of Chang Fatty, full of doubt. Where have I seen him before? A searing headache suddenly struck, making Zhang Gu, inside Lan Ling, cry out in pain. He clutched his head, collapsing to the ground. His face was filled with panic. What on earth have I done? Memories surged forth one after another, from the moment he crashed headfirst into a pillar at the Golden Phoenix Palace, to being hit by a car right after traveling through time, then seizing Chang Fatty's body, suffering a second blow from being ridiculed for his appearance, until he completely lost his sanity. He held his face in his hands, ashamed before his own conscience. I, Zhang Gu, living one life, dying one death, have always lived only through the eyes of others. In the end, even as the truth dragged him along, he'd have forgotten his own will entirely. Song Yicheng has remembered everything now, he replied. It's true. I can't make amends for the mistakes I've made. After I leave this body, you must kill me. Little System, standing by, reminded them that it had detected no hostility, only a level E threat index. Song Yicheng relaxed, exhaling as he threw an arm over Lan Ling's shoulder in comfort. There's still another way to atone. You continue, about Zhang Gu. Actually, there's still a second half of the story. Do you want to hear it? The four of them sat on the dragon's back as it soared upward. Even the old lady was flying along, utterly thrilled. Someone, bored, nudged a stone on the ground with their foot. Yan King held the golden orb containing part of Zhang Gu's soul tightly against her chest. Hero Song only said we should go spend the new year at his place. Who knows if he's already managed to settle everything over there. This is still my first time celebrating the new year at someone else's home. Then, hugging her flushed face, she snapped a selfie, leaving Swan Kui speechless. What are you talking about? I don't feel at all like I'm meeting a mother-in-law. The orb in her arms quivered. She cried out in alarm. Why is the orb moving? It shot up into the sky. Yan King panicked. That thing streaked away, leaving a golden trail in the air, circling around the group riding the dragon before hurtling straight toward Lan Ling. When it reached the pink circle surrounding him, it stopped. The first fragment of Zhang Gu's soul emerged from within Lan Ling's body. The pink circle cracked apart, and Lan Ling's body plunged downward in freefall. Everyone anxiously called out to Brother Lan. From the dragon's back, Song Yicheng leaped down and caught Lan Ling in a princess carry. Chang Fatty, having no time to spare, quickly pulled out his phone to snap a picture of the moment. Looking up at the stream of blue light in the sky, Song Yicheng thought, Asterisk, it seems Zhang Gu has finally found his true self. Asterisk. Zhang Gu, in his new form, was none other than the demon king Zhang Gu, the divine ruler who maintains the balance of yin and yang in the mortal world. Words of gratitude, demon king Zhang Gu. We thank you for your righteous deeds, for calming these turbulent storms for us. Zhang Gu extended his hand. What followed next was his own duty. Spirits, heed my command. The souls imprisoned within Swan Kui's magical artifact turned into streams of azure smoke, spilling out in obedience. Yan King's eyes widened in awe. Asterisk, how miraculous. Asterisk. Countless wandering souls drifted toward Zhang Gu, who hovered high above. Raising his sword, Zhang Gu declared, Asterisk asterisk soul-gathering pearl asterisk asterisk. The wandering souls instantly transformed into glowing orbs. A pale beam of light surged forth, wrapping itself around those orbs. Suspended in midair, John Guy shouted once more. Asterisk asterisk, let the souls return to their rightful path. Obey my decree asterisk asterisk. The orbs shot upward into the heavens. From the ground, they glittered, as though countless stars were being born in the sky. Everyone was staring in awe, praising endlessly. Truly beautiful, truly magnificent. As soon as the foot touched the ground, someone questioned him. Hey, you don't think this is the end, do you? John Guy, feeling guilty, said, if you have any other requests, I shall not refuse. Song Yi Chang pointed and said, I just want to say, with the way you look, you probably have no friends. Why don't you stay at my place for the new year? John Guy was moved, tears streaming down his face. He hurriedly ran toward them, fearing that if he delayed even a moment, they might change their minds. Thank you, Brother Song, for taking me in. He knocked on the door and called loudly, Mom, I'm home. The little system beside him anxiously asked, Are you really not going to get rid of this John Guy? Song Yi Chang, looking bored, replied, I've asked around. He was killed as soon as he arrived. With such bad luck, are you really going to let him die a second time? Moreover, becoming the ghost king John Guy might just be his fate. He heard his mother's voice calling from inside. Why are you so late? He thought of the strange and bizarre group of people behind him, feeling a headache coming on. I hope these weird people won't scare Mom. Opening the door, he saw his friends, who were not at all frightened, but instead happy and cheerful. Bringing your friends over? Why didn't you say anything earlier? This stinky brat amazed him. His mother was so generous, with a table full of delicious dishes. All right, let's get ready to eat. Song Yi Chang and Suan Kui were carrying the TV over. Mother Song, holding a bowl, happily directed. Put it there. Yes, right there. He leaned in and whispered to his mother, Mom, is there anything you want to ask? These people today. Mother Song smiled and asked, What? Your son's friends are of course guests to you. Everything your son does must be for a good reason. Song Yi Chang was deeply moved, tears welling up in his eyes as he tightly held his mother's hand. A psalm from the heavens. Only you are the best, dedicated solely to you. A child with a mother is like a treasure. The dining table in the yard was lively, everyone talking at once. This is the water of happiness. Remember to be polite in front of your mother-in-law. Hey, aren't you going to grab more from the serving tray? Meanwhile, Mother Song was on the phone, listening to Zhang Yi Xiao. Hello, Xiao Xiao? Yes, Xiao Xiao. I also wish you a happy new year. Send my regards to your parents. Yi Chang was forced by his mother to clean up alone, struggling helplessly in protest. This friend of yours is hardly any older than you. Meanwhile, Zhang Ge was gnawing on a chicken drumstick while watching China Central Television. China Central Television's New Year's Gala. Stroking his long beard, Zhang Ge pondered. No one wears a beard anymore. Is this style of grooming out of fashion now? Should I shave it off? On the table in the courtyard, only a fallen wine bottle remained. Moments of joy always passed so fleetingly. Gazing at the empty table in the courtyard, Song Yi Chang sighed. The feast is over. The wine is gone. The people have left, and a profound loneliness engulfs me, leaving me breathless. Little System shattered the melancholy mood, dragging him back to reality before the mountain of bowls and chopsticks. To me, it seems you just don't want to wash the dishes. Scrubbing furiously at the plates in the sink, he retorted in anger. You're wrong. True demons don't wash dishes. It's just that this whole lot came only to watch the fun, and not to help. The crowd behind him, standing in supervision, all began chiming in. Washing dishes is far too greasy, unworthy of my beauty. I spent no small effort eating already. I dislike washing dishes. But I am still a good girl, you know. Zhang Ge shows more sincerity by not washing dishes, yet still bringing gifts. Washing dishes clearly doesn't suit the work of this king. However, I am willing to use this to express my intentions. Seeing the round orb, his eyes lit up. Zhang Ge explained its function. Everyone, look here, this soul orb is exquisite and beautiful on the outside. It can capture souls and gather spirits, a rare treasure capable of opening the passage between the realms of yin and yang. With this, you no longer have to fear your friends or family losing their souls. It's an essential and important item, the best choice for a gift for friends and family. Looking at his round face reflected in the orb, he said, "Who needs to worry about their friends or family losing their souls?" Zhongdu's face appeared within the orb, reminding him, "That's right. In the future, Brother Song can summon this king through the soul orb if anything happens. Additionally, it has one unstable function, which is hearing." Song Yicheng thought about using a glass orb to open the passage between yin and yang. "It just feels so strange," he thought, imagining himself as a medium dressed in ancient European attire, dancing around the orb. He found it creepy, sighed, and put the orb in his bag, saying, all right. Inside the crystal ball appeared the image of Zhang Yicheng, surrounded by a group of boys holding flowers, trying to flirt with her. "Miss Xiao, we've admired you for a long time." At that moment, Zhang Yicheng was hurrying away from something, each of her footsteps echoing with a sharp asterisk, clack, 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 asterisk. Suddenly, the bushes beside her rustled softly. Instantly on guard, she darted her eyes around. Without a word, Zhang Yicheng swiftly flung the chalk in her hand. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. The bushes parted, revealing two people locked in a kiss. The chalk flew past them and struck the trunk of a tree with an asterisk thud asterisk, startling a pair of mating stray cats nearby into growling furiously. After the brief commotion, another footstep landed heavily on the ground. Before and behind her, Zhang Yicheng was now hemmed in by two male teachers. The one standing before her spoke. "Miss Zhang, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Startled, Zhang Yicheng glanced around cautiously. "What do you want?" Each of the two men held a bouquet, pressing her against the tree as they confessed. "We've admired you for a long time." Unable to bear it, Zhang Yicheng finally spoke, reminding them sternly, "Please, show some respect." She had just finished speaking when a series of punches and kicks echoed, followed by a loud bup sound. Then, Zhang Yicheng was seen coldly turning her back and walking away, leaving two male teachers groaning behind her, their faces bruised and battered. After leaving the chaotic scene, Zhang Yicheng let out a sigh of relief. As she entered the schoolyard, Zhang Yicheng began muttering to herself, "What's going on lately? Everyone at school seems to be going crazy because of love. Really, I almost ended up revealing my skills." Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand, and a voice asked, "Do you want to know why?" The handsome blonde boy wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Of course, it's because spring is here and everything is flourishing, which means it's mating season for all the animals." He placed a rose stem between his teeth and, looking charming, added, "My goddess, in this weather filled with love, would you be willing to spend your life with this male god?" But as he stood up properly, Zhang Yicheng gently patted the blonde boy's head and admonished him, "Did you forget to take your medicine again today?" The kids around them couldn't help but roll their eyes and mutter, "That little guy dares to tease her. Xiao, you're too soft on him." Zhang Yicheng paid no attention to the pale face of the blonde-haired boy and continued reminding her student, "That's right, transfer students must also take the monthly exams. Listen to your teacher, watch less Animal Planet, all right?" She turned and walked away, and the boy was instantly petrified. Not long after, he collapsed completely. His classmates cheerfully swept up the ruins while gossiping at the same time. "This new transfer student really is like an iron cricket. I heard this is already his 108th failed confession. Why can't he understand that some people are simply unworthy of love from the very moment they're born, especially the short ones?" A round of gleeful laughter followed from the group of kids. But no one knew how long it took before the blonde-haired boy firmly stood up again and said, "Unworthy am I." With quick hands, he smoothed his hair and asked, "Then let me see which one of you is worthy." While the boy was mustering his spirit after his failed confession, another man hiding in the corner let out a quiet sigh of relief. Hesitation leads to failure, and no one will hand you love for free. Clutching a doll shaped like his wife, he muttered to himself, "Even the radiant Xiao, as beautiful as jade, is nothing compared to my wife." While the guy was still rejoicing to himself, someone was already climbing over the wall above and swiftly leaped down. Song Yicheng landed with a thud, causing the man to spit blood in pain. Yet he innocently muttered to himself, "Good thing I came here today to investigate and prepare a Valentine's gift. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known those brats dared behave so improperly toward Xiao Xiao. A second later, Song Yicheng realized something was off. Glancing downward, he immediately sensed his guilt. Just then, the school bell rang out *ring asterisk, signaling the start of class. From inside the classroom came the voice of Zhang Yixiao. Before dismissal, I have two things to say. Zhang Yixiao stood confidently on the podium and declared, even though this is just winter break review, you must seize every second and every minute. Don't always dwell on matters too far beyond your age. The whole class paid attention to her instructions, but one student used his notebook to cover his face, prompting her to call out Jinan. She quickly stepped down to take a closer look and asked with concern, "Why have you suddenly grown taller?" The moment the words left her mouth, the boy abruptly straightened up, revealing a tall, broad figure beneath his uniform. His sudden movement caused the desks and chairs to rattle noisily. Zhang Yixiao was taken aback and asked, "Jinan, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, Song Yicheng removed his face mask and took out the bouquet, surprising everyone as he exclaimed, "I'm not Jinan. Surprise, Xiao Xiao. I've missed you so much." Zhang Yixiao, still surprised, replied, "Li Cheng, why are you here?" Song Yicheng teased her. Everyone's watching. The students around them were still setting off paper fireworks, popping continuously. A few girls even teased, "Teacher, have you grown up? Your boyfriend looks so familiar." Someone nearby answered, "Does he look like someone?" At that moment, the classroom became louder than ever, with a few shouts urging, "Kiss her, kiss her." Meanwhile, a few gusts of purple wind blew into the classroom. One gust lightly brushed against a female student. Then, another gust blew toward a male student. In the cheerful atmosphere, the male student glanced at his girlfriend and said, "Han Ma Mai, don't walk with me after class anymore." His words made his girlfriend's heart ache as she responded, "Lai Hua, you." Another couple in the room was also arguing. A schoolgirl was asking her boyfriend, "Do you like sweet or savory zongzi?" The boyfriend immediately got angry. "Stop talking. Let's break up." Song Yicheng and Zhang Yixiao turned their heads in bewilderment, wondering, what's wrong with them? At that moment, the entire school had descended into complete chaos. A teacher was chasing after a female colleague, shouting, "Miss Zhao Lai." Miss Zhao Lai clicked her heels as she walked away, saying, "Director, don't come to my house anymore." Meanwhile, a student rushed out of the classroom crying, "Let me jump off the building." Fortunately, a friend hugged him from behind to stop him. Not only that, but the school's heartthrob was telling the girl in front of him, "Let's break up. You're not my type." The girl grew so furious that she pinched his face and shouted, "Himph, do you think I even like you?" Amidst this tense atmosphere, the system quietly released an item into the tactical interface. Song Yicheng swiftly took hold of it and shielded Zhang Yixiao behind him. He comforted her. "Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid." She softly replied, "I'm not afraid." Meanwhile, the classroom scene remained chaotic. A girl was chasing after her boyfriend, crying out, "Don't leave me," while the longtime single boys cheered with joy, shouting, "Long live being single." Song Yicheng looked through the glass of the jar, and he was instantly stunned, exclaiming, "Turns out, in front of him right now were children pierced through the chest by purple arrows." He couldn't help but wonder, where did these arrows come from? The system immediately displayed a notification, analyzing the energy. Cupid's arrows, with the effect of making lovers break up. Song Yicheng stared blankly at the arrows that were gradually rotting away, muttering to himself, "Cupid, isn't Cupid the god of love?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared outside the window, floating mid-air and laughing. "Go ahead, enjoy yourselves." It turned out that this was the golden-haired boy from earlier, who had just confessed to Zhang Yixiao. Now he was holding a bow and arrow and saying, "God of love, I hereby declare." Then, the system updated the information. CP from the mythical world HL Nation, D-level mission. The boy boldly declared, "Change it to a Valentine's Day death wish." After that, he let go of the bowstring. The large bow and arrow immediately shot toward Zhang Yixiao and Song Yicheng, a whoosh cutting through the air. Cupid, from high above, declared while shooting the arrow toward Zhang Yixiao and Song Yicheng. "Then, I'll make you two a great memorial for the deadly Valentine's Day." The arrow swiftly flew towards the two of them. Thanks to his sixth sense, Zhang Yixiao turned around immediately and shouted loudly, "Yicheng, be careful." However, Song Yicheng's movements were still slower than Cupid's arrow. He inwardly muttered, "This is bad." In front of them appeared the system notification for Cupid's golden arrow, which caused people in the same group to fall in love. This information left Song Yicheng in shock. So the golden arrow makes people fall in love. Why didn't he use it if he had bad intentions? He quickly jumped out the window, grabbing the young god of love and demanding, "Hey kid, what exactly are you trying to do?" The boy, not willing to back down, retorted boldly, "Aren't you into being reversed? Now I'll give you all the reversal you want." Meanwhile, Cupid continued pulling his bow. Song Yicheng refused to yield either, spinning the scepter in his hand, causing all of Cupid's arrows to be deflected far away. He laughed and said, "How laughable! You think you can compete with me using these soft arrows?" The arrows continued to fall like rain, but they were all knocked away by Song Yicheng's scepter. He continued laughing. "Seems like the god of love isn't really good at fighting." Cupid did not rush to anger, but instead smiled and replied, "Is that so?" With that, Cupid stopped shooting arrows at Song Yicheng. He began to target the students behind him. A barrage of arrows flew swiftly. The students were caught off guard and continuously screamed. Even inside the classroom, they were hit too. They exclaimed. In that instant, a thought flashed through their minds. Is this the feeling of being struck? Then, all the students who admired him looked up at Song Yicheng and shouted, "Ju Shang Shi Mil Love, the wish of my heart, the light of my life." The kids scrambled to get closer to him, the air filled with the roar of their excited voices. "Go on, quickly touch him. Hurry up and climb up." At that moment, the arrow stuck in Song Yicheng suddenly made a loud thud. He immediately blushed, feeling a strange sensation. What's going on? His heart stirred unexpectedly. At that moment, Song Yicheng found himself surrounded by a group of female students. He softly said, "No need to push. No need to rush. I've always belonged to all of you. Remember, your love is never one-sided." The group of female students immediately cheered with excitement. "Idol, Ju Shang-shi, I love you." But Zhang Yixiao quickly stepped over them and reminded, "Li Cheng, don't fall for it." Even Cupid couldn't help but snort and say, "Ju Shang-shi, my foot, all those fighting and killing moves he's good at are just leftovers from others who played with them before." Meanwhile, the group of female students kept surrounding Song Yicheng, complimenting him nonstop. "Ju Shang-shi is so handsome. We'll be your harem." He smiled and responded, "You're too kind, too kind." Then suddenly, Kit flew towards Zhang Yixiao and said, "Manipulating people with the golden arrow and faded arrow is the real magic." In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yixiao found himself being tightly embraced by Cupid. The latter even seduced him, saying, "Forget that trap boy, come back to the embrace of this great god." Zhang Yixiao immediately frowned and scolded him. "Playing love games, you're not even worthy of being the god of love. You are the real trap boy." Cupid, insulted, became defensive and stammered, "How dare you say I'm not worthy of being the god of love? What's wrong with me compared to that tall guy?" A flash of light suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky, and a giant hand pointed directly at Cupid's backside, making him release Zhang Yixiao and scream in pain. Then they heard Song Yicheng's voice echoing from afar. "Let go of my Xiao Xiao, you cowardly man." Zhang Yixiao immediately assessed the current situation. She knew it was time for her to act. She leaned back and drove her knee into Cupid's face with a sharp thud. He cried out in pain. Cupid was still clutching his face, wincing in agony. It hurt so much. Ignoring Zhang Yixiao falling freely, he remained indifferent, watching her fall, and said, "Lady, there's no time to help you now." But at that moment, a figure swiftly flew towards her. Out of nowhere, Song Yicheng appeared just in time to catch Zhang Yixiao and comfort her. "Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid." Song Yicheng gently landed. Zhang Yixiao, still dazed, called his name. "Yicheng." Song Yicheng turned to look at her and explained, "Sorry, the fans held me back too much. I arrived late." Yet Zhang Yixiao responded with ease, "You would definitely come to save me. I never doubted it for a moment." Seeing their happy moment, Cupid immediately fell silent. Why, no matter which world it was, must they destroy my love? Meanwhile, In Kit's homeland, the place was filled with architectures bearing the profound symbols of nation HL. Among them stood a building adorned with two statues at its front, one of the goddess Venus and one of the god Mars. Then a voice echoed, "Asterisk, our little Cupid is truly adorable asterisk." A man, while being served fruit, spoke with satisfaction. Asterisk, look at this little round belly. Back then, he was both obedient and well-behaved asterisk. As he admired the scene before him, he sighed with emotion. Asterisk indeed. Every single day he worked diligently, busily laboring for the love of all people asterisk. He then turned to gaze upon the beautiful woman beside him and exclaimed, "Asterisk, my beautiful Venus, quickly have a red berry asterisk." The woman, called Venus, cheerfully responded, "Asterisk, my strong Mars, you should have a red berry too asterisk." At this point, for those who did not know, Kit's parents were none other than Mars, the god of war, and Venus, the goddess of beauty. While the two of them were immersed in tender happiness, an arrow suddenly whizzed past, striking directly into the wall before them. Startled, they turned around, only to discover that the culprit was none other than the god Cupid. Their son stood there, weary and muttering under his breath. The god Mars, trembling with fear, embraced his wife and exclaimed. The goddess Venus was equally fearful, and said, "The age of rebellion truly troubles humanity." Moments later, Cupid, feeling down, walked alone to the riverbank to catch a breeze. Occasionally, he let out a sigh. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water splashing from somewhere. Cupid turned around in confusion. Before him, there appeared a pure, innocent girl sitting on a rock, playing with the water. "It was the first time I entered the river of love. It turns out that even a god who rules over love like me has a destined fate." Cupid couldn't resist and gradually moved closer to the girl. He hesitated for a moment, pursing his lips in thought. I told myself that I would be content with this. Then, with determination, he took up his bow and aimed straight at the girl. Cupid silently swore, "Today, I must shoot an arrow for my love." When she saw him, she smiled brightly. Suddenly, the girl looked towards Pitt and unexpectedly exclaimed. Cupid immediately froze. He thought to himself, "Unless she has fallen for me as well." Then he heard the girl he loved shyly speak to him, saying, "It's good that you've come. Please, use your golden arrow to help me. He's over there. I've fallen for him. Narcissus is so handsome." Cupid was so stunned that he screamed and asked him. The girl pointed to the other side of the river and replied, "Yes, it's him." The girl was so enamored that she used all the beautiful words she could to describe the young man, saying that he was the most handsome man in the world, with a toned body and gentle eyes. Everything good he could achieve was through his face. Meanwhile, he was admiring his own image, indulging in self-love, saying, "I am so handsome." Finally, Kit couldn't stand it anymore, raised his bow and arrow toward her, and angrily said, "What's so great about that kind of self-love? It is fate for you to love me." She covered her mouth in surprise, and then stammered, Did you just try to shoot me?" Having said that, she immediately turned and ran away. Before disappearing, she shouted insults, mixing personal and professional matters, disgusting and shameless. "You don't deserve to be the god of love. You defile my love." Afterward, Kit was so heartbroken that he collapsed to the ground. He was stunned, wondering why, then helplessly pressed his hands to the ground and cried out to the heavens. "Could it be that I, Cupid, do not deserve to have love?" While Kit was crying a river, a sudden, blinding light flashed before his eyes. He looked up in bewilderment. What was that light? Then he saw a pair of eyes staring at him, terrifying in their intensity. Even now, Kit still furrows his brows when recalling that memory. Then, floating weightlessly, he drew an arrow and laughed, saying, "How am I turning public duty into personal business again?" Cupid gently raised an arrow high above his head and declared loudly, "With the power of this golden arrow." Kit aimed the arrow at himself, saying this was the final act of defiance from a god of love. With resolve, Cupid proclaimed, "Today, I will make sure I find true love for myself." And with that, he drove the arrow straight into his own chest. Song Yi-cheng stretched out an arm to shield Zhang Yi-cheo behind him and said to her, "He's stabbing himself with his own arrow. He looks like he's gone mad." Cupid only laughed wildly at his words, his voice ringing with madness as he shouted, "My fate has already been sealed." Next, it was her turn. "My goddess, don't worry. It won't hurt at all. Immediately, he swiftly shot an arrow. Song Yicheng quickly blocked the arrow with his staff, and it made a loud asterisk clang asterisk sound. Then, he shouted loudly, "You're dreaming." Cupid, far from being scared, sneered and said, "I already told you, this is the super golden arrow. How could you possibly break it so easily?" As soon as Cupid finished speaking, Song Yicheng saw the arrow change direction and fly toward Zhang Yixiao. He couldn't help but worry. "This isn't good. Xiao Xiao, get out of the way." At that moment, the arrow flew swiftly toward her. Zhang Yixiao couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering to herself whether she should act. But if she did, her fragile, delicate image would shatter, and Yi Cheng would see it. Would he be scared? What if he disliked strong women? Finally, unable to hold it in, she yelled loudly, "I can't care about that right now." After that, Zhang Yixiao raised her right arm proudly. A brilliant beam of light shone down from the sky, enveloping her in an instant. In that moment, Zhang Yixiao had transformed. Behind her appeared the shell of a turtle. She was none other than Gu Ren ascending on high. Even Song Yicheng was startled and exclaimed, "Xiao Xiao, it's Gu Ren." When Cupid saw his bow and arrow standing by helplessly beside him, he angrily shouted, "Who exactly decided that when an opponent is transforming, they have to stand aside and wait?" He raged furiously, yelling, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Keep going." At that moment, Zhang Yixiao swiftly launched her attack. She shot out small turtle shells toward Kit. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the force of her attack. Every arrow Cupid fired could skillfully dodge the turtle shells. Zhang Yixiao pressed on with her assault. Cupid, satisfied, spoke up, "Don't worry, turtle shells can't block the power of love." But just as the arrow was about to hit Zhang Yixiao, the spot where she stood was suddenly empty. Kit was left stunned. Where did she go? In a flash, he saw her using ropes to bind each of the arrows, then calmly walked forward as if accepting the bindings. Yet Kit only looked on with disdain. He immediately shot an arrow with multiple heads. Not just one, but a dozen arrows all heading straight toward Zhang Yixiao in a coordinated attack. Zhang Yixiao was a bit taken aback. Dividing her focus like this wasn't exactly efficient. Each arrow swiftly detached from her string and shot toward her at full speed. Cupid, seeing Zhang Yixiao surrounded by the barrage of his arrows, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Come now, in his eyes, all that remained was blind love. Cupid softly murmured, "My love should never see the trap set for it." A second later, Kit fell into Zhang Yixiao's net. He couldn't believe it and screamed, "Ah, how could this happen?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yixiao was lifted into the air by Song Yicheng, evading all the arrows, which then lodged into the tree trunks. Kit, defeated and trapped on the ground, yelled in fury, "You two are working together against me. Let me go." But in response, Cupid only saw Song Yicheng's staff drive straight into the space between his legs, causing his entire body to stiffen immediately. Zhang Yixiao and Song Yicheng happily high-fived each other, simultaneously declaring, "Now this is teamwork, a match made in heaven." However, it didn't end there. The tree that had been pierced by the 10 arrows suddenly leaned and cracked loudly. From the top of the tree, 3 or 4 people fell with a rustling sound, groaning in pain. Ow, ow, ow. One young man among them held a doll of his wife who had been struck by an arrow and screamed, "Wife, what's wrong? Wife, are you okay?" Zhang Yixiao and Song Yicheng stood frozen, watching him cry, then heard the sound of a snapping noise. They saw Cupid rush toward him and say, "So this is the true love," which made the young man panic. "Don't come any closer, okay?" Meanwhile, the 2 onlookers couldn't help but feel speechless. Song Yicheng couldn't help but sigh. The power of love is indeed immense. The scene in front of Zhang Yixiao reminded her of a moment from a few days ago. The system was happily watching the entire school join in synchronized exercise, then asked her, "The world has returned to peace. Is this the power of love?" However, the system still couldn't stop wondering, silently questioning, "But what exactly is love?" Just then, Zhang Yixiao appeared and answered, though disputes in some places are still hard to avoid. Thinking of this, Zhang Yixiao snapped out of her thoughts, only to see the chaotic scene before her. The students from her school were actually betting against each other between Kit and the young man on who would win. One student was aggressively cheering, "No takebacks, no takebacks." Another asked, "Anyone else want to place a bet?" While the two were still struggling over the doll in each other's hands, the young man spoke fiercely, "This is my wife." Kit, not willing to back down, replied, "This is the destiny of my life." Suddenly, Song Yi Chang turned his head towards Zhang Yi Xiao and asked her, "By the way, Xiao Xiao, during the martial arts competition last time, was it you who saved me from that toad's mouth?" Zhang Yi Xiao continued to feign ignorance and asked, "Ha? What toad?" "This turtle shell. I bought it online. I'm definitely not the violent type of girl. Oh, it seems like some students are calling me to go back and finish my homework." After saying this, she immediately ran off. Bye-bye. Song Yi Chang, observing her reaction, immediately knew whether it was genuine or not. He admired her, thinking to himself, "This is truly my girlfriend. She can go from the living room to the kitchen, correct homework, and use controlled tactics to handle enemies. In my past life, I must have saved an entire bank." Meanwhile, in the Infinite Tower of Heroes, Song Yi Chang, along with Lan Ling and Snow Jade Elephant Dragon, looked down from above at Kit, who was crying while hugging a doll on the ground. Zhang Gai was also watching indirectly. He softly spoke, "Thank you, Brother Song, for letting me see this again." Then, Lan Ling turned to Song Yi Chang and asked, "Brother Song, does this little brother from the West also wish to join our righteous masters?" Very good, very good. Looking at this face, it's not the kind of ordinary, vulgar sort." Zhang Gai spoke up. Song Yi Chang scratched his head and replied, "I still haven't figured out a solution. He no longer bears any hostile intent, and now I can't bring myself to beat him to death to reclaim the power. But for a high school boy like this to serve as a fighting force, it feels a bit unreliable." At that moment, Cupid had already woken up. He shouted frantically, "Who are you people? Are you trying to steal my wife?" Then realizing that a dog was peeing on him, he grew even more agitated. "Whose damn dog is this? Get it away." Song Yi Chang, helpless, spoke up, "Kid, calm down and listen to me. But then I hear Kit saying that my wife is 10,000 times better than yours." 10 minutes later, they had explained everything to each other. With both hands on his hips, Song Yi Chang spoke to Kit, who was sitting on the ground. "That's how it is. If you don't want to die, then obediently follow me." Cupid, hearing this, still put on an air of arrogance and replied, "You threaten me, Kit? I have never once feared a threat." In the end, Song Yi Chang couldn't hold back anymore and smacked him hard on the head. He roared fiercely, "Then what is it you want?" Cupid obediently responded, "I want to go home. I can find my way back. You don't need to send me off anymore." After saying that, he hugged the doll in his arms and pouted, "It's so scary. Luckily my wife is here to comfort me." Song Yi Chang, hearing this, became even angrier. "Didn't I already tell you? You accidentally fell into a wormhole and ended up here. The wormhole must have disappeared by now." "What? You think I want to keep you here?" Lan Ling quickly intervened, "Brother Song, don't be angry. Let him finish speaking for now." Meanwhile, back in Kit's homeland, the other gods were searching for him everywhere. "Cupid, where are you? Come home for dinner." A glowing speck flew into the water, and soon a sound echoed from there. "Tomorrow, Mom won't make you shoot arrows anymore." The glowing speck continued flying swiftly, then suddenly stopped. Behind the school, a little-known spot, there was a small tunnel leading to an excavation site. As they entered, the sound of rushing water could be heard, and inside were bats hiding everywhere. Cupid led Song Yi Chang and the system inside for a while before pointing ahead, saying, "It's just ahead." When Kit saw the swirling water still trickling on the surface, he joyfully exclaimed, "As expected, the way back home is still here." Cupid said nothing and immediately jumped down. He impatiently said, "Darling, let's go home. Bye-bye." Song Yi Chang didn't have time to stop him. It was too late. He hadn't even figured things out yet. With a splash, all he saw was Cupid diving into the water. Song Yi Chang stared at the swirling water in front of him, stunned. The energy fluctuations from Cupid had disappeared. It was unclear what Song Yi Chang saw, but his eyes suddenly widened. The system, in pain, reminded him that it couldn't detect any more intense energy fluctuations. and that it was unsafe to approach any further. Unable to bear it, Song Yicheng muttered softly. He hugged his head with one hand, while with the other, he heard someone's voice speaking. The energy is so powerful. Give it to me. Give me the power. In Song Yicheng's eyes, there was a dazed look as he thought to himself, whose voice is that? My head hurts so much. Then, his gaze suddenly became vacant as he stared blankly at the water in front of him. The only thought in his mind now was, I want to go to the lake. Step by step, Song Yicheng moved closer to the water's edge. One more step, and he would jump right in. But just then, the sound of rushing water startled him, snapping him back to reality. He hurriedly pulled his legs back. Song Yicheng let out a faint, disdainful smile and muttered, You want to trick me into the wormhole, to let you escape from the ancient seal? He hurled his staff toward the surface of the lake, the sound of water splashing loudly echoing along with his shout. Dream on! Meanwhile, from the schoolyard, a loud explosion could be heard from afar. The students, frightened, looked toward the source and yelled, Get out of the way! Then they saw Song Yicheng spreading rumors, saying, It's over, the school's drain pipe has exploded. Half an hour later, several fire trucks and police cars surrounded the scene on the mountain behind the school, spraying water. A group of students gathered around, discussing the incident. Zhu Shangxi is truly a hero. Even the drain pipe explosion is under control by him. A student replied, I've heard Zhu Shangxi's girlfriend is at our school, so he's just doing a good deed on the side. Meanwhile, some scientists were using machinery to investigate the lake's surface. Song Yicheng stood to one side, discussing with Zhao Ling. The wormhole is at the bottom of the lake, but I currently have no way to go deep and investigate. This wormhole is unstable, you all must be careful. Zhao Ling blushed as she thought to herself, Zhu Shangxi is concerned about me. But despite her eyes, she still responded seriously. This was a great opportunity to unveil the mystery behind the wormhole explosion. The special forces had to give it their all. Song Yicheng's car started to roll down the road. His voice came from the car, saying that the wormhole had only appeared for brief moments in the past and was very unstable. Song Yicheng asked with some curiosity, Is this situation just a coincidence? Or is it? The system immediately understood what he was asking. He suspected that someone was manipulating things. Who could have this kind of power? What could their objective be? At that moment, the car's radio also broadcasted news. Due to the apocalyptic theory caused by time travelers being sent to the front lines, it was spreading and affecting public order in many places. Many gangs from evil factions had grown rampant everywhere. Song Yicheng couldn't help but sigh, replying, Who knows what their objective is? Humans are the most unpredictable. However, just as he finished speaking, the system pinched her nose. She said, Wait, there seems to be a smell. This left Song Yicheng speechless, unable to argue. The garbage truck they had just passed made a rustling sound, and then a fist-sized stick jumped out from the truck, making a popping sound. It was followed by an old man struggling to climb out of the trash bin. The people around were understandably startled. Where did this beggar come from? Then, he dreamily murmured, wondering aloud, Where have I ended up? As evening fell, he wandered aimlessly down the street, muttering and humming to himself. The streets were lit up, and people glanced at him, asking themselves, Why isn't this man wearing a mask? His keen nose caught the scent of something delicious wafting from a distance. He walked toward a food stall by the roadside, and muttered to himself, Forget it. Wherever he is, if he's here, he's staying for sure. Upon entering the shop, he slammed his cane on the table with a thud, then boldly ordered, Owner, give me a jar of fine wine and half a chicken. The other customers were drawn to the commotion he caused, staring at the beggar in disbelief. Some couldn't hide their disdain and said, Madam, do you really want to let someone like this eat in your shop, with all the germs around? However, the owner calmly replied, All customers who come here are welcome. Please be understanding. The group of people angrily slammed their chopsticks on the table with a clink, then huffed, This place is just too unsanitary. With that, they quickly shoved their chairs back with a creak and fled. When they were leaving, they still acted all high and mighty, saying, I'm not eating anymore. I'm running away now. And they're still showing off, claiming they saved money on food. The owner quickly tried to stop them. You haven't paid yet. The old man casually picked up a chopstick. He softly called out, Here then he quickly flicked the chopstick toward the table next to them. With a thud, the chopstick lodged into the soup pot on the neighboring table. The chicken leg inside immediately flew out, darting straight into the old man's mouth. The beautiful scene was witnessed by the owner who was serving nearby. She gently asked, "Old man, are you hungry? Even beggars deserve some sympathy. Don't eat leftovers. I'll go get you a fresh bowl." The old man chewed and swallowed the chicken leg, then spat out the bones, flicking them aside. A second later, in a fit of rage, he slammed his fist onto the table, breaking it in half, and shouted loudly, "Speak! Was it that old villain Ao Yang Feng who set this up to poison people? As a beggar, I can tell with just one bite, your meat and vegetables are equally filthy." The owner, frightened, exclaimed, "What's going on today?" In response, a naive voice answered. A fierce little girl, about 3 years old, appeared and retorted, "We haven't poisoned anyone. In front of this heroine, you dare slander us? What do you think you're guilty of?" The beggar turned around in confusion, and after seeing the person, he sighed to himself, thinking that this little devil really resembled Wronger. He immediately softened his tone and said, "Well done, little heroine. However, our home family has never wrongly accused anyone. As a beggar, I've always been accurate on this matter. And you two don't seem like bad people. But the ingredients for this dish really do have some issues." The girl was still angry, snorting with a huff, while the shopkeeper immediately sighed in relief upon hearing this. "I see, it was just a misunderstanding. You were only eating food grown and produced locally in the village." The shopkeeper continued to explain about the restaurant's ingredients. "In the lives of us city folks, we avoid all foods that are greasy, lean meats, sausages, and toxic powdered milk. It's been a long time since our bodies have been exposed to such toxins. But don't worry, the shop may not make much profit, but all our ingredients come from reputable, high-quality sources." The little girl immediately puffed up with pride and looked at the old man, saying, "Now you know how powerful we are, right?" The old man immediately deflated, apologizing. "You two didn't get poisoned. It's just that I, as a beggar, have limited knowledge. I must have exaggerated a bit too much, didn't I?" He continued to take the blame and told the mother and daughter, "Don't worry, it's all just a misunderstanding. It's all my fault, Hong Bagong. I naturally want to apologize to you." The little girl, upon hearing this, immediately knew he was not a bad person. She then asked, "Grandpa, can you teach wrong martial arts?" They didn't realize that someone was watching them from outside, quietly laughing. The shop owner smiled and reminded her daughter, "Quick, thank Grandpa." The little girl immediately responded, "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man also smiled and said, "For an old beggar like me, having food to eat is enough." The people outside couldn't help but chuckle to themselves, realizing that the little one wasn't bad at all. In the days that followed, the chicken stew shop continued to welcome guests one after another, with the shop owner handling the payments. She smiled brightly as she welcomed and bid farewell to the customers, thanking them. Recently, a new worker, wearing a pink apron, appeared in the shop. Hong Bagong was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground, darting from one table to another. With a swish, all the dishes and bowls were neatly cleaned and placed in his hands. Little Rong kept clapping her hands. "So amazing! Grandpa is so amazing!" Hong Bagong shyly replied, "It's nothing special." Meanwhile, the shop owner looked at the stack of dishes being washed so swiftly and couldn't help but exclaim, "I should have known this old man wasn't ordinary. This is just too impressive." After a while, little Rong pressed the TV remote, beep beep asterisk, a few times, then said to Hong Bagong, "Grandpa, come quickly, it's about to start." Hong Bagong hugged the little girl onto his lap, then asked absent-mindedly, "What's about to start?" Watching little cartoons is still so eager. Rong excitedly asked him, "Grandpa, try to guess." In the blink of an eye, Hong Bagong was so startled that he exclaimed, "This is..." Right before his eyes, the voices and images appeared on the television. Today this Mota, together with the heroes of the world, would engage in a decisive battle. Hong Bagong stared in astonishment, then asked in disbelief, "Sect Leader Kiao is Sect Leader Kiao." Even Rong is watching intently, gasping in surprise. Wow, the subduing dragon 18 palms is amazing." Hong Bagong became so absorbed in the show that he burst out laughing, saying, So it turns out that in this world there's also a beggar sect. Who knows, maybe we could even find a way back to Peach Blossom Island. At that moment, the voice of a street peddler rang out from outside. Selling Tang Dynasty heroes here. Peerless great knights, superclass heroes of every kind. Wrong, who had been watching the television, was instantly drawn in. She turned her head slightly, then exclaimed, "A Tang Dynasty hero." Wrong quickly ran out with a clatter and shouted, "Tang Dynasty people." After a moment, the owner lifted the curtain from inside and asked her daughter, Wrong, what do you want to eat tonight? But when the owner saw only Hong Bagong standing alone playing chess in the restaurant, she was startled. Wrong, where is Wrong? The owner immediately began to cry, shaking Hong Bagong's shoulder and asked, "Mr. Hong, have you seen where Wrong went?" She became increasingly distressed, sobbing uncontrollably. What should we do now? Recently, there have been some young people claiming to be beggars wandering around. What if they took Wrong? Hong Bagong quickly spoke up to comfort her. If it's really the work of the beggars, as the leader of the beggars, I will definitely find Wrong error and settle the matter. Don't worry too much. Then, he swiftly flew out, and before leaving, he reminded her, as a woman, stay in the shop. The owner could only stay in the restaurant, silently thinking to herself, Wrong, please don't let anything happen to you. I'll be waiting for you at home. That evening, Song Yicheng darted through the buildings,